Hello everyone and welcome to part 4 of What If Quirkless Deku Had the Omnitrix. I've decided that I'm going to make the videos for this series only around 6 hours long. As it's visible from episode 2, if I make every episode 7 chapters long, they are all going to end up far too long. I made episode 3 only 4 chapters and it's already 6.5 hours long. I don't know how many episodes this series it's going to end up being with it having 92 chapters, but we'll see as we go. Also, I decided that I'm going to alternate this series with some others. I already have in mind 3, one that it's 600k plus, which is going to be restricted 18 plus because I can't be bothered to censor it and I also don't want to. The other 2 are 200k and 815k respectively, so expect hours-long videos from me. Well, that's all I had to say for now, so don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe, and let's jump straight into the video. The tiny TV set is on. Its bright screen providing just enough light to brighten the small room. There's nothing much to the room other than a small coffee table and couch. Up next, an update on yesterday's incident at the UA Rescue Training Center, where Hero Course students were attacked by a gang of villains. The newscaster checks over her notes. According to police officials, the criminal forces called themselves the League of Villains. Investigators have reportedly uncovered that this group has been plotting to kill UA teacher and popular hero, All Might, since the spring of this year. Police arrested 72 villains at the scene, but the League's leader escaped. His whereabouts are unknown. The news continues with its coverage, as the light of the TV illuminates the contents of the room. But what stands out amongst the clutter is a single hand-written letter laid out onto the table. Greetings. The air is warm here. It feels like summer is just around the corner. I hope this letter finds you well, sir. In good health and even better spirits. This semester I took a position as a teacher at UA High School. Hey, that's right. I'm now guiding the next generation of heroes. I was hoping to find someone worthy of inheriting my power among the elite students at the school. A hero in training with outstanding test scores and a powerful quirk. However, before I ever began my tenure at UA, I met a young woman. Even though she was weak and had a less than combative quirk, she's shown me incredible bravery and fortitude. She was even able to save herself from a dangerous situation that caused pro-heroes, including myself, to hesitate. She managed to save her own life in the process and apprehend a dangerous villain all on her own. She may not have had a proper plan when she acted, but she knew she had to do something. I feel like watching her spring into action taught me something that day. It reminded me of the virtues I must embody in order to call myself a hero. That's why I meant it when I said to her that she can become a great hero. I told this pupil the secret of my quirk and proposed that I transfer it to her. This ability I have that's been passed on from person to person, cultivated and made stronger. The crystallization of power that binds itself to a courageous heart for the good of those in need. One for all. She accepted my power and I began training her for the trials she'd need to overcome in order to be accepted into the hero course at UA High School. Even though she sometimes struggles with her newfound abilities, she never stopped trying, giving it 100%, and somehow pulling away in victory and harnessing one for all. I don't like to toot my own horn, but I believe I found the perfect person to pass my quirk on to. She has shown me time and again that she has what it takes to be a real hero. I'm still quite new to the role of instructor. The day may come when I must trouble you, my old teacher, for advice. I'll be counting on your wisdom and patience when that time comes. Until then, please take care of yourself as the seasons begin to change. I'll continue to keep you updated about what's happening, especially in light of these current events. Sincerely yours, Toshinori Yagi. A lone figure hobbles his way into the room before spotting the very letter that was sent to them. So, Toshinori has found a worthy successor. Good, this should make things more fun. ####. Our investigators are trying to learn everything they can about this so-called League of Villains. Naomasa Tsukachi reads off his papers, making sure he doesn't miss a piece of information. We've made some progress, but we can't find anything on this Tamura Shigaraki so far. It's rather late in the day when Detective Tsukachi begins his report with several members of the UA staff in the school's very own conference room. Not all of them could be there, mainly because after a few days of extensive investigations, the students will be returning to class soon enough. Detective Tsukachi addresses the pro-heroes in attendance. We've searched our records for men in their 20s who are registered as having some sort of disintegration quirk, but so far we've come up empty. Same for the Warp Gate villain Kurogiri. So they're not citizens or they're using aliases. Hard to find either way. He checks over his notes real quick. The same can be said for the intruder known as Tetrax Shard. Each of the staff members comb through their own piles of sheets, scanning them for details. Since none of them were really there for a majority of the action, they only have brief moments of videotapes, the little info they could get out of the captured villains, and the statements of the students themselves. But out of the said statements, the best ones they can seem to rely on are those that participated in the final battle as well as Ida's and Ajui's. Snipe drops his papers onto the conference table. So what you're saying is that we know next to nothing. I reckon we oughta learn fast, or the leader of these varmints, Shigaraki, decides to have another go. What a pain. Yagi Toshinori scoffs. Leader, huh? From the seat beside him, Principal Nizu peers up at the weakened All Might with intrigue. Something on your mind, All Might? It's just that nothing about this feels normal. The attack was too bold. It was such a daring attack, and not just in the meticulous planning, but no sane adult would ever attempt it. Toshinori browses the statements before coming upon the sections where the students discussed Shigaraki. And according to these notes, although he didn't say anything particular about his own quirk, he was shooting his mouth off, bragging about that guy Nomu's quirks. He corrects. And when things didn't go his way, he started throwing tantrums. Toshinori cups his chin. Well, the bit about Nomu having 2 quirks could have been a way to provoke the students. Not like it did any good in the end, all things considered. Principal Nizu has something to add. Even so, it seems counterproductive and utterly foolish in a battle to reveal one's quirks and waste the element of surprise. And that is exactly what Toshinori's trying to get at. Bragging about the toy he brought along, the poor lack of planning, and simple-mindedly thinking everything would go his way. If we think about how the attack was carried out, it seems clear that this Shigaraki character couldn't quite hide his childish nature. That sense that he does whatever he wants. He's a man-child. Vlad King huffs in response to the statement. A child with incredible power, though. Vlad King is a very tall man with a muscular build. He has short pale gray hair. He has a wide mouth with 2 prominent lower canines. His hero costume consists of a dark red skin-tight suit with a very low U-shaped collar. He wears white over-the-knee boots and thick vambraces over his lower arms, a thin wire snaking from one of the 2 small protrusions on the left one to the back of his neck, red gloves, and he wears an orange mask over his eyes. Midnight tries to offer up a reason. Maybe he never received general quirk counseling in elementary school. Vlad King is quick to brush it off. So, what does that matter anyway? Tsukachi interjects with the intention of clearing some things up. We apprehended a total of 72 villains and 23 mutated animals. Not to mention Nomu. But this is the real kicker. They were all just back-alley thugs, but what worries me is that this man-child got them all to follow his crazy plan. They viewed him as a real leader. Now that is a real puzzler. And with it, the detective has the hero's undivided attention. Nowadays, our society is saturated with heroes. So maybe small-time villains like them, who always get kicked around, are drawn in by that sort of pure, simple-minded villainy. Toshinori can't help but think how there are, in fact, many individuals out there in the world that can't resist the urge to use their powers. And that often results in many individuals turning to villainy. Vlad King huffs. Guess that makes sense. Snipe leans back in his seat. There are plenty of people out there looking for a cause to get behind. Midnight's gaze falls to the files in her hands. So, what do we do to stop them? Tsukachi looks over his notes. Well, thanks to you heroes, thanks to your students, we can focus on our investigation. We'll expand our search and devote our efforts to apprehending the perpetrators. Nizu loses himself to his thoughts. A man-child, huh? His little musing draws in everyone else's attention. In some ways, he shares common ground with our students. They both have so much potential. Nobody likes what the principal is getting at. And like our students, I suppose it is possible. Someone is guiding him, trying to nurture his malice and villainy. Toshinori sighs, not liking that though one bit. I don't want to think about what that could mean. The other staff members feel similarly. What Principal Nizu is implying is a rather hard pill to swallow. Basically, in other circumstances, their own students could have very well been led onto the same path of evil. With a shake of his head, Vlad King goes through a section of the files, and something else piques his interest. He's not the only one that could have turned out differently, now is he? Tsukachi looks over and notices which file has Vlad King's intrigue. I believe you are referring to the villain known as Nu, or rather Henzuichi. Unlike the other two, we actually have quite a bit on this one. Tsukachi flips through notes before locating his own notes of the villain. Abused at a young age, he ended up in the foster care system. After that, he began building a record of various offenses from minor to incriminating, even ending up in juvie a few times. Apparently, his quirk is called osmosis. It's apparently an emitter type that allows him to absorb matter of non-living things and fuse it to his body. Midnight raises an eyebrow. Osmosis? That can't be right. They all saw the videotapes, and that new guy clearly had some other kind of quirk. Then how do you explain how he was transforming much like Midoriya? It's hard not to notice a child with the capability to access multiple types of powers. Heck, this isn't even the first time Midnight has seen people with quirks that allow them to stockpile other people's quirks. But from what she's hearing, this osmosis quirk can't possibly do that. Tsukachi has an answer for her. Well, for full disclosure, Izuku Midoriya, and by extension Katsuki Bakugo and Ochaco Uraraka, have a bit of history with the villain in question. The heroes all sit up a little straighter in response to the news, although All Might and Nizu are the exceptions since they were already aware of this. Vlad King growls. Are you saying they're all friends with this punk? No, nothing like that. The only one that seemed to have a good relationship with Wichi was Midoriya, but according to the young man their friendship broke apart about a year ago. Snipe presses his finger against his papers. That still doesn't explain why their abilities are so similar. We have a working theory, courtesy of Mr. Midoriya. The detective tries to recall what Izuku had brought up the other day. From what we were told, Mr. Midoriya's support item is somewhat directly connected to his quirk. At some point Wichi tried to take the item while using his osmosis, and as a result he accidentally absorbed Midoriya's quirk, one-man army. All Might's brow furrows in response. That can't be right. There are far too many flaws with this theory, but then again, they don't have much to go off of. The detective picks up on Toshinori's unconvinced expression. However, I must disclose that this is only a working theory. I cannot deny or confirm whether any of this is true. Midnight leans back in her seat. Just another question, I suppose. Snipe holds up his papers. What of this Tetrax fella? The one that escaped during the skirmish. Tsukachi nods before replying. We have virtually nothing to work with. He all but disappeared. Vlad King slams his fist against the table. Don't be ridiculous. There's got to be something. There isn't. He had his face concealed the entire time, so nobody knows what he looks like. It's also unclear what his quirk was. We can only speculate that it was some kind of durability quirk. But even that's a stretch. We literally have no details on this intruder. Hell, they can't even say if Tetrax Shard is the guy's real name or an alias. Are you serious? Can you at least tell us why he was there? I can. Tsukachi flips through his papers until he finds the ones he wants. According to Shoto Todoroki and Ochaco Uraraka, Tetrax Shard was after Izuku Midoriya's Omnitrix. Principal Nizu jolts but keeps his composure before anyone could notice. Midnight raises an eyebrow in confusion.
I'm sorry?
Tsukachi adjusts his tie before continuing. Let me elaborate. For some unknown reason, this Tetrax fellow was after Midoriya's support item, his watch, also known as the Omnitrix. Cool name, remarks Snipe. But why would a villain be after a child's support item? That is unclear as well. Possibly to sell it on the black market. But like everything else, that is only a theory. For all they know, they wanted the Omnitrix because it looked cool. But whatever the reason, it must have been worth breaking into the USJ to go and take it from a group of heroes. We have already put out a country-wide search for Tetrax, as well as all the villains who escaped. Hopefully we can locate them and get some answers. Principal Nizu cups his paws together as he sorts through his thoughts. Good thing we sent Tetrax off-world. If he stayed, there could have been a chance for him to be discovered. But what concerns me is that there will be more agents coming here to pursue the Omnitrix. I best make sure we are ready and prepared to defend ourselves and our secrets. Nizu claps his paws together to gather the other heroes' attention. I think it's time for a tea break. Toshinori gives his superior a questioning look. Sir, the answers are not going to drop into our laps just because we want them to, and sometimes a quick tea break allows one to take a step back and look at the issue from a different angle. He quickly checks his watch, taking note of how late it really is. Besides, we might as well take a break while we can. After all, after this meeting we have much more to discuss. He pats the stack of folders sitting beside him, and within it are the potential plans for hosting their next school event. Tsukachi offers a friendly smile. Very well, Principal. With that, the other teachers take their leave. They either make their way to the break room where Nizu will prepare them some tea, or they head on outside for some much-needed fresh air. Before Toshinori can leave, his old friend intercepts him. All might. Tsukachi, is there something else I can help you with? Toshinori steps back into the conference room, allowing Tsukachi a chance to seal it closed. More like, what I can help you with. Tsukachi turns and hands Toshinori a separate file. He takes it and opens it up, and the first thing that pops out is the single photo of Izuku Midoriya, but also the stack of papers within the folder. You found all this already? Tsukachi smirks. What can I say? I work fast. He gestures for them to sit down, which they promptly do. But in any case, this is what I was able to scrounge around about our young friend. And it's a lot. It seems there's a pile of papers. You did all this while also investigating into the League of Villains? I did. In fact, it wasn't as difficult as you might think. And don't be too excited, most of the papers are his physical examinations and report cards. Although, there were some things that I found that were just odd. Like what? Tsukachi reaches over and grabs a few papers from within the pile. For one thing, Midoriya updated his quirk registry less than a year ago, and before that he was in fact registered as quirkless. And just to make sure, I looked into his old medical records, and even that confirms that he was in fact quirkless. Admittedly, Tsukachi was unable to get into contact with Izuku's original doctor. He instead had to go through several different channels to get his physical and health reports. Toshinori slouches back into his seat as if in defeat. He wasn't lying to me then. He was quirkless. Izuku Midoriya was quirkless and now he isn't. Just how can that be? There's only one other way someone can gain a quirk. Does that mean? Tsukachi understands Toshinori's concern. Does it mean that monster's back? I don't know for certain. He pulls out another sheet. But this next piece might interest you too. What is it? I decided to keep digging into Midoriya by investigating his family. Instantly a rush of panic fills Toshinori's heart with dread. Is everything okay in his home? Oh God, is he living in an abusive home? Tsukachi is quick to brush off his worry. Nothing like that. As far as I can tell, he grew up in a pretty stable home. Except for one factor. Tsukachi's eyes fall back to the file. During my research, I tried looking into his father, and I came up with some rather suspicious findings. Toshinori isn't sure how this is at all important, but he trusts Tsukachi. So, if he thinks it's important, then he'll hear him out. His father, Hisashi Midoriya, was a student here in the UA Hero course. Now that is interesting. Really? Toshinori can't help but think which of his fellow heroes could be Hisashi Midoriya. Yes, but after receiving his hero license, he just fell off the grid, only appearing in a few instances here and there. Tsukachi cups his chin in thought. It was almost as if he was staying away from the hero spotlight. Like Eraserhead? Perhaps. But unlike Eraserhead, he never actually reported any situations he resolved or participated in. And the few times he did report an incident, the suspect often or not escaped. It got so bad that there was even an investigation into Hisashi Midoriya because he was accused of aided the very criminals to escape. But when they tried to keep a close eye on him, they came up empty. Now that is really interesting. Toshinori can't help but feel a bit sorry for the man. Even if he graduated from such a prestigious school as UA, there is no guarantee that every graduate will make it as a hero. So it is possible that Hisashi Midoriya had little success as a hero and possibly fell into the wrong crowd, possibly even caught up in some less than savory deals and characters. Do you think he was caught up in some kind of criminal activity? That's what I'm getting to. Tsukachi goes through and finds another sheet of notes. Shortly after Izuku Midoriya was proclaimed quirkless, his father basically disappeared. He walked out on him? Possibly. But what I mean is, there are no more records of him in the last decade. Toshinori's eyes widened in shock. No records for an entire decade? Not even a receipt. He all but disappeared. Did he go missing? Is he dead? I don't think so. The Midoriya household is receiving a steady income suggesting that he is in fact supporting his family. But through what means is unclear because whatever it is. Tsukachi's gaze hardens as he meets Toshinori's own. It is not hero work. What does this all mean? I have a few ideas. Tsukachi puts down his notes. Unfortunately, the sad truth of the matter is that not everybody has what it takes to become a professional hero. Even if they graduated from UA, heck, some don't even break the double digits. The competition is far too stiff, and the fact that people can still make mistakes. For all they know, Hisashi Midoriya was a gambler, fell into debt, and is now paying it back somehow. Considering that, as well as the skeptical reports, we can only assume that Hisashi Midoriya was involved in something that he didn't want the public, police, or heroes to know about. And with the combined fact that he disappeared shortly after his own son was diagnosed as quirkless, there's just one theory that makes sense to me. And unfortunately, it's one he rather not even consider a possibility, but under the light of everything so far, he has to consider it. I think that shortly after graduating UA, Hisashi Midoriya somehow got involved with him. Toshinori gasps, holding his hand up to his mouth in an attempt to cover his shock. But why would he? My guess, he was a failing hero and probably got involved with a dangerous crowd at the time which led him to that monster. And after his own son was declared powerless, he must have cut a deal with him to give his son a chance in life. Even Tsukachi knows how depressing a life is for someone that is quirkless. As a detective, he often gets cases where a quirkless or weak-quirked individual couldn't take the pressure of life anymore. Toshinori, however, is having a hard time accepting this possibility. No. This cannot be right, but it just fits almost too perfectly. A failed hero, a boy suddenly gaining a powerful quirk, a father doing what he can for his son, even if that means making a deal with the devil himself. But it fits, it all fits. Hisashi Midoriya must have come into contact with him and has been gone all this time to work off his deal so Izuku could be granted a quirk. But that just leaves a few more questions. And young Midoriya? Is he involved somehow? Is he aware of his father's actions? Tsukachi frowns, shaking his head. Well, from what you've told me, Mr. Midoriya is a fine young man with the aspirations of becoming a hero, which no one can doubt after recent events. They all saw the videos. That kid really held his own against the villains, even if the videos couldn't show everything. So, my guess may be that he actually believes that he is in fact a late bloomer and is completely oblivious to his father's dealings. Toshinori hates it, but he truly hopes that is the case. It would be better if young Midoriya remained unaware of all of this. No need to worry the youth while he pursues his dream, the dream that All Might himself denied the boy. But now is his chance to make things right. Even if young Midoriya's quirk came from an unnatural means, it doesn't mean the boy cannot become a hero, and he will see to that. He will try to keep himself close to the boy, act as a fellow mentor and friend he can reach out to ensure he doesn't fall to villainy like his father. He'll protect him and his classmates from that monster. ####. After a few days off from school, Class 1A is back at UA, and now with the threat having passed by them are back to their usual fun selves. You guys! Toru Hagakure turns to her neighbors, Mizo Shoji and Mashireo Ojiro. Did you watch the news last night? Ojiro gives a quick nod. Yeah. It was so cool that we got a few seconds of screen time. Her tone drops as she holds an invisible hand to her chest. though I bet nobody noticed me hanging out in the background. Despite the apparent disappointment in her voice, Shoji is a bit less than tactful in his response. Probably not. Ojiro, shocked by Shoji's blatant disregard for her feelings, tries to offer up his own reassurance. It is difficult to stand out when you're just gloves. He's probably not helping as much as he thinks he is. A grinning Denki Kaminari leans back in his seat so he can talk to his own neighbors. We're totally big deals. Those news channels love us, we're basically celebrities. Eijiro Kirishima is still in disbelief of it all. Yeah, it's kinda crazy, right? Kyokujiro is ready to brush away their delusions. Get over yourselves. The hero course that pumps out pros was attacked, and that's what they care about. Hantashiro folds his arms and rests them onto his desk. Who knows what woulda happened to us if the teachers hadn't shown up? Minoru Mineta bursts into tears from across the room after hearing Ciro's comment. Why'd you say that? He flails his arms about frantically as tears leak from his eyes. I'm gonna pee myself just thinking about it. His crying gets to one of the most anger-prone students of the class. Oh, shut up, snaps Katsuki Bakugo. Grow a pair, will ya? Rikido Sato leans forward into his seat so he can talk to Fumikage Tokoyami. Did you guys see Midoriya and the others fight that bird guy? He thrusts his fists forward as if to reenact the fight. That dude was super strong, and they still destroyed him. Tokoyami smiles while reminiscing about the USJ attack. Yes, their strength is truly a thing of wonder. In response to the praise, both Izuku and Ochaco's faces blush red, whereas Bakugo grins satisfied with the fact that his classmates have finally recognized his superior firepower. Even Kirishima smiles sheepishly in response to the praise. Shoto Todoroki, however, is not taking the praise as well as his other teammates. Instead, his gaze is cast downward towards his left arm. His gaze hardens as he clenches his left hand as he makes a silent promise to himself. With no warning, Tenya Ida bursts into the room. Attention! Homeroom class is about to begin. He races to the front podium where he throws his hands out in a dramatic fashion. Everyone stop talking and take your seats. The entire class falls silent as they watch their class president make a fool of himself. Kirishima tries his best to help his class president. We're all sitting, Ciro adds in. Yeah, you're the only one standing. Ida begrudgingly plops down into his seat with a disgruntled grimace that makes his neighbor, Koji Koda, nervous. Dang it! He's actually shaking in frustration for failing to properly do his job. Ochaco tries to comfort him, but she knows he's only upset because he's trying to do his best. Don't sweat it. Meanwhile, Mina Ishido pushes back on her backrest, leaning back on her chair. Hey Tsu. So-wo. Her seat falls back a bit, but Tsuyu Azui manages to catch her and push her back up. Who do you think's gonna teach class today? Tsuyu presses a finger to her cheek.
No idea.
Mr. Aizawa's still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Suddenly the classroom door scrapes open, drawing in everyone's eyes forward. Morning class. A heavily bandaged Shota Aizawa gives a muffled greeting from the doorway. His entire face is wrapped in bandages, while both of his arms hang in casts over his chest. The students cry out all at once. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? Kaminari is almost appalled by the amount of resolve his teacher has. Whoa, what a pro. From behind him, Kirishima is having the opposite reaction. He is in fact in awe of Aizawa's ability to shrug off the pain. Ida's arm shoots up as Aizawa limps his way to the podium. Mr. Aizawa, I'm glad you're okay. Ochaco isn't so sure about that. To her, their homeroom teacher looks like a living mummy. You call that okay? Aizawa's muffled voice responds. My well-being is irrelevant. What's more important is that your fight isn't over yet. Bakugo leers at their teacher. Our fight. Izuku stiffens in his seat. Don't tell me. Ochaco jolts up in fear. More villains. Aizawa's red eyes leer through his bandages. And with as much seriousness as he can, he finishes his statement. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. The students burst into an outcry. Ugh! Why would you scare us like that? Kirishima, however, bursts out of his seat in excitement. Let's go kick some ass. He's really roaring to go. Kaminari is quick to spring out of his own seat. He slaps Kirishima's head, pushing the redhead back down to earth for missing an important detail. Wait a second. Jiro takes the opening to air everyone's concern. Is it really such a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Ojiro agrees. They could attack once we're all in the same place. Shoji adds in his own thoughts. Especially considering that the leader got away scot-free, and they have that warp gate villain, too. Aizawa is somewhat glad his students realize the logical issue, but he also understands why they can't simply cancel this event. Apparently, the administration thinks this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled and our school is safer than ever. He thinks back to the meeting and how adamant Principal Nizu was about this, even promising a new kind of security measure into the school grounds. Whatever that means. Plus, they're beefing up security compared to past years. He eyes his students. They need to understand the real reason why the sports festival isn't going to be cancelled. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. It's not something we can cancel because of a few villains. Mineta, the ever-panicky runt, still isn't sold on this. I'm sorry, but why not? It's just a sports festival. That surprises Izuku of all people, who turns in his seat to make sure Mineta understands what he's implying. Huh? Mineta, don't you know how important this competition is? Of course I do. I just don't want to get murdered. Aizawa decides to elaborate on the situation. Our sports festival is one of the most watched events in the entire world. In the past, everyone obsessed over the Olympic Games, but then quirks started appearing. Now, the Olympics have been drastically reduced in terms of scale and viewership. For anyone who cares about competition, there's only one tournament that matters. The UA Sports Festival. Although Aizawa does think that the loud cheering crowds are more annoying than they need to be. Momo Yaoyorozu agrees with their teacher's statements. That's right, and top heroes everywhere will be watching. She raises her clenched fist, showing her determination. This is where we get scouted. Mineta sweats nervously. Sure, unless you're dead. Kaminari smiles, trying to explain further. She's right. After graduating, a lot of people join pro agencies as a sidekick. He gives a thumbs up and his own winning smile to help elevate anyone's worries. Jiro, however, is there to deflect his ambitions. Yeah, but that's as far as some people go. They miss their chance to go indie and stay eternal sidekicks. She considers Kaminari for a second. Actually, that's probably where you're headed. You're kinda dumb. Kaminari winces, feeling absolutely dejected and shamed. His face contorts itself into a nasty grimace as his sense of self-worth takes a nasty nosedive. Aizawa continues on. It's true that joining a famous hero agency can garner you greater experience and popularity, such as joining Best Genists or Endeavor's agencies would instantly garner anyone a place in the spotlight. That's why the festival matters. If you want to go pro one day, then this event could open a path for you. Bakugo grins wickedly in response. He's ready to show the world what he's got and that he's the best. One chance a year. Ochaco's brow furrows as her fists clench together in anticipation. 3 chances in a lifetime. Izuku grips his Omnitrix as if readying himself for a fight. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival. Todoroki looks somewhat bored, despite the growing anticipation in the room. That means you better not slack off on your training. Class 1A responds in tandem. Yes, sir. Class is dismissed. Izuku reaches for his books, so he can prepare himself for English class, but Aizawa isn't exactly done yet. Midoriya, Ashido, meet me in the hallway. And with that, their homeroom teacher limps out of the classroom. Now that's odd. Whatever could he need them for? Well, there's only one way they'll find out, so both Izuku and Mina pop out of their seats and join their teacher in the hallway. As they exit the room, Present Mike arrives and closes the door behind them, leaving the odd trio alone in the hallway. Izuku nervously fidgets with his hands. Is there something we can do for you, Mr. Aizawa? What reason could he have called them both out here for? Mina seems to be just as confused. Yeah, why'd you call us out here? Aizawa leans his back against the wall before responding. We wanted to have a few words with the two of you. The kids tilt their heads to the side. Howdy. A new voice shouts out in a friendly greeting. Izuku and Mina immediately light up as giant grins spread across their features. 13. Mina is so happy that she has tears in her eyes. You're alive. Izuku is almost shaking with relief. I'm so glad you're okay. He had heard about 13's injuries and fight against the mutant serpents from the rest of the class. But 13 seems fine, they're walking around albeit slowly, but they appear to be in one piece. Even their hero costume has been fixed up. 13 smiles from underneath their helmet. Of course I'm alive. I mean, why wouldn't I be? With a wave of their hand, they pat their chest. All that happened to me was that my back got severed. My skin was burned with acid, and I got laced with venom. Their voice trails off as it finally dawns on them why everyone else was so worried. Oh, I see why you're all so concerned now. Izuku can't take it. How could 13 go through all that and still be here acting like everything is perfectly fine? How are you even standing? What? Oh, I'm on some really good meds, and you can't tell, but I'm practically covered in bandages under this thing. Actually, the bandages are really itchy. 13's been resisting the urge to scratch all day so far, and it is a losing battle. Mina raises an eyebrow. Really? Guess she'll just have to take 13's word for it. A thought crosses Izuku's mind. Now that I think about it, I've actually never seen 13 outside their costume. Oh, well, that doesn't matter right now. He's just glad his mentor is back on their feet. So, what was it you wanted to talk to us about? The space hero rubs the back of their head as if embarrassed. I just wanted to make sure you were all okay with my own eyes. Their gaze shifts to the pink-skinned girl. And I wanted to let you both know I was okay. Their eyes then trace over to Izuku. And to let you know that I've been made aware of the whole situation. Izuku immediately gets what 13's trying to tell him. That they've been made aware of the situation with Tetrax Shard and the jamming program within Plumber Base. Izuku can only assume that Magister Nizu had filled the hero in at some point. Overall, I'm glad that 13 came by to say hello and show that they're okay. But if that was the case, then why didn't they ask for Uraraka to be out here too? Unless... Izuku's eyes drift towards Mina. Unless they actually asked to see Mina. Which makes sense. Even he heard how 13 threw themselves at a mutant monster to save her. So, of course, as a hero they would want to reassure her. So, then why am I here? 13 could have always given me a call. Izuku's attention goes towards his homeroom teacher, who's been silently observing from the side. 13 turns their attention back on Mina. I heard you looked after me when I was down, and that you were pretty worried about me. They bow their head as best they can despite the injuries. You have my thanks. Mina sniffs. And no. Thank you, sniff 13. She wipes her palms against her face to cover up the leaking tears. For the last few days she's been secretly bottling up her feeling of worry and grief, especially after what had happened. She had witnessed her teacher throw their life on the line just to save her. That's something that isn't so easily forgotten or shrugged off. Despite the tears of relief pricking her eyes, Mina manages a smile. I'm Sniff, just super glad you're okay. She wipes her nose and tries to give her best cheerful grin. And back on your feet. 13 chuckles at her sudden enthusiasm. What can I say? It'll take a lot more than this to keep me down. 13's smile stiffens from underneath their helmet. Besides, I have a promise to uphold. So, I can't afford to let some injuries stop me from seeing it through. Aizawa is beginning to get a bit impatient, probably because he wants to lie down and take a nap somewhere, or maybe it's the fact that President Mick's voice is so loud that he can hear him through the walls and it's beginning to give him a migraine. 13. I know you wanted to reassure them, but they still need to get to class. Of course, I won't hold you up. The space hero turns back to the students. If you two need anything, just let me know. Izuku gives the hero a curt nod. Right? Mina gives the hero a big thumbs up. You got it. 13 smiles and offers a friendly wave as they begin to head back. Good luck in the sports festival, by the way. I'm sure you'll both do great. Mina grins proudly, standing tall with her hands at her sides. You bet we will. Izuku smiles sheepishly with a soft chuckle. He's not that confident to join in with Mina's proclamation. Aizawa cuts into the moment. Ashido, head on back to class. I need to have a few words with Midoriya. Sure. Mina waves as she skips back to class. See ya, Midoriya. And good luck. Why would you say that? Izuku calls after her, but she just slams the class door closed, leaving him alone with their less than sympathetic teacher. Aizawa pushes himself off the wall so he can stand directly in front of the boy. Midoriya. What is it, sir? The hero's piercing red eyes peek out through his bandages, making him look like a malicious mummy that's ready to put a curse on him. If I wasn't injured, I'd be strangling you with my scarf right now. Izuku is rightfully startled by the declaration, and a part of him truly believes that his teacher would not hesitate to do so. What F for? I heard what you did at the USJ. You fought that new villain all on your own. Oh yeah, he did do that, didn't he? I was made aware that you know this new guy and that the villains baited you into a fight. Izuku gulps. He really hopes Mr. Aizawa isn't going to go digging for answers on how he knows Henzu. I'm not going to pry into your past, but understand this. His piercing glare somehow became 7 times more intense and serious. What you did was probably the rashest and most suicidal thing you could have done. Okay, Izuku really wasn't expecting that as a response. But truthfully, he probably should have seen it coming. If the others hadn't arrived in time to save you, you'd have been dead, and so could have Azui and Ida. You not only put your life on the line, but there's two. There is no way Aizawa is going to sugarcoat this. This boy needs to understand how close to death he really was. As a hero, we risk our lives day in and day out. But we cannot act recklessly, and without a proper plan, otherwise we risk the lives of those around us and our comrades. Do you understand that? He does. Izuku understands that what he did was far from the smartest decision he could have made. Heck, if he really wanted to save his friends and Aizawa, then XLR8 would have been more than fast enough to get them all out of there and get help. Hell, he could have used XLR8 from the beginning to go get help. But he didn't. He messed up and tried to be the hero. And if he failed, his friends' lives could have been lost. Why, yes, sir. Aizawa can tell that the boy has taken his words to heart, which is a good thing. That means they don't have to waste any more time on the issue. Good. The hero turns so he can leave. One last thing. Izuku stands a bit straighter, wondering if he's going to get scolded for some other reason. Thank you for saving my life. And with that, Aizawa begins to limp away so he can take a nap. Izuku is at first surprised, but he can't help but smile. During the scolding, he had forgotten that he did in fact save Eraserhead from Nomu's clutches. Even though what he did was reckless, he did save Mr. Aizawa's life, and that's something to be proud of. Even so, he'll make sure not to be so stupidly reckless in the future. Okay, he'll at least try not to, because a part of him feels like there's no conceivable way that he can uphold that promise. Aizawa doesn't make it that far before adding in one last bit of information. Oh, before I forget, you need to come up with a speech. Pardon? You scored as number 1 in the entrance exam, and it's school tradition that the number 1 spot gives the student pledge during the sports festival. He turns and finally takes his leave. Try not to embarrass yourself while on stage and in front of millions of viewers. If he could see the boy's face, there's no doubt he'd break into a fit of laughter. Izuku is in a complete disarray of nervousness. He had totally forgotten that that is a rule here at UA. And with all the excitement, he failed to remember that he did in fact score the highest, and thus the speech will be left to him. Just him talking into a microphone, while his face is being broadcasted across the entire world. Sure, no big deal. He can handle that, right? Aizawa turns the corner, officially leaving Izuku alone to stir in his own trepidations. You're a very capable kid, but if you can't learn self-preservation, it will only end in tragedy for not just you, but for those you leave behind. Aizawa for one understands how hard it is to lose someone like that, to lose someone you care about for making reckless mistakes and hesitating when you need to step up. Hopefully, this boy can succeed where he had failed to learn that lesson too late. ####. As the lunch bell rings, Cementos exits Class 1A so he can enjoy his own lunch while the students break off into individual groups so they can chat. Kirishima gives his classmates a wide grin. That villain stuff sucked, sure, but I'm pumped for these games. Siro bumps the thrilled lad with his elbow. We put on a good show, and we're basically on the road to being pros. Sato smirks from his seat. Yeah, this is why I'm even here in the first place. He slams his fist into his palm to exaggerate his point. Tokoyami nods while perches atop a nearby desk. We get so few chances. We have to make the most of this. At the front of the room, Hagakure excitedly bounces off the balls of her feet. Oh man, Ojiro. I'm getting kind of nervous about the festival. I have to come up with a way to get noticed. Ojiro offers up a kind, but sheepish smile. Sure. Maybe with a cheer. Hagakure begins to create a cheer while Ojiro comments. Maybe you should be looking at a shinier costume or something. Otherwise, you're gonna have to try really hard. Yuga Aoyama smirks while twirling around the front of the room. My, what's a boy to do? I stand out even when I'm standing still. That means the scouts won't be able to take their eyes off me. He spins around in dazzling fashion, holding out his hand towards the Koda. In response, Koda steps back in fright of the overbearing classmate. Aoyama leans in a little too close for Koda's comfort. Don't you agree? Koda frantically nods his head. Not because he agrees, but so Aoyama would leave him alone a lot quicker. Kaminari takes a seat upon Shoji's desk while Jiro and Yaoyorozu join in on their conversation. You're so lucky, Shoji. People are bound to notice your unique quirk. Shoji isn't so sure. Sure, but what matters is that I show them how useful I can be. Jiro releases a small chuckle. Before pointing a finger at Kaminari, no doubt you'll make a scene, too. She remembers how dumb Kaminari gets when he uses his electricity too much and fries his brain. Kaminari, on the other hand, doesn't find it at all amusing. Instead, he growls at her in annoyance. In the meantime, Izuku is observing how everyone is trying to get themselves psyched up for the sports festival. This is gonna be nuts. Everyone's so excited. Ida springs out of his seat. Well, yeah, of course we are. We enrolled at this school with the sole aim to become heroes. He throws his arms at the side while pumping his fists rather slowly up and down and swaying from side to side in an attempt to look like he's excited. So, naturally we're all getting fired up. Mina and Tsuyu find his actions rather amusing. Wow, Ida, those are some interesting moves. Karo. Ida ignores her, but thankfully he stops whatever it was he was doing. You have to be excited, too, right, Midoriya? Well, yeah, of course I am. Izuku's shoulders droop for a moment. And also nervous. Deku. Ida. The two boys in question turn to face their friend Ochaco. But what they see is something totally unexpected. Ochaco's entire demeanor is so much more intense than it usually is, with a dark, intense aura emanating around her. A dark, scary grin is plastered onto her face. It's so maniacal that it could rival Bakugo's own wicked smile. Let's do our best in the sports festival. Comes off more as an order than a friendly suggestion. Izuku and Ida are both taken back by her out-of-character demeanor. Yuyurarika? What happened to your face? And they're not the only ones, as Mina pops herself into the discussion too. Seriously, what's up? You're normally way more laid back than this. Perhaps she's just excited. But this is too intense for mere excitement. Ochaco stomps her foot to the side while shooting her fist into the air. Her shining glare pierces through her group of friends. Everyone, I'm gonna do my best. Yeah. Ida and Midoriya mimic her stance, as do Mina and Tsuyu. Ochaco reels around to face the rest of the class who didn't participate. I said I'm gonna do my best. However, instead of getting the other groups involved, she instead shouted right into the face of one annoyed Katsuki Bakugo. Shut up, will ya? Nobody wants to hear your pathetic promises. Ochaco is incredibly offended. Pathetic. The only pathetic one is you. What did you say? As the two are drawn into a shouting match, the rest of the class watch on in a combination of interest and concern. Shiro frowns at the sight. Is she okay? Kirishima shakes his head. I don't know. She kinda looks like she's losing it. In a desperate attempt to break up the fight, Izuku grabs Ochaco's shoulders and tries to pull her away before punches, or explosions, are thrown. Sorry, Bakugo. She's just really excited. Without looking, both of the hotheads turn on the cinnamon roll. Shut it, Deku. So mean. Izuku whines. Fine. Well, I'm heading to the support course. Ida questions him before he can leave. The support course? Whatever for. Oh, I wanted to talk to them and see if they'd fix my hoodie. Izuku holds up his torn hoodie, the very same one that Ochaco gave to him. As if on cue, Ochaco reels around so fast that it takes a minute for Bakugo to realize that she's ditched their match. I'll go with you, she states all too innocently, as if a second ago she wasn't yelling her head off. The entire class has the same thought in response to her sudden change in attitude. What a 180! A sweat drop forms on Izuku's head.
Zure.
I don't see why not. The two make their way for the exit, leaving behind an annoyed Bakugo, who's grinding his teeth together in frustration. The rest of the class follow their example and head on out for lunch. From his desk, Todoroki eyes the doorway where Izuku and Ochaco just disappeared from. Izuku holds his hoodie a little closer as they move. So, why do you need to go to the support course? Ochaco digs into her pocket until she pulls out a folded piece of paper. I wanted to talk to Mr. Power Loader about this. She hands the paper to Izuku. He unfolds it and examines the drawing and notes she's jotted down on it. Is this? Yup, my design for a support item. I got the idea after what Tetrax said, so I brainstormed some ideas, and this was the best one. And she's rather proud of it. It took her hours to come up with a cool design. The design is a not-so-simple one. Basically, it's a drawing of her in her very own over-the-top battle suit. With lasers, missiles, and rockets, she can fly around all she likes. She figures that with her zero gravity, she could make the armor weightless, and thus moving it around wouldn't be that much of an issue. Pretty soon, the two of them are nearing the support course's development studio. They can already see the doorway up ahead. As they approach, they can almost hear muffled shouts coming from within the room. It sounds like someone is shouting about shutting something down and quickly, followed by a lot of bangs and crashes of metal against something. The two stop just a few feet from the door. They both eye the door, wary, unsure if they want to get involved with whatever's happening within. Ochaco doesn't remove her eyes from the door in case something bursts out. What do you think is happening? Don't know. Maybe an experiment gone wrong? His mind reels back to when one of the megawatts took over a robot. Maybe it's a robot going out of control. No way. Why would someone have something so dangerous in a school building? Suddenly, something big and fast crashes through the development studio door, smashing it to bits as the sounds of wheels screeching against the tile pierces their ears. Target sighted. Preparing to eliminate. Ochaco and Izuku are taken back by the sudden appearance of what appears to be a villain bot. The very same one used in the entrance exam, and if they recall correctly, it appears to be a one-point villain. The one-point bot's tires spin before it races forward. Prepare to be eliminated. The bot swings its large metallic arm forward. As if on instinct, Ochaco and Izuku jump back just in time to avoid getting their heads smashed in. Out of reflex, Izuku activates the Omnitrix and disappears behind a veil of green light. As he transforms, Ochaco quickly presses her hands against the robot's arm, making it weightless. The bot takes another swing at her, but she ducks down just as the robot begins to float upward. Acting quickly, she slams her palm upward, propelling the robot up and away from them both. The bot glares down and aims its Gatling gun at her, but a slender black tendril wraps around its arm and redirects it. I don't think so. Feedback's other tendril and tail lash out. His plugs pierce through the bot's metallic exterior, and the bot's battery is drained away in mere seconds. With the danger gone, Ochaco releases her zero gravity, and the bot comes crashing down onto the tile floor, and the students allow themselves to relax, taking deep breaths to slow their racing hearts. An angry power loader steps out of the room as he shouts back at someone else within it. Damn it, Hatsum! Look at what you've done! A rather feminine yet maniacal laugh rings out. Ha ha ha! It's all in the name of progress. Progress? What progress? I told you to leave that thing alone. You're only making more work for me. Power Loader sighs before turning his attention on the hero course students. Power Loader is a short, skinny man. He has spiky ginger hair. His hands appear to be the largest part of his body, disproportionate to his rather small frame, and, due to his quirk, He has an orange L-shaped piece at the end of each finger. His hero costume consists of a large yellow helmet in the shape of a rectangular excavator claw. He's shirtless while also wearing a pair of large, fingerless gray gloves with metal guards that extend down his arms, as well as a pair of plain cyan pants. I am so sorry about that. We had a bit of a malfunction. He turns back to the room. And it wasn't the robot that was malfunctioning. Ha ha ha. He sighs before continuing. Anyway, thank you for handling the situation. You two must be in the hero course, is that correct? Feedback blinks in confusion, wondering who the hero was yelling at. But with a shake of his head, he forms a reply. We are, sir. Figured, the way you two reacted, I can tell you're from Class 1A. Am I right? Ochaco nods. You are. Knew it. I heard about how well you guys fought off the villains. His eyes drift over to the depowered robot. And judging from what I just saw, I can tell that the two of you are going to be worth keeping an eye on. The two teens smile in appreciation. And it's true, they really did take out the robot rather efficiently. Perhaps they've just grown that much, or perhaps they've learned to not hesitate in such situations anymore. The same could probably be said for their classmates, too. All in all, the sports festival is really going to be something. Power Loader gestures for them to step inside. They happily oblige since they are here to see him. The development studio is a complete mess with overturned tables and chairs, papers scattered across the floor, and a few broken and smashed up pieces of machines and metal lying about here and there. There's someone else in the room too, and it appears to be a girl around their own age with salmon pink hair styled into thick dreadlocks. She has her back to them as she's too busy working on some other machine with a welding torch. Power Loader scowls at the sight of the girl. Are you seriously working on something else already? Shouldn't you be cleaning up this mess? Which, by the way, you caused. The girl simply laughs off Power Loader's scolding. No time. With the sports festival soon on the way, I need to be ready to show off my super cute babies. Feedback and Ochaco blink in confusion. Babies? Power Loader sighs in frustration, but ultimately lets it go for now so he can attend to students who aren't as destructive and overbearing. So, what can I help you with? Feedback is happy to answer. We wanted to get some support items. Ochaco holds up her design a little higher as she nods her head in excitement. Right. My name is Ochaco Urarika and my quirk is zero gravity, so I was hoping I could get an item that dash. In a blink of an eye, a swift hand snatches her design right from her fingers. The pink-haired girl looks over Ochaco's design with a grin that should be on a mad scientist. Why, of course. I'd be happy to make them for you. Handsome. I never agreed to this. Power Loader roars. Not yet, you haven't. She states all too happily, like she doesn't fear any repercussions. She smiles up at the hero course students so they can get a proper look at her. The name's May Hatsum, inventor extraordinaire and your future supplier for gear and other support items. They haven't agreed to anything either. May Hatsum is a reasonably short girl with quite a mature build. She has salmon pink hair, which is shoulder length, and styled into thick dreadlocks. Her eyes are wide, and their irises are yellow in color with a cross-aim in the center, making them look somewhat like scope lenses. Hatsum ignores her teacher's scolding, before leaning in uncomfortably close to Ochaco's own face. Either way, I'd be more than happy to help you by making you one of my glorious babies. A light blush forms on Ochaco's face. Be babies? You betcha. Hatsum finally backs off, allowing Ochaco a chance to calm her nerves. Although your design is absolute trash. She unceremoniously crumbles the paper up before tossing it aside like regular trash and not something Ochaco had spent hours working on. The gravity wielder's jaw drops open in astonishment of the brutal honesty of the girl. Power Loader picks up and unfolds the sheet so he can have a look. She's actually right. Although you have the right idea, this design will only hinder your maneuverability. And considering how her quirk works, it will also hold her back in a fight. Hatsum grins, holding a hand to her chest as if giving a grand speech. That's right. Which is why I will oversee its production. You will do no such thing. Power Loader snaps. Did you forget how you made that villain robot go berserk? I told you to leave it alone. but the moment I turn away you're playing around with it. Ha ha ha, that's okay. I was just trying to improve it. Power Loader grabs at his head, trying to prevent himself from outright attacking the stupid girl. You know what, go ahead. Maybe it'll keep you distracted for a while. Hooray! Hatsum immediately runs back to her workstation where she shoves away her previous work and begins grabbing every sheet of paper so she can come up with her own design. Meanwhile, Ochaco and Feedback have been watching on while at a complete loss for words. What just happened? Ochaco shyly presses her fingers together. So, if that's all, I guess I'll be heading off to lunch. You might as well. Power Loader agrees. And don't you worry about a thing. We should have this item good and ready by the end of the sports festival. Thank you. Ochaco bows before turning to her friend. I'll see you later, alright? Feedback smiles down at her. That's fine. I still need to put my order in, too. If he was paying attention, he would have noticed Hatsum jolting up in excitement. Ochaco waves back at them as she walks away in haste just in case that Hatsum girl causes any more issues. Power Loader looks up at the much taller being. So, what is that you need? Feedback turns to him and grins excitedly as he grips his hoodie. Hopefully, he too will get the exact upgrade he needs to perform as a hero. Meanwhile, Ochaco has finally made it down the hallway, and as such is now a safe distance away from the development studio and Mei Hatsum. Despite the girl brushing off her hard work, there's still a good amount of excitement in her heart. Hopefully she'll soon have what she needs to conquer the skies. Ha 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 ha. An all too familiar presence runs in from out of nowhere, appearing before Ochaco in spectacular fashion. Young Uraraka is here. Ochaco is somehow calm, as if expecting such a thing from All Might, whereas others probably would have jumped back in fright at his sudden boisterous appearance. Hi, All Might. What are you doing here? Lunch. He holds up his own little bento box as he crouches down holding his hands together. You want to eat with me? Ochaco spit takes. That's adorable. Is that a yes? It is, and so the two make their way to the UA break room. Unbeknownst to either of them, a third party is quietly observing from the shadows. Todoroki leers at their retreating forms with mild intrigue. All Might and Ochaco Uraraka. Huh? Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Toshinori takes a seat on the couch as he prepares a batch of tea for himself and his student. Even though it's shameful that I couldn't be there, I can't stress enough how proud and impressed by you I am. Ochaco smiles shyly from her seat opposite of the weakened All Might. But I am happier knowing that you were able to walk away with minimal injuries, not to mention 0 casualties on their side. But he doesn't want to think about how close they were for that to occur. Toshinori pours them each a cup before sliding it across the coffee table. I brought you here to talk about the festival. The problem is you still can't fully control one for all yet. So then, what's your plan? Ochaco grips her cup in though. Ah, wait, I did once. She did control one for all when she protected Deku from Nu. When I landed a smash on Wichi, there was no backlash at all. Her right arm was totally fine, no swelling, it wasn't broken, and she was even able to use her zero-gravity field later on without that much of a struggle. Although her stomach was a bit queasy afterwards. Toshinori's head jumps up a bit in astonishment. Oh, that's right, you did mention that. What was different about that smash? Well, her tone falls becoming somber. Maybe it's because I knew I had to do something. We were facing real-life villains and I knew they would have killed my friends if I did nothing. And I wasn't really thinking when I threw myself at Wichi. She folds her arms together trying to think of a better explanation. Toshinori holds his chin. Sounds like you succeeded in subconsciously putting on the brakes, so you wouldn't have to kill anyone. At least it's some kind of progress. Maybe you need to search your feelings and find that drive once again. And with it, you could use it to help you control your power's output. Taking a sip of her tea, Ochaco considers her mentor's advice. It had to be the feeling of protecting others that drove her to controlling one for all. So if she can draw on that feeling, on that sense of duty, she can properly wield one for all without injuring herself. Toshinori gets up, walking over towards the window where he's greeted by his own reflection. To be frank, I don't have much time left as the world's symbol of peace. Soon I'll have to put that title to bed. That fact is truer than ever, especially if he considers how differently things could have played out if he was at the USJ from the start. If he definitely would have over-exceeded his time limit, and the villains could have very well have finished him off once and for all. But he's been given a chance, and he is not going to waste it. He needs to use his time left as the symbol of peace wisely by ensuring that his successor can take his place before evil can take a foothold and rise up. The USJ incident is proof that there are some villains out there that have taken notice. Taken notice that he's not around as much as he used to be, that he's become weaker. His gaze falls upon the city below UA where countless innocents live their lives. Someone has to step up and keep the people safe. Ochaco stands up from her seat to face Toshinori. She's no fool. She understands what he's asking of her. The number one hero turns to her, holding up his hand and clenching his fist with unflinching resolve. I gave you my power for one reason. Because you will be the hero who takes my place. Ochaco's mind flashes back to all those moments when her parents couldn't provide enough for themselves. They always sacrificed their own well-being and happiness so she could have a chance in life. And to thank them, she really wanted to make a lot of money as a hero to give them the life they deserve. So they can live their lives with smiles on their faces, free of worry and fear. And not just them, but her ultimate dream for everyone. Is it naive? Sure. But those that make it a less than worthy dream to pursue? Absolutely not. She will become a hero that can make everyone feel safe and happy with her presence alone. Do you still feel the same way when we met? Do you still want to be a hero? Ochaco looks up at Toshinori with an intense and determined aura. She nods, promising that she still has the same drive as before. No, she is in fact even more driven than before to succeed. Excellent. Toshinori grins. The time has come for you to prove it. This sports festival, it's something that the pros know. The entire county will be watching very closely. I want you to think of this sports festival as your debut. You are the fledgling symbol of peace. The next All Might. His gaze pierces through her own. Ochaco Uraraka. Their eyes lock, and Ochaco can almost feel herself being pulled into his sapphire eyes. His gateways to this soul of bright racing colors that shine with the power of one for all. I want you to introduce yourself to the world and proudly say, I am here. Ochaco's previous intensity returns from before, her shining gleaming in exhilaration as she grins madly up at the hero. All Might. She threw her fist into the air. I'm gonna do my best. Scary? Hashtag. Izuku steps over the rubble of the smashed door. Thanks for the help. I greatly appreciate it. Power Loader sees the boy out. Any time, Midoriya. I'm glad we can be of help. And don't you worry, you'll have your hoodie back as good as new, if not better, in no time. Hatsum pops her head out as she waves about the schematics for Izuku's design. And I'll be sure to make this design a top-tier support item. With that, she pops right back into the studio. Hatsum, I didn't say you'd be working on this one, too. Power Loader jumps back into the room before she blows something up or destroys a section of the school. Fearing for his own safety, Izuku retreats down the hallway to safety. Ah, there you are. Izuku turns and smiles. Oh, hey 13. 13 smiles as they approach Izuku. Hey Midoriya. Sorry we couldn't speak properly before. It's alright, I understand why. Mr. Aizawa and Mina were right there, so they couldn't exactly discuss Tetrax and Vilgax so casually. And I am really glad to see that you're okay. Me too. 13 gestures to the nearby empty classroom. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you real quick. Izuku steps inside. About what? 13 steps inside and shuts the door behind them. Well, I just wanted to make sure you aren't nervous for the sports festival. Izuku rubs the back of his head shyly. Yeah. I'd be lying if I say I wasn't. Not to mention he now has to prepare a big speech to the entire world. No big deal, he'll only be humiliating himself in front of every single hero in existence. No reason to be worried, right? Why though? You've already faced far worse things than the sports festival, if anything. I'd figured you'd be more excited. 13 flexes and raises their arms in excitement. You can really make it far. Heck, I bet you could win it all if you wanted to. I guess. Izuku states with the least amount of confidence he could. 13 flops so hard on the ground that their helmet nearly cracks. Izuku quickly tries to remedy the situation. BB, but it's not like this is my last chance to get scouted. I mean, aren't I just going to be recruited by you and Principal Nizu? About that. 13 picks themselves back up. We both agreed not to scout you. What? Relax, what I mean is, you should take this opportunity to get some. 13 leans in close, covering their mouth despite it being hidden by a helmet. Real-world experience. What they mean is, Izuku needs some Earth experience, some human hero work. Oh, I see your point. Right, this is a great opportunity for you. Also for us. Midoriya, you have to understand this. 13 grips the boy's shoulder. When you use your powers in front of everyone, what are they going to see? They'll see me transforming into, and then it hits him. Aliens, right? Oh my god, I didn't even consider it. Oh, what am I going to do? What if someone finds out? What about my old classmates? They might go online or to the press and tell them I'm supposed to be quirkless. And they'll definitely see it since the UA Sports Festival is broadcasted across the world. And space. Yeah, and space. Wait, what? 13 shrugs like it's no big deal. Yeah, Nizu likes to broadcast the sports festival into space. It apparently helps deter any wannabe invaders, because if they see how strong our children are, then they'll be too afraid to take on adult humans. What about this Vilgax guy? Won't he see it? Nope. 13 states a matter-of-factually. Nizu uses the plumber's own secured communications network to broadcast the event to the plumbers, and they in turn broadcast it to selected planets. So, I wouldn't worry too much about Vilgax. And besides, even if he knows the Omnitrix is still on Earth, he can't exactly track you down anymore. Besides, even Vilgax has to think twice about coming down to Earth and attacking. Not even he's capable of taking on Earth's heroes alone. Although 13 would rather they deal with the issue directly, but with things in such a state as they are, they can't do anything without risking an intergalactic incident. Izuku's shoulders slumped down. Oh, okay. But that doesn't make me feel any better. In fact, he feels worse. There's so much more pressure now. Now the population of the planet seems like a tiny crowd of people he'd have to talk in front of. But now he has an entire universe to perform in front of. Yeah, that's comforting. 13 can almost sense the distress radiating off the boy. Izuku's poker face is just that terrible. Either way, they need to reassure the boy. Midoriya, you want to be a hero, don't you? Of course. Izuku replies with little to no hesitation. Well, aliens need heroes too. And Nizu and I both believe that through your participation in the sports festival you will inspire a great deal of others out there in the cosmos to stand up to tyranny and villainy. Yes, he will inspire others to stand up for what's right, whether that means defending their homes or joining the plumbers. And hopefully the plumbers of Earth can get some much-needed reinforcements to help out with their responsibilities. You will be the one to inspire them, to bring about future heroes that will work in unison to protect not just Earth but all worlds. That's not exactly comforting, but it is something to strive for. 13 really isn't asking for much. All they're really asking Izuku to do is to do his best and give it his all. I'll try. And that's all I ask. ####. Mina throws her head back as she tries to shake off the stress of the day. What a day! Kaminari scratches at his head, ruffling up his hair. My brain is fried. Jiro chuckles. I bet it is. Would you just leave me alone, Jiro? While the students begin to pack it up for the day, Ida and Tsuyu approach Izuku. Ida stands before him trying to be as polite as he possibly can hold himself. Hey, Midoriya. What's up? We don't mean to pry, but we just can't help but wonder. So please don't think ill of us. I won't. What is it they want to talk about? Tsuyu finally pipes up. How did you know that new guy? Unfortunately, Tsuyu was a bit too loud when she asked and everyone in the class overheard. Kirishima immediately lets it be known that he overheard them. Oh yeah, didn't he know you too, Bakugo? Bakugo scowls, leaning back in his seat like it's no big deal. Yeah, I knew him. And honestly, I can't say I'm surprised how he turned out. Hashman. Midoriya. Tsuyu tries to refocus the conversation. Izuku jolts up in his seat. Oh, we actually used to be friends. Shoji peers at Izuku with a questioning look. You used to be friends with a villain? Zero is in just as much disbelief. Man, and here I thought you were a modeled citizen. Izuku takes a bit of an offense to that. Hey, he wasn't a villain before. He then slumps back into his seat. Well, he did get in fights and detentions. I know he was in juvie for a time and dash. We get it. Interrupt the entire class. Sorry. Anyway, we were friends, but we had a falling out. That's definitely an understatement. And after that, we never spoke to each other again. Hell, he even stopped coming to school. Bakugo's eyes pop open for a minute. Oh, so that's why he stopped showing his face. I just figured he got sick and tired of everybody. Zero raises an eyebrow at Bakugo. I'm honestly surprised you didn't get along with this guy when Midoriya could. Shut up, elbows. Tsuyu's eyes cast themselves downward. It must have been a pretty nasty breakup if he beat you up as badly as he did. Izuku nods slowly. Yeah. I'd rather not relive any of those moments. Ida holds his hand over his heart as he addresses the greenette. Midoriya, thank you for indulging our curiosity. And you should know that we don't think any less of you. If anything, he holds even great respect for his classmate, and he never really questioned his loyalty. He just wanted to satiate his curiosity. After all, there's no way Izuku Midoriya of all people would purposely get involved with such a terrible crowd, especially after he so willingly threw his life on the line for them. We know you're not someone that means ill will to anyone. Honestly, I can almost wager that your relationship with this villain was more of a toxic one. And glad to see you here, seeking out a much brighter future than your so-called friend. Izuku appreciates the sentiment. Thanks. Kirishima grabs Izuku's shoulder and gives him a bit of a shove. And besides, the way you took that guy was totally badass. Izuku blushes under the sudden praise. Ojiro's tail rises up as if interested. What do you mean? Oh, you guys should have seen it. Midoriya charged in and transformed into this super cool crystal guy and totally demolished that villain like he was nothing. It was a total one-hit KO. No way.
Mina Ovis.
Whoa. Hagakure excitedly waves her hands about. Can we see this transformation? Izuku is at first startled by the sudden enthusiasm, but he doesn't see the harm in showing them. Sure, I guess I can. Izuku gets up and stands at the front of the room while dialing up the correct alien as his classmates await with bated breath. With a deep, calming breath, Izuku presses his finger down on the dial. Diamond Head. Diamond Head appears before everyone, standing taller than Shoji, allowing everyone to awe at his crystallized body and commanding demeanor. So cool. The class awes. Aoyama applauds. I must admit, you have quite the sparkle. Tsuyu frowns. Diamond Head. Diamond Head nods. Yeah, it's this guy's name. Lame. Diamond Head gives her a deadpan look. Will she ever appreciate the names for his transformations? It was Bakugo's idea. Ha! The blonde in question scowls. When in the hell did he come up with a name for stupid Deku? Todoroki glares up at the crystal being with a skeptical look. How did you get a new transformation anyway? I don't know. Todoroki's glare hardens in response. He definitely is not buying that excuse. But he isn't going to pursue an answer. It's not his business after all. Kaminari lets out an exasperated sigh. This is so not fair. Why does Midoriya get the cool upgrade just before the sports festival? Sato slumps in defeat as well. Yeah, you said it. Tokoyami nods in agreement. This world is full of mysteries, and our dear classmate just happens to be one of them. Yaoyorozu approaches the living crystal with an intrigued but suspicious look in her eye. Midoriya, could I have a closer look? Diamond Head holds his crystallized arm out so Yaoyorozu can have a look.
Zure.
If Diamond Head could blush, he definitely would, as Yaoyorozu strokes his arm as she examines the being's lack of flesh and skin. Mineta can be heard whining in the background. No fair. Why does Midoriya get the attention? Tsuyu's tongue immediately lashes out across the room and slaps the little shit. Yaoyorozu, thankfully, seems to have ignored Mineta's whining as she continues to examine the crystal. Can I take a shard? Oh, sure. Diamond Head produces a small shard in between his fingers before dropping it into Yaoyorozu's waiting palm. Jiro curiously watches as Yaoyorozu examines the tiny shard. Why would you want that thing? Hagakure tries to give her own explanation. Well, who doesn't like diamonds? Yaoyorozu, however, denies that statement. Well, I'm not so sure if this is diamond. Diamond Head would beg to differ. Excuse me? Oh, it's just that my family owns quite a bit of diamond-encrusted jewelry at home. So, I've developed quite a keen eye for such things. I even learned how to produce diamonds myself so I could practice with my quirk. Yaoyorozu says this in an absolutely friendly and innocent way, so no one can really hate on her for essentially flexing her wealth at them. Except for maybe Ochaco. Did she just tell us she's rich? Yaoyorozu turns back to her transformed classmate. I'd like to study this crystal if you don't mind, Midoriya. It's like nothing I've ever seen. Okay. I don't have a problem with it. Besides, he has to admit, he's a bit curious to see what she finds out as well. Ochaco claps her hands together, gathering everyone's attention. Well, I think we all had a rousing day, and so I think it's time we all head out for the day. Zero grins. Yeah, good call. Shoji nods. Yeah, I'm ready to go home. Diamond Head grabs his bag before cupping his chin as he remembers something. Same, I promised my mom. I'd help with some chores today. Maybe he should get Ditto or XLR8 to help out again. After grabbing their things, Ochaco, Ida, and a still transformed Izuku are the first ones to approach the door. Ochaco is the one to swing it open, but what she finds is not at all what anybody was expecting. Why the heck are you all here? Standing before them, blocking the exit, is a huge crowd of UA students, all of which are observing the class with wonder and curiosity. Some even have their phones out to record Class 1A. Ida, like the class president he is, addresses them. Do you students have some sort of business with our class? Mineta runs up to his side. Why are you blocking our doorway? He begins to panic, grabbing onto Diamond Head's leg. Don't let them hold us hostage, he cries up at the much larger being. Diamond Head almost feels pity for the little creature. Calm down, will ya? Bakugo stomps forward, as if there is no crowd of onlookers before them. They're scouting out the competition, idiots. Ochaco steps aside as Bakugo approaches the crowd. Bakugo, she warns he better not do something mean. While she's thinking this, Diamond Head is silently praying that he won't explode anybody. Bakugo eyes her as he comes to a stop. Originally, he was just going to shove right past these fools, but he'll indulge them for now. We're the classroom that survived and took on a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes. The crowd backs away nervously as Bakugo seems to be able to glare at each and every one of them. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras. And that was it, that was the last straw. As Ochaco's fist finds itself embedded into Bakugo's gut. What the hell? You know what? Ochaco shouts back. She can't believe that this idiot would outright call a group of people extras. Like they don't matter. You can't say that to someone when you don't know who they are. You need to fix that attitude of yours. The two soon find themselves in a death glare competition, which doesn't serve a purpose other than to make the crowd a bit fearful for their own well-being. Class 1. As president tries his best to calm the situation. Stop! You two mustn't fight like this. So this is Class 1A. An unfamiliar voice calls out from within the crowd, as someone new pushes himself forward through the crowd. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an ass. Huh? Bakugo growls at the newcomer. You know it's true. Ochaco huffs. The newcomer steps to the front of the crowd. The young man has messy, indigo-colored hair that flares out in large tufts around his head. His eyes are dark purple and half-closed with very dark eye bags underneath them, much like their teacher, Mr. Aizawa. He's holding the back of his neck as if to show that he isn't at all scared of the wannabe heroes. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or just you? As Bakugo glares at his new target of hate, everyone else, including Diamond Head, is frantically shaking their heads in denial of the accusation. The indigo-haired teen frowns. How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. Well, I guess except for her. His eyes look over towards Ochaco, since she willing tries to put her own classmate in his place. Although she appears to be a violent type as well, Ochaco's visibly shaken as all color drains from her face.
I'm violent?
That's not supposed to be her image. She's supposed to be the never-giving-up bubbly type, not a violent, not be like Bakugo. The aggravator sighs before addressing the entire class as a whole. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here I was forced to choose a different track. Such is life. TCH. Bakugo TSKS. I didn't cut it the first time around, but I have another chance. The aggravator's eyes furrow. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course. And they'll have to transfer people out to make room. Diamond Head, Ida, and Ochaco stiffen before their eyes drift towards the equally surprised and nervous Mineta. Scouting the competition? The aggravator eyes his competition, making sure to memorize each of their faces, so he knows who's an enemy. Maybe some of my peers are, but I'm here to let you know that if you don't bring your very best, I'll steal your spot right from under you. His eyes land on Diamond Head. Consider this a declaration of war. Ida, Izuku, and Ochaco share the same thought. Where did this guy even come from? Bakugo leers back at this punk, and if it weren't for all the witnesses, he'd definitely explode this guy's ass up to kingdom come. Somehow someone else from within the crowd manages to break up the tension. Hey you! A silver-haired teen with odd eyes pops out from the back of the crowd. He must have just arrived because he can't seem to pick up on the already present hostility. I'm from Class 1B next door to you. We heard you fought some villains and I came to see if that was true. But you're just a bunch of brats who think you're better than us. The trio grimace in response. Crap. Everyone hates our class now. The loud student continues with his outcry. Talk all you want. It'll just be more embarrassing when you're KO'd. Almost uncharacteristically, Bakugo doesn't even address the guy. Instead he walks right on by as the nervous crowd part away to let him through. Don't you ignore me. Kirishima runs up towards the front of the class. Dude, where are you going? You gotta say something. It's your fault they're all hating on us, Bakugo. Bakugo stops before he can get too far. These people don't matter. Huh. The only thing that's important is that I beat them. Both Ochaco's and Diamond Head's heads shoot up as if struck by inspiration. With nothing else to say, Bakugo heads on out for the day. The loud Class 1B student yells after him. Hey, I'm coming for you. Kirishima grunts in frustration as he holds up his fist, and a single tear forms in his eye. I hate that that was such a manly exit. Even though the guy's personality is crap, he can't help but admire the guy's fortitude. Kaminari, however, doesn't understand his thought process. Ha! Sato cups his large chin. You said it. Kaminari looks at him like he also lost his mind. Ha! Tokoyami agrees as well. We have to beat them, he wasn't wrong. Kaminari has had enough. Yeah, sure. But this sucks. He made us everyone's enemies. Mineta's on Kaminari's side. Yeah, that's right. All of these dumb students will be gunning for us in the festival now. Diamond Head thinks back to his conversation with Bakugo back near the start of the year, specifically after their big fight. How Bakugo proclaimed that Deku will never beat him again, and how he will ensure his dream of becoming the #1 hero and even surpass All Might. No matter what it takes. Kakin. Diamond Head's fist clenches. He thinks back to everyone else and their ambitions. To Ida's own dream of being like his brother, Ingenium, to Ochaco's wish to make everyone happy and safe, to what 13 hopes he can achieve in the sports festival, and even how Mr. Aizawa explained why this event is so important in the first place. He has to give this event the very best that he can. He can't afford to hold back, or he will be left behind by those around him. And he'd rather walk alongside his peers than try to catch up to them. He will take on this challenge head on, he will work hard, and in the end, he will walk away as the winner of the UA Sports Festival. But he better work hard because nobody, absolutely nobody, is going to lounge around and let him take the gold without a fight. because from this point on the entirety of Class 1A and their competition will be preparing themselves these next 2 weeks for one of the biggest fights of their young lives. All for the sake of their own individual dreams. Lodestar inhales and then exhales. His pincer-like hands flex as he leers at the challenge before him. Here we go. He aims his arm forward, standing tall as he towers over this dastardly foe. Rah! Lodestar releases a magnetic pulse that latches onto his target. He then struggles to flex his arm upward, until finally his target gives out and his arm is flung upward. Lodestar lets out a victorious shout. Ha! Check me out. Levitating above him is nothing but a large barbell. Look at me. I'm doing it. Mizo Shoji sets down his own barbell back onto the bench press before sitting up. Isn't that cheating? Lodestar is rightfully offended. What? Of course not. Then again, I think. He lowers the heavy barbell. Izuku's been exercising for over an hour now at the UA indoor gym since classes let out for the day. And he needs all the preparation he can get since they only have a total of 2 weeks to prepare themselves for the sports festival. And he's already been training practically non-stop for 9 days straight now. And he's far from the only one putting in the effort. Off to the side, Ochaco Uraraka is coaching Toru Hagakure while she tries to do some pull-ups. While Hagakure struggles to hang in there, Ochaco takes the opportunity to run over towards the boys. Let me give it a shot. Without waiting for permission, Ochaco stands over the same barbell, rubbing her hands together in preparation. Lodestar and Shoji share an amused look. They honestly don't think she'd be able to lift that thing off the ground. They couldn't be more wrong, because Ochaco manages to lift it up with one arm while grinning brightly like the sun. Lodestar's jaw drops, followed by his own head. It clangs off the ground as Shoji watches on in shock while both of their pride as strong young men take a serious wound. Ochaco can't help but smirk a little at their reactions. How's this boy? Hagakure happily cheers in the background. Way to show him, girl. From his head's new vantage point, Lodestar finally notices how Ochaco's fingers are clearly pressed onto the bar. Lodestar deadpans up at Shoji. And you said I cheated. Shoji laughs nervously. You did. Ochaco chuckles, realizing that she's been found out. Sorry, I couldn't resist. She lets go of the barbell, but it doesn't fall to the ground. Instead it floats in the air like a balloon. Release. Ochaco presses her fingertips together and the barbell comes crashing back onto the mats as its weight returns. Lodestar scoops his head off the ground and places it back between his horn shoulders. He turns his head as if screwing it into place. Real funny, Uraraka. Hee. Hey, it's good to let loose every now and then. Just because we're all getting ready and working hard, doesn't mean we can't have some fun too. Then again, if her plans go well, she'll hopefully be having a fun time tomorrow too. Besides, she too has been working her butt off. Just yesterday, her and Mina went out to the USJ where Ochaco practiced her zero gravity on all sorts of objects and heavy debris while Mina practiced with her acid. Heck, even Aoyama ended up joining them. But he had to leave early after a floating rock fell and landed on his head. By the way, Deku. Lodestar folds his arms. Yeah. How's it been going with your own training? Lodestar slouches forward as if thinking about it makes him tired. Man, it's been exhausting. I've spent almost every day working on a different transformation. Lodestar then begins to explain how he's been going about his training. As feedback, I absorbed electricity straight from batteries to test my limit. In all fairness, those batteries were actually the megawatts that they caught a while back. Apparently Nizu kept them around and is actually paying them to help generate power for the school, so Izuku got special permission to use them for training. Then, as XLR-8, I raced around the USJ for a while. That was fun. He learned that if he moves fast enough, he can even run on water. Yeah, that was a very surreal experience. Whenever I was gray matter, I just ran through my own obstacle course. Ochaco tilts her head to the side. Your own obstacle course? Lodestar shyly rubs his head. Yeah. I say obstacle course, but it's more like a little mouse maze I made for myself. He even used his old toys and other items to make traps and other obstacles while he ran his little course. Shoji decides to answer for the next one. Then you wrestled with me as... I think it was 4 arms? Yup. Lodestar smiles. Then I flew through the woods nearby as Terraspin. That wasn't as much fun as he thought it would be. He kept crashing into trees the entire time, but eventually he was able to make it through the gauntlet without crashing into anything. I practiced with Water Hazard's water propulsion to fly for a bit, kinda like riding a flyboard. Now that really was fun. Until he crashed at least. Oh, I also figured out how to do this thing with Diamond Head too. Yeah, he figured out that he could make blades with Diamond Head's arms. You know what, that probably would have been really useful during the USJ incident. Oh well. Ochaco claps her hands together. Just hearing about Deku's efforts are getting her pumped up for the sports festival. And rip jaws. Lodestar jolts in place as if surprised and worried by that question. Oh, I challenged Tsuyu to a race while at the school pool. Hagakure pops herself into the conversation. Who won? Lodestar thinks back to said race, when in reality it was more like a competition to grab a toy fish, and they decided that they could use any means to win. His face still hurts for when she used his face as a springboard to grab the target. She did. He presses his hands together shyly while not meeting any of their eyes. Ochaco has one last question. What about Ditto? Hashtag. I hate you. Oh, well, next time. Don't steal my Monopoly. A group of 4 Dittos are seated around the kitchen table with a game of Monopoly set up on the table. Originally, Izuku wanted to use the game as a means of improving his multitasking abilities by playing as Ditto, but things immediately went off the rails. Ditto 1 tries to establish order by being the adult in the situation. Ditto, give Ditto your $200. You landed on his property. Ditto 3 can't believe this injustice. No, he's in jail. I'm not going to give my money to a criminal. Ditto 2 has had enough with Ditto 3's excuses. That's not how you play, he shouts, flailing his arms about in a tantrum. The 4th Ditto shyly backs away in fright before turning to Ditto 1. Ditto, why is Ditto screaming? Ditto 1 instantly loses his shit. Shut the fuck up, Ditto. You don't get to talk after stealing my last railroad. Ditto 2 wails in frustration. I wish I was never born. Me too, cries Ditto 1 as he slams his hands against the table. You think I wanted this? AAA. Hashtag. I still need to work on Ditto. Ochaco eyes Lodestar concerned, but she doesn't pry into it. With a harsh shake to his head, Lodestar claps his claws together. Well, this has been fun, but I gotta get going. He promised his mom that he'd be home early today, and he's mainly cooperating because ever since the USJ incident, his mother's been way more overprotective and worrisome than before. Not like he can blame her, after all her own child could have been killed. Ochaco blinks up at the taller being. Oh, okay. I'll see you later. I'm not gonna stick around that much longer either. I've got a long day of work tomorrow. Hagakure is surprised by her statement. You have a job? Yeah. I needed to make some extra money on the side. She's actually had the job for a little while now. It's actually why she was able to buy a brand new phone so quickly, too. Izuku is also surprised by the news, but he can't dwell on it, otherwise he'll be drawn into another conversation and be late to the train. Well, good luck. Lodestar begins walking away towards the exit, transforming back into his normal self just as he reaches the doors. I'll be seeing you guys later. K. Ochaco waves back at him. Shoji salutes him away. Take care, alright? Bye, shouts Hagakure. Izuku waves through the glass wall as he makes his way to the locker room. As he walks through the long hallway, Izuku examines other sections of the indoor gym where other students are doing their own workouts, such as a trio of older students playing a game of basketball. One of the buffer teens with blonde hair looks like he's phasing through the floor before popping out of the ground and stealing the ball away from his blue-haired classmate as a weird spinning energy keeps her afloat in the air. All the while their third friend is slouching in the corner as if he's too shy and embarrassed to even be there. He spots Tsuyu back at the pool area, and he even sees Kirishima sparring with Bakugo. But what really gets his attention is when he's just about to enter the locker room. The indigo-haired guy who called out Izuku's class exits the locker room. Izuku stops dead in his tracks. Oh, and no, it's him. This is terrible. He doesn't want to deal with this guy alone. He's scary. Luckily for Izuku, the aggravator eyes Izuku as if annoyed but then continues to walk right past him like he's no threat to him. Izuku observes him as he walks by. The teen's sleeves are rolled up, showing off his rather lean biceps. Seriously, they must have been well hidden under his school uniform. There's no doubt he's been putting in his own effort. Clearly, he's trying to uphold his promise to Class 1A and fight his way into the hero course. Izuku finds that rather admirable. Sure, he's kinda scary, but if someone is willing to work that hard to be a hero, then how bad can they really be? Gee, good luck. The teen stops, shifting his head so he can observe Izuku. Who are you? Oh, That's right, he was Diamond Head when they first met, so he wouldn't recognize him. The guy seems to have lost patience and doesn't bother to wait for Izuku's answer. After all, he needs to continue training. Every second he wastes is another second for Class 1A to pull ahead. Izuku watches as the teen strides forward with purpose. I have to keep going. I have to work harder if I want to succeed. ####. After a quick train ride, Izuku makes it home with enough time to spare. Hey mom, I'm home. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya barrels out of the kitchen and right into her son. He barely has enough time to register the crushing hug before she begins to frantically examine him for any sign of injury. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Did you have any run-ins with villains? Mom, I'm fine. Izuku smiles down at his loving mother while prying her hands away from him. Promise. Oh, okay. But you'll tell me if you are, right? Tears of worry well up in her eyes as she begs the question. Izuku offers up a reassuring smile. Of course. Inko is happy to accept that answer as she wipes away her tears. All right, I bet you're hungry. So, let's get some food in you. Sounds good. Izuku takes his shoes off as Inko makes her way back to the kitchen. He really can't help but have appreciation for his mother. And even though her worrying can be a bit annoying, he just can't bring himself to tell her otherwise. She's his mom. She's always going to worry about him. Besides, she's already done so much for him, especially be there for him, so he doesn't really have a right to complain. Pretty soon the two of them are seated and enjoying their freshly cooked dinner. But throughout the meal, Inko keeps throwing Izuku worried and concerned looks as if at any moment he's going to break down in front of her. So, how's your training coming along? Izuku swallows his bite. Good. I was just at the gym with some friends. Inko immediately lightens up. That's fantastic, sweetie. Did you have fun?
Suche.
I guess. You guess. She's worried again. Izuku immediately picks up on it and tries to alleviate her worries. Oh, it's just that we were more focused on our training than having fun. Wrong answer, Izuku, because Inko's expression hardens. I wish you'd take it easy every now and then, sweetie, especially after your little fiasco the other day. She's referring to the Ditto fiasco. She actually had to step in and break them up before they started throwing punches. Izuku grimaces, smiling sheepishly in response. Don't get me wrong, I love how hard you're working towards your dream, but you really need to learn to relax every now and then. Sure, Mom. He goes right back to eating, chalking up her concern to her normal level of worrying. I'm serious. Sometimes Inko can really be annoyed by Izuku's stubbornness. He's always been so determined and hardworking, just like him, but this is starting to be too much. At this rate, he's going to overwork himself into exhaustion. And as the loving parent she is, she cannot allow that. That's why we're going out tomorrow. Izuku perks up. Where are we going? Now I have your attention? Inko smiles excitedly. It's a surprise, but I promise you're going to love it. Sounds like fun, Mom. Say, when will we be going? Tomorrow, Saturday, at 2 o'clock. Perfect. That gives him plenty of time to squeeze in a quick training session before they have to leave. Inko greatly enjoys the rest of the meal, happy that her son is willing to go along with her. It should be fun, and it's been a while since either of them have gone out, so she's more than a little excited. She smiles happily as she looks over to the counter where a lone pamphlet lies with the following header: Circus in town. A barrel of laughs await you at Zomboso's traveling circus of laughs. It'll be a killer of a good time. Hashtag hashtag hashtag.
Rouveau.
Terraspin swirls around the building, flying like a helicopter through the back alleys of his neighborhood. He figured he'd try and get in some last-minute training even this late into the day as Terraspin before he goes out with his mom to whatever it is she has planned for family time. BWAHHHP. Asterisk. Oh, that's his phone. Terraspin quickly lands before reaching for his phone before it can let loose another foghorn alarm. Nope. He struggles to grab his phone with his large flippers, and in the end, he can't even hold it as it flops onto the ground. He sighs in exasperation before just deciding to read the text message off the dropped phone. It's a text from his mom, and it reads, "Leaving in 5 minutes. Meet me by the car. Looks like my training is over for now." Terraspin struggles to pick up his phone. Eventually he has to scoop it up while pushing it against the nearby wall, and after putting it away he takes off back into the sky, zipping through the back streets and alleys towards home. He rises higher and higher as his apartment building comes into view. I wonder where mom's taking me anyway.
Aéroconvention?
Maybe to a movie? Even the zoo or the aquarium would be fun. There's also dash something fast and large strikes Terrapin's side just before he can land.
Drone.
Before Terraspin could land, a flying drone crashes into his side, knocking him backwards and away from the roof. Help! 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 He flails his arms about as he falls backwards. He tries to maneuver himself around, but it's too late as his hard, durable shell crashes down onto something hard and metallic. Terraspin wobbles back and forth before he's able to dislodge his back from his unfortunate landing pad.
Oh, man.
People got to be more careful with those things. Seriously, thank goodness he has such a hard shell. What did I land on anyway? He turns around to have a look. It must have been a dumpster or perhaps a group of garbage cans. Nope, it was neither. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Inko sits inside her car anxiously waiting for her son to arrive. Oh, where is he? We're going to be late. Terraspin flees in terror from behind the apartment building, waving his arms up in the air as he tries to run away from whatever it is that's chasing him. Just before he gets to the car, he transforms back into Izuku in a flash of red light and jumps right into the passenger seat. Izuku, what's the matter? Just drive. What? Drive. Oh, okay. Inko eyes her son worriedly as the car begins to roll forward, and soon, they're off for their destination. As they drive away from the building, Izuku cowers in fear from his seat as he eyes their building. I wonder what's got him so scared? Meanwhile, Mr. Bauman exits the apartment complex while carrying a box of groceries he's been meaning to deliver. But when he steps into the back alley and finds what's awaiting him, he drops the box. Glass jars shatter under the impact, but that's the least of Mr. Bauman's worries. After all, someone smashed in his car's roof. It's totally smashed in, with a huge dent, crumbled metal, and shattered windows. Izuku, said boy, can almost sense Mr. Bauman's rage even as they drive further and further away from the building. He can only pray that Mr. Bauman calms down by the time they get home. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. The tent for Zomboso's traveling circus of laughs stands tall, surrounded by a variety of stalls and carnival games. Izuku adjusts his hoodie as he steps out of the parked car. Is this what you wanted to do? Yup, Inko states ecstatically. It'll be fun, promise. Izuku believes her. After all, who doesn't enjoy a good circus? Shall we? Of course. And I already have the tickets. The two Midoriyas make their way through the crowded street and up towards the circus tent. As they make their way, Izuku can't help but feel that something is a bit off about the place. The stalls that should have bright fun colors are dreary and dark in color. The carnival games look run down and the prizes are rather odd. Fake shrunken heads, creepy masks, voodoo dolls, and other odd trinkets. There's also an abundance of decorations of the same creepy clown plastered all over the place. The eyes of the signs and decorations really make Izuku's skin crawl, as if they're watching his every step. Inko, however, notices something else about the circus. With this crowd, you'd think the entire town showed up for the show. She chuckles as both Izuku and her come across a large crowd of people who are trying to make their way inside the giant tent. Izuku chuckles.
No kidding.
He's pretty sure he spotted a few of his old classmates from junior high school. A part of him feels a bit smug and excited that pretty soon he's going to get the chance to show them all up. To prove that they were all wrong about him. God, he really can't wait for the sports festival to arrive. As the two wait in line to enter, Carney steps upon a nearby stage, swinging his cane around to gather the crowd's attention. Step right up and see. A fingerless freak of nature, whose strength knows no bounds, Thumbskull. A large hulking figure steps out from behind the dark purple curtains, and his name is definitely fitting. As Thumbskull's name implies, he has a giant toenail on his otherwise bald forehead. Not to mention, his large size is rather intimidating, and his dark-colored jumpsuit with gray stripes that match his pale skin. Thumbskull takes a long metal bar and places it atop his skull. He then grips the ends of the bar with his meaty hands and pulls down on the ends, bending the bar into a perfect U-shape. The crowd applaud as Thumbskull tosses up the bent bar into the air. An orange-red tendril lashes out and grabs the bent bar while it's spinning in midair. The Carney takes his K to introduce the next freak. And presenting Fright Wig. Fright Wig is a woman with pale skin with black paint coated on her cheeks and head. Speaking of her head, a series of orange-red tendrils protrude out as locks of hair with little black balls attached to the ends. She's wearing a black tight-fitting jumpsuit with yellow stripes. When this beauty lets down her hair, there's no telling what could happen. Fright Wig smiles as her hair grips the bar and begins to twist it with minimal effort to the point that she essentially creates a large metal pretzel. As the crowd cheers, she passes on the metal pretzel, placing it atop a nearby anvil. And last but not least, the freak whose unique skill is as vile as his attitude, Acid Breath. Acid Breath's is a wrinkly, pale-skinned man that stands with a hunched back, and he too is wearing a loose black jumpsuit with orange stripes. Acid Breath bends down over the metal pretzel and anvil. He then removes his mask and opens his mouth wide, revealing a nasty set of teeth and green gums. And as his name implies, an eerie green smog filters out from his maw and pours out onto the metal objects, melting them down, and even through the wooden floor of the stage. The crowd gags but clap out of politeness as the freaks take a bow. Inko covers her mouth.
Gigros.
She looks over to Izuku, and she isn't that surprised to see him scribbling away in his quirk analysis notebook. She should have expected that he'd try to jot down everything he could tell about the freak's quirks. His muttering, however, is starting to ward people away from them. Izuku, come on. The show's going to start soon. Coming. Izuku tucks away his notebook as he follows the rest of the crowd. If he had taken one last look at the freaks, he would have noticed them watching the crowd disappear into the tent with suspicious smirks on their faces. ####. It seems like Izuku's weird vibes about the circus were more unfounded than he'd first thought. The show so far's been pretty fun. He greatly enjoyed the acrobatics show. His adrenaline was really going when a group of motorcycle daredevils came out. Although Inko looked like she was going to have a panic attack from watching all their crazy stunts. That said, she did greatly enjoy the cute puppies that came out to perform a set of fun tricks. Shortly after that, the ringleader steps back into the center just as the lights dim down. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, Zomboso's traveling circus of laughs is proud to present the Sultan of Smiles, the Crown Prince of Chuckles, the Grim Tickler himself, the star of our circus, Zomboso the Clown. From the end of the tent, a small cartoonish car zips its way into the center ring as slapstick music plays in the background. The impossibly small car comes to a halt, and from it out steps a full-grown human. He squeezes out of the car like toothpaste from a tube, springing up at his full height without any issues from being in such a cramped space. Good thing Izuku isn't afraid of clowns, because Zomboso has to be one of the creepiest clowns he's ever seen. The guy is wearing such dark colors. His dark clown suit and top hat are the complete opposite of what clowns should represent. The only things that suggest that this guy is a clown is his pale skin, face paint, messy red hair, oversized shoes, and dark blue clown nose. And his grin, oh his wicked grin, is absolutely disturbing with his yellow stained teeth. Finally, Cryptic eerie blue orbs are embedded into his sleeves and hat. Zoso holds his arms out in greeting to the crowd as they applaud his entrance. As Zoso's car begins to act on its own accord, as part of the act, Izuku reaches into the popcorn bag only to realize that it's empty. "Hey Mom, I'm gonna go get more popcorn. Want anything?" Zoso defeats his rampaging car in comedic fashion, making the audience laugh in the process.
Oh, no.
"That's okay. You get whatever you like." Inko can't seem to take her eyes off the show. She's clearly having a good time, and that fact makes Izuku happy he agreed to come with her. His mom deserves to be happy, and it makes him happy to know that he can spend it with her. "Okay, I'll be right back." As Zoso finishes his opening act, he finally has a chance to address the audience. "Good evening, ladies and germs. If you love clowns, then this is the place to be. Be sure to keep your eyes on me. You're going to die laughing." He grins maniacally as the spheres on his arms and head light up, enveloping the audience with its eerie blue glow. That's a Zoso guarantee. ####. Where is that darn popcorn stand? Somehow Izuku managed to get himself lost amongst the empty stalls and carnival games, and he just can't seem to find the popcorn stand. He's been looking for a little bit now, so much so that he's already made his way back towards the main entrance to the circus's property. With nowhere else to go, Izuku turns right around to head on back to the show. He'll just have to accept that they won't be having any more popcorn. Oh well. He barely turns away when the sound of shattering glass hits his ears. What was that? Being the hero course student that he is, Izuku forgets all about the circus and takes off down the street. It doesn't take him long to find the source of the disturbance. A band of 3 felons are robbing a jewelry store. Izuku takes cover behind a nearby car and uses his time to analyze the whole situation. 1. The entire street is closed off thanks to the circus being so close, and by extension all the businesses nearby have closed up shop for the day. 2. This part of town is so far from the main downtown area that there aren't a lot of hero agencies around, so a chance of a hero stumbling onto the scene is low. 3. Each of the felons are disguised in varying clown get-ups. The only real difference he can tell between the 3 are their disproportionate sizes to each other. Izuku continues to watch as the biggest of the 3 clowns enters the busted-up store while the other 2 head off to do their own things. One of them approaches a nearby car and breathes down on it, and a familiar green smoke eats away at the metallic surface. The clown reaches in and pulls out a purse. Finally, the thinnest of the clowns walks over towards an ATM machine that's been built into the brick wall of the jewelry store. Their clown costume consists of 3 pink sleeves that stretch from their head and wave behind them as if alive. The clothed tendrils lash out and pierce right through the bricks, and with a sharp tug the ATM is priced right out of the wall. The skinny clown laughs in glee as the tendrils hold up their prize. "Ha ha ha ha! It's payday!" Judging from the clown's voice, Izuku can instantly tell that it's a woman hidden under the very concealing and baggy clown costume. Izuku easily puts 2 and 2 together. Those clowns are actually those circus freaks he saw earlier. A group like them are not forgotten that quickly as they would think. They must be using the circus as a way to get around and commit crimes without any witnesses. Is the rest of the circus in on it? Or is it just them? Izuku shakes his head. It doesn't matter, they need to be stopped first. Answers can come later. But there's another issue. There are no heroes around, and even if he calls the police, it's going to take them a while to get here anyway. And by then these guys might be long gone. So there's only one thing he can do. Izuku grips the Omnitrix. Looks like it's up to me. He stops dialing up an alien when a sudden thought occurs to him. Maybe after I report the robbery to the police. This way by the time he stops them, the police and the heroes will get here. ####. The biggest of the disguised clowns, mostly likely that thumbskull guy, notices a bright green flash from behind a nearby car after placing his loot inside their escape vehicle. What was that? He approaches the car, leaning over it to have a look, only to be met by the sight of jagged fangs lunging at him. Wah! Thumbskull jumps back in fright just as a pair of powerful jaws snap shut. Ripjaws growls and bares his teeth as the freak backs away in fright. Good fishy. No reason to pick a fight. I think there is. Ripjaws smirks before jumping up and over the car. He throws his webbed feet forward, and just as he lands on Thumbskull, slamming him into the ground, the fishman moves fast, faster than a fish out of water should, right towards what he assumes are Acid Breath and Frightwig. Acid Breath doesn't react fast enough to fire off his quirk when Ripjaws grabs his head and slams him face first into the asphalt. Too slow. Whoa! Ripjaws leaps away as Frightwig lashes out at him with her 3 clothed tendrils. Assuming that there are more tendrils inside the sleeves than he can see, Ripjaws opens his maw and catches one of the strands while using his free hands to catch the other's midair. With his built-up momentum, he spins himself around and with it pulls the disguised Frightwig along before she's tossed away, skidding across the street. With the freaks currently down, Ripjaws makes a move for their escape car, a van. He digs his claws into the side and tears the metal away like tinfoil, revealing the stolen goods and money. He even bits down and rips away an entire will, ensuring that they can't escape. Thumbskull doesn't like that. Hey, that's our stuff. He doesn't recognize this guy as a hero, so it must be another villain. Acid Breath glares up at the fishman. No, fish is going to steal my loot. Get him. Acid Breath takes a deep breath before releasing a steam of acidic gas. The experienced hero student sees the attack coming from a mile away, giving him plenty of time to get out of the acid cloud's way by jumping on and off the van to gain some height. The acidic breath melts away at the van and by extension all the stuff they stole. Now that wasn't too smart. Ripjaws lands right between the circus freak trio. He body checks Acid Breath from behind and spins around to deliver a side kick that strikes Frightwig's side. And while still in motion, he delivers a swift backhand into Thumbskull, knocking him away. 2. You guys really need to clean up your acts. Ripjaws grins from his little joke. I mean, for real. You all need to stop clowning around. Ha ha ha. Frightwig growls up at Ripjaws as she's the first one to get back on their feet, which is a mistake. Because now she's the first one to have the fishman's full attention. What's the matter? Haven't you seen someone as freaky as me before? Believe it or not, yes. Part of Ripjaws wants to know, but the other part of him wants to end this. He charges right back in, but Frightwig is ready as she lashes out at him with her sleeve tendrils, creating a temporary barrier between her and the Pisxis Valen. In the meantime, Thumbskull and Acid Breath are back on their feet. Thumbskull looks to his teammate for guidance. Should we call the boss? Are you crazy? Acid Breath snaps. He's busy feeding. They need to finish this guy off on their own. Come on. It's time for a fish fry. Acid Breath rushes in, and this time he's ready, letting out a large puff of green eerie smog at Ripjaws' back. Ripjaws can almost sense the oncoming attack. Good thing too, because he vaults himself to the side, allowing the acidic smog to float on by. The cloud continues with its trajectory and melts away the side of the jewelry store. The morphed Izuku grimaces at the fight. I'm so glad I don't have nostrils. He can only imagine how bad that Acid Breath's breath is, and he doesn't want to imagine it. He doesn't have much time to collect himself as Thumbskull is soon upon him. Ripjaws barely has enough time to sidestep Thumbskull's powerful fist as it smashes into the asphalt. Damn it, you would have been roadkill. And your fish food. Roa. Ripjaws pounces at Thumbskull, but Frightwig's animated hair wraps around his feet and pulls him down. Ripjaws gawks in surprise before adrenaline kicks in, making him roll out of the way of Thumbskull's oversized foot before he could crush Ripjaws' skull. The Pisxis Valen uses his claws to shear the hair wrapped around his legs, freeing himself, and just in time too, because Acid Breath is back and with another belch of horrific acidic smoke. He needs some elbow room. So Ripjaws jumps up and onto the side of jewelry store. His sharp claws dig into the bricks, and with a secure hold he begins to climb his way up the 3-story building. The freaks watch on in anger as the fishman climbs his way to safety. Thumbskull chuckles at the sight. What do you call a fish that can climb? Acid Breath, for some reason, humors him. What?
A catfish.
The lughead smiles, proud of his oh-so-clever joke. Get it? Because cats climb, but fish don't. The other 2 members of the circus freak trio leer at their comrade through their clown masks, wondering why someone as stupid as him is part of their gang. Meanwhile, Ripjaws is safe upon the roof. He's taking deep, desperate breaths. He's been lucky up till now that his lack of water intake has finally started to take a hold. But if he doesn't do anything soon, he's gonna choke on air. No, in truth it would have been better if Izuku actually paid attention to which alien he dialed up. That's what he gets for assuming the Omnitrix would just give him the correct alien every time. Lesson learned. But right now he has a more pressing matter. He needs water. But where can he get it? He scans the street below and spots his oasis. A lone fire hydrant is stationed next to a patch of wild bushes and trees. Maybe he can sneak his way into the woods to get there, before the freaks notice him. Before he can enact his plan, Fright Wig used her acrobatic skills to leap upon the roof and whip the fishman's back, making him stumble forward. You can't just run away after what you did. She jumps into the air, twirling her body around while stretching out her hair. Her whirling hair uppercuts Ripjaw's, striking him so hard that he's launched backwards and off the roof. With sharp reflexes, Ripjaws jabs his claws into the side of the building, stopping his fall. Acid Breath smiles up at Ripjaws. You'd look good as a wall mount. He releases a huge cloud of acid that climbs its way up towards the fishman. Ripjaws kicks himself off the wall and lands atop a parked car, making its alarm blare out. He grabs at his neck as that familiar sense of choking strikes him. He needs water, and soon. Fright Wig uses her hair to scale the wall before she lands gracefully on her feet. Ah, what's the matter? Don't you have a funny quip? Acid Breath grins. Maybe the big mouth's bitten off more than he can chew. Ripjaws glares at them, and he so would love to put the villains in their place. But first he needs water. No! He needs to stop them first. I don't need it. I don't need it. But it's so close. Just a few meters away is his key to even breath. I definitely don't need it. He doesn't need H2O, he can get on just fine without it. It's only 10 minutes, he can handle that. I don't need it. I don't need it. He chants this mantra in his head over and over as he turns to face the approaching villains. They can tell that the fight's in their favor now since they're taking their time to get to him. I don't need it. He continues to chant even as he huffs and puffs from being out of breath. 3 need IIT. Ripjaw's willpower gives out as he whirls right around and practically flies right towards the fire hydrant. He's so desperate for the life-giving liquid. He rips away the hydrant with just one bite, releasing a geyser of water that crashes right into his gills. Ah, sweet relief. Got ya. Thumbskull's voice laughs out. Before he knows it, a flying car crashes right into the Pisxis Val and, launching them both into the bushes and thorns. Thumbskull smiles from underneath his clown mask. I got him. You sure did. Fright Wig smirks. Acid Breath laughs. Let's finish him. Before they can, the sound of fast approaching sirens are heard in the distance. Thumbskull gaps. It's the cops. And mostly likely heroes too. Adds Fright Wig. We need to go. Acid Breath begins to run back towards the circus. What about the boss? He's not going to like this, asks Thumbskull. That's actually a smart observation from Thumbskull of all people. Their boss really isn't going to like how they'll be returning empty-handed except for heroes knocking on their doorstep. Oh, well, the boss is smart enough to draw them away, hopefully. Acid Breath frowns. Come on, let's get out of here. The circus freaks take off in sprints, or at least the best they can while wearing baggy clown costumes, leaving behind an unconscious Izuku Midoriya to lie in the thorn bushes. ####, hey, kid. Please wake up. Kid. Izuku groans as his eyes blink open.
Kakamui Woods.
At your service. Sure enough, the pro-hero Kamui Woods is standing over Izuku. Izuku sits up and notices that he's lying on the grass. The heroes must have pulled him free of the thorn bushes while he was unconscious. What happened? He briefly checks himself over for any signs of injuries. It looks like he got out scot-free other than a few scratches here and there. On the plus side, he has his black and green hoodie on, and he's glad to find that it got out of the skirmish without a single tear. Looks like Power Loader was serious when he said that they laced the hoodie with a good amount of Kevlar to help make it more durable. We were hoping you'd tell us, states someone else. Izuku peers around Kamui Woods and spots 2 other heroes, Empty Lady and Death Arms, as well as a patrol of police cars overseeing the crowds of people that are leaving the circus tent. Death Arms was the one to ask Izuku for clarification. Death Arms is a very tall, muscular man of a wide build, slightly tanned skin, a square jaw, and spiked short white hair. As part of his hero costume, he wears a large headband with a yellow and black striped caution pattern, matching his thick wrist guards and the belt. He wears a cyan-colored cardigan, which exposes his lower torso and the center of his pectorals. His pants are dark blue and baggy. Empty Lady casually checks out her fingernails, not at all interested in being here.
Spill hid.
Izuku's eyes pop out. Oh yeah, it was the freaks. Kamui Wood's eyes Izuku oddly. The freaks? Going to need more specifics than that. The freaks. The circus freaks, there's 3 of them. They were the ones that robbed the jewelry store, car, and ATM. I saw them. Well, actually he saw and fought them, but that last part doesn't matter. I saw their quirks and everything. They must have run back to the circus. Kamui Woods nods in understanding and heads off to inform the police officers, so they can all investigate and interrogate the said circus freaks. In the meantime, Death Arms eyes Izuku suspiciously. So, why did we find you pinned under a flipped car? Flipped car. Wow, nice to know his hoodie was able to survive that too. That big guy, Thumbskull, threw it at me. He threw it at you? He scans Izuku up and down, taking note of unscathed. He is, I'm much more durable than I look. Or at least Ripjaws is. Soon after, the heroes lead Izuku away towards the circus tent where they meet Kamui Woods and the police officers inside. They appear to have approached the circus freaks, but as well as Zoso, who is explaining the situation. Zoso waves his arms about as he hams up his performance. My dear officers, there appears to be a misunderstanding. My valued employees couldn't have been the ones to perform those heinous crimes. After all, they were here performing to the audience. He throws his hands up, gesturing to the now empty bleachers. If you'd like, please feel free to search the premise. I doubt you'll find anything out of place. Kamui Woods stands tall, trying to remain as the authority figure of the situation. We'll take you up on the offer. The police officers head off to investigate, and with any luck they'll turn up with something. Death Arms crosses his arms as he looks at the suspicious freaks. Do you 3 have an alibi? Of course. Yeah. We were here, performing. Izuku rushes in. He is not going to stand for this. That's a lie. Kamui Woods grabs Izuku's shoulder and pulls him back. Easy, kid. Let the adults handle this. But they're lying. I saw them robbing the jewelry store. The freaks glare at Izuku. They don't know what this brat has against them. Maybe he did see them take on the fishman. Zoso eyes Izuku with intrigue. Are you sure about that? He asks with a smile like he already knows the answer. Of course I am. Zoso thrusts his head forward, grinning madly, right into Izuku's face, making the teen flinch as well as uncomfortable. Really? Are you sure you saw them? Or are you just looking for attention? Excuse me? I get it, trust me. I mean, I am a clown. His entire living is about drawing in the attention of others. And I like a good joke as much as the next guy, but you can't just go around and throw accusations like that. He leans in, covering his mouth as if sharing a secret. You may find yourself in a hole you can't climb out of. That suspiciously sounds like a death threat. Izuku backs away so the clown isn't in his personal space. But I'm not. They're villains, and I bet you're in on it too. Oh my. Zoso feigns being hurt. You wound me. He grins wildly. But I'm a reasonable man. So, I say let's bury the hatchet. Zoso pulls out a cartoonishly large hatchet from seemingly out of nowhere, holding it over his head as he prepares to swing it down onto the teen's head. The startled heroes panic. No, wait! Izuku grips his Omnitrix just as Zoso brings the hatchet down on him. But rather than his head getting chopped in two, the rubber hatchet harmlessly bounces right off. The heroes, police, and Izuku blink in confusion as Zoso cackles. Ha 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 ha! He wipes his eye free of tears. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I am a clown after all. He grins widely like that should explain everything. Death Arms deadpants. Talk about morbid. Creep. Thinks empty lady. Excuse me. Two of the police officers return. "What is it, officer?" greets Kamui Woods. "We investigated the jewelry store for evidence, and we came upon this video surveillance system." The officer holds up a laptop which begins to display video footage of a trio of criminals dressed as clowns robbing the store. The clown costumes are big and baggy, easily disguising any obvious features of the robbers. The other officer chimes in. "We also took statements from the audience, and we can confirm that these—" He pauses when gesturing towards the strange-looking freaks. Circus performers were indeed on stage at the same time as the indicated time of the video. He points to the video's timestamp to confirm his point. Izuku is totally stumped. "What? That can't be." Zoso shrugs it off nonchalantly like, "See, what did I say?" Kamui Woods eyes the video curiously before addressing the boy. "I can see why you were mistaken." "What?" Izuku snaps. Zoso smirks. "It's obvious, isn't it? What kind of villains would commit a robbery, in clown costumes, and next to a circus? Clearly the villains used the circus to their advantage to frame the circus for their crimes. The real thieves are still out there. How awful. Especially after they tried framing my poor innocent employees." Zoso pouts as he pulls down Thumbskull and pinches the giant's cheek. Thumbskull nervously smiles, trying to look as innocent as possible. And somehow it's working. Empty Lady cups her chin in thought. "Makes sense to me." Izuku is absolutely stunned. "You can't actually believe him." "Quiet kid, after all you lied to us," growls Death Arms. "Huh." Kamui Woods nods. "He's right. You said you saw these three robbing the bank, when you really saw three people disguised as clowns. But I know it was them. I saw their quirks." Izuku is completely astounded. Are these professional heroes seriously considering this excuse? For shame. Zoso frowns, shaking his head in disapproval. Izuku can't help but feel nervous as a cold shiver runs down his spine. Kids these days, always jumping to the wrong conclusions. Zoso shakes his finger at Izuku like a parent scolding a child. "I am very ashamed in you, young man." "Huh." Zoso grabs at his suit, adjusting his collar. "You see, I provide an opportunity for people with odd mutations, such as my precious flunkies." He gestures towards said flunkies who all smile, but it comes off as awkward rather than comforting. "I give them purpose, a place to stay, and allow them to use their special gifts to bring smiles into this world." Zoso grins happily. "Doesn't that sound nice?" Kamui Woods agrees, finding the clown's motives to be quite admirable. "It does." He drops his kind demeanor as he turns his attention onto Izuku. "As for you, you can't judge people based off their appearances." "I am not." Izuku is restored to his usual nervous self, his mind trying to figure out how the tables could have been turned on him so quickly.
No excuses.
Kamui Woods is really annoyed now. "You've not only distracted us from pursuing the real criminals, but you falsely accused these carnies just because they're different." He folds his arms and shakes his head. "Shameful. But I dash." Zoso cuts in before Izuku could defend himself. "Oh, it's no harm done. This young man was just trying to do his civic duty." He grins and wraps his arm around Izuku's shoulders. The boy stiffens up in fright. He can smell the clown foul breath as Zoso leans in closer. Perhaps now he'll learn not to stick his nose where it doesn't belong. For comedic effect, Zoso squeezes his own blue clown nose. It squeaks in response, but Izuku doesn't find it at all charming. The clown, thankfully, releases the boy. "But I would hate to think that you fine heroes wasted a trip all the way out here. So, as a sign of goodwill, you can all feel free to stick around for our next show. It should be starting in another hour or so. I'd be happy to take you up on that offer." Kamui Woods accepts the offer, but more likely he accepts the invitation out of politeness. "Same," adds Death Arms. Empty Lady shrugs. "Sure, why not?" The clown turns his smiling face to the nervous and stunned Greenette. "The offer goes for you too, boy. No way in hell is he going to stick around. But more importantly, how could the heroes just brush him off so easily? Can't they see that these guys are up to no good? They should be hounding them, Not him. He needs to get out of here, this is all too much. Death Arms calls out to Izuku as he runs right out of the tent. Hey! Don't you walk away. At least he's being attenuative because the heroine of the group is completely uninterested, twirling her hair around with her fingers. Zoso waves it off. Oh, let the boy go. He meant no harm. He's probably just a bit embarrassed. He chuckles. Ha! He's really got to learn to just laugh things off. Right, well anyway. Kamui Woods rubs his head sheepishly as he turns to Zoso. Sorry to bother you. With nothing else to say, the heroes and the police officers leave the tent as Zoso and his freaks wave them off. The moment the heroes are gone, Zoso drops his facade. Meet me in the back. He growls as he turns to face the cowering freaks. We need to have a little chat. ####. Where is she? Izuku asks mostly to himself as he circles around the main circus tent. Things are really not going Izuku's way. First, he got his ass handed to him by literal clowns. He's been dismissed as a nuisance by his own local heroes. And finally, he just can't seem to find his own mother. He's been searching for her all over the place, even making his way to their parked car to make sure she didn't leave without him. Not that she would ever do that, of course. But the longer it takes to find her, the more freaked out Izuku becomes. Come on, Mom. Where are you? This is bad. What if the freaks got to her? Hell, is she freaking out herself? She's been way more wired than lately, and the show's been over for a while now. There's no doubt she'd be panicking, crying her eyes out, because she lost her darling baby boy. I should call her. He hastily grabs his phone and begins dialing. Hopefully she's fine, and he's just somehow walking past her without realizing it. Pick up, pick up, pick up. The phone's ringing and he prays that she answers, but the worst happens. This is Izuku Midoriya. I can't answer your call at the MO dash. Shit. He hangs up. Come on, Mom. Where are you? You morons. Buffoons. That's Zoso's voice, and he sounds angry. Izuku scans the area and notices a little back entrance to the circus tent. He tiptoes his way over and peeks inside through the curtains. Inside he sees what appears to be the backstage area of the circus with stored props, makeup tables and mirrors, and other circus-related items. But what really has Izuku's attention is the mad clown that's shouting at the trio of circus freaks. Do you have any idea how close we were to being caught? The freaks cower in fear. Sorry, boss.
Sorry.
Zoso strikes each of them with one long slap. Sorry. Doesn't make us rich or powerful. He grabs Acid Breath by the collar, pulling him in so close that Zoso's nose is squeezed between them. You listen here. Because of your blunder, we have no loot, and we have unwanted attention by pro-heroes. He shoves Acid Breath away. You're lucky your disguises threw them off. Talk about hiding in plain sight. The idea was that if they were caught, none of the heroes would suspect the circus because it would look like they were being set up, which of course worked out in their own favor. Acid Breath growls. But boss, it was that fish freak's fault. Finishes Thumbskull. And that brat. Frightwig adds. Zoso scowls at them, silencing them with a single look. I don't care whose fault it is. I just want it fixed. The mad clown drags a hand down his face, releasing an exasperated sigh. At least it's not a complete loss. That last show was really satisfying. He licks his lips as if savoring the taste of a delicious meal, and Izuku picks up on it. What does he mean? Acid Breath tries to look as non-threatening as possible. Look, boss, we're sorry. We screwed up. Thumbskull nods, looking mighty ashamed as well. Yeah, we can go rob more stuff. Zoso shakes his head. No, you can't. Why not? Because, idiot, we now have the heroes on guard. They can't pull anything, otherwise they risk being found out. But they are not the only ones they need to worry about. That fish freak is still out there too. No, to mention that kid. The clown strokes his chin. I didn't like that look in his eye, like he's not going to let this go. And that can be very bad for us. Frightwig asks the million-dollar question. Then what do we do? Nothing. Zoso states rather simply and calmly. For now we just act like everything is normal. We put on our next show and then move on. This place is a bust anyway. Izuku sighs, relieved that he did effectively stop their potential crime spree. However, that feeling soon vanishes as acid breath brings up some new information. Hey boss, what about the hostages? It feels like everything has gone cold. Even his heart stops beating for a moment.
Who's hostages?
Zoso acts like the question wasn't out of place for them. Just follow procedure. Just be sure to keep them quiet. We don't need the heroes to find out about our little operation. Izuku is literally panicking, sweat buckets as he scrambles for his phone. Oh God, please don't let it be her. His mind keeps telling him the worst possible outcome, but he refuses to believe it. She has to be okay. She just has to be. Her phone's ringing. And it's close. Oh, thank God. Wait. Izuku slowly reels around and peeks back into the tent, and what he sees shakes him to his very core. Izuku watches in horror as Zoso picks up his mother's phone off the floor. I thought I told you morons to get rid of these. He tosses the phone towards the freaks. Acid breath. Get rid of it. We can't leave any evidence behind. Izuku is absolutely horrified as a feeling of uselessness and helplessness washes over him, just as the phone melts away along with any sign of Izuku Midoriya's presence. Izuku feels like he's going to hurl as tears leak out of his eyes. He has to get away from here and fast. So, he takes off running, his thoughts filled with images of unspeakable terror his mother must be going through. This is the worst thing that could happen. What's he supposed to do? The heroes aren't going to take him seriously without proof. Same for the police. And he's totally outnumbered by those freaks. And now because he had to get wrapped up in all this, his own mother, the only parent that's been a constant throughout his life, is gone. And he's helpless to do anything about. He's back to being the weak, useless Deku from a year ago. But he's not that useless Deku anymore. He's the Deku that can do anything. If the heroes won't help him, then he'll just have to take matters into his own hands. Besides, it's his mother that's in danger. He should be the one to save her. But maybe not by himself. If he runs into all those circus villains at once, his chances of winning will be too slim. He needs backup, but who? 13 is still recovering, so they're out. And Magister Nizu's been far too busy with preparations for the sports festival, so fat chance of him even picking up his phone. But there is one person that lives relatively close, and he knows that they will have his back. So with a lot to lose, Izuku makes a quick call. Please pick up. Hello, Deku? Oh, Uraraka. He's so happy to hear a friendly voice that he could cry. I am so happy to hear your voice. He can almost hear Ochaco blushing from the opposite end. What? Is something the matter?
Yeah.
Listen, I need your help. His voice drops in sorrow. Sure, with what? Okay. I'm at the circus at the edge of town. Can you make it here within the next hour? Wait, which circus? Zoso's traveling circus of laughs. Why? Hang on. She ends the call then and there. Did she just hang up on him? How rude. What's with that? Deku. Izuku freezes up. That didn't come from his phone. He turns around and comes face to face with his very good friend, Ochaco. I'm so happy to see you. The wielder of the Omnitrix practically throws himself at her, wailing at the top of his lungs as streams of tears flow freely down his cheeks. Ochaco struggles to free herself from Izuku's crushing hug. Whoa, Deku. What's the matter? Before Izuku can form a reply, a second, much younger voice interrupts. Stop crying, will ya? Sheesh, and people say that I whine a lot. Izuku sniffs, peering down at the little girl holding onto Ochaco's hand. Oh, I remember you. Emily, right? Sure enough, accompanying Ochaco is the little Kinoceleran girl that they both met at Mr. Bauman's store a while back. The one and only. Emily waves up at Izuku as he finally releases Ochaco. Izuku eyes the two of them. Wait, did you two come here together? Ochaco smiles. Yeah. After I moved into my new apartment, I needed some extra cash. So, I talked to 13 and they got in contact with Emily's mom for me, and I've been babysitting for her ever since. And it's been great. Oh, good for you. Emily thinks so too. Yeah, she's great. Okan is so cool and fun. Ochaco is smiling brightly in response to the compliment. Why, thank you. Wow, Izuku can almost see the praise inflating her ego. But I can't be the only one with all the praise. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Why's that? Because MLE here is essentially my meal ticket. Ochaco's smile shines like the sun as she holds up the little Kinocelerin like she's a prized possession. And MLE is more than happy to be treated as such. Don't say things like that. Izuku cries out, looking around to make sure nobody hears and takes it the wrong way. But it's true. Thanks to her, I've been raking in the dough. At least for what a babysitting job can get you. But it's more than enough. She's why I was able to get a new phone. And she's even the reason I was able to afford your hoodie. She finally seems to notice that he is wearing the very same hoodie. Oh, it looks like Power Loader fixed it already. Oh yeah, he did. Izuku grins as he pulls at the hoodies and so Ochaco can have a proper look. It's laced with Kevlar so it's much more durable. Hang on a minute. Wait. No. There was something I needed to tell you. Izuku proceeds to explain the whole situation to them both starting at the very beginning. From how his mom wanted to bring him here, to him witnessing the freaks rob the jewelry store, how Zomboso is totally in on it and is running the gang, and finally how they've kidnapped his own mother for some nefarious purpose. Oh my gosh. That's horrible. Ochaco gasps as she reaches for her phone. We have to call the heroes. I already tried that. Izuku replies. They didn't believe me. What? Boo. Boo. MLE boos in response. What kind of heroes don't do their job properly? Ochaco worriedly looks around in case the freaks show up. So, what are you planning to do now? Izuku slumps back against the chain link fence, flopping onto the ground. I don't know. I thought you guys were heroes. MLE states this like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Huh. Okan said you two are hero students or something, right? So, shouldn't you stop the bad guys? Izuku shakes his head in defeat. It's not that simple. How can he properly explain this to her? Ochaco strikes her chin. Or maybe it is. Huh. Deku, we fought real villains before. We survived the USJ incident. I think we can handle a few clowns. But their quirks are dangerous. And you analyzed them, right? Of course. He pulls out his quirk analysis notebook and opens it up, revealing the notes he was able to jot down about them. Then we have enough info to make a plan. Ochaco reaches her hand out to her friend. Come on, Deku. We can do this. Yeah. Cheers, MLE. What's the worst that could happen? Ochaco asks naively. Izuku smiles up at her. She's right, they're more than enough to take on these freaks. Together they'll show them what experienced space cadets/hero corps students can really do. All they need now is a plan. Hashtag. The same carny from before waves his cane around as he herds the crowd inside for the next show. Step right in, folks. For Zomboso's traveling circus of laughs. Step right in. We promise you'll be knocked dead just from laughing. MT Lady chews away at her popcorn. It sure is a big crowd.
No kidding.
Death Arms marches on, taking in the large crowd around them. He notices how Kamui Woods is holding himself. What's with you? The arbor-corked hero is acting like a weight is sitting upon his shoulders. I was just thinking about that kid. He sure seemed really upset. MT Lady swallows her food. I wouldn't worry about it. Kids like him are just after attention. You would know, wouldn't you? Thinks Death Arms. Kamui Woods chuckles as if sensing Death Arms' thoughts. But while he's distracted, he accidentally bumps into someone from behind. Oh, pardon me. I'm so sorry. A blue-skinned raptor wearing a yellow poncho peers around, and upon laying his eyes on the hero, a look of worry flashes across the reptile's face. It's okay. No harm done. The reptile walks away, pulling along what the hero assumes is the reptile's little sister behind him. XLR8 and MLE are able to catch up to Ochaco. Deku, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. At least he thinks so, his heart's racing though. Somehow, he forgot that the heroes would be here too. In all fairness, they did only have 20 minutes to throw together a plan. Basically, Izuku bought them 3 tickets to get inside, and then he transformed into XLR8 and threw on a poncho to hide the Omnitrix. And since both MLE and him are the same species, it would hopefully help sell the disguise that they are just a pair of siblings tagging along with a friend on a trip to the circus. As they near the entrance, they pass up the freak stage where the circus freak trio are performing their acts once again for the waiting audience. But they seem to be more on edge than last time. They're constantly scanning the crowd as if looking out for any unwanted intruders, mainly Ripjaws or Izuku. MLE points up at them. Are those the freaks? Yeah. Nods the older Kineselerin. Acid breath, once again, melts away a metal bar and anvil with a single breath. Ochaco gags. Ew. MLE, however, has a different reaction. Cool. XLR8 pulls MLE along a little faster. The sooner they're inside the better. Ochaco hurriedly follows along. She just wants to get away from the freaks. That guy with a toenail growing out of his forehead is disturbing to her. They eventually make their way inside, and just in time too, as Izuku's Omnitrix times out. Thankfully the poncho was big enough to cover up most of the flashing red light and his sudden transformation. The show goes the same as last time with acrobatics and daredevils. But Izuku can't bring himself to enjoy the show. He's far too nervous. Although he can't help but laugh at how similar Ochaco's reaction is to his mom's after the puppies came out to perform. Finally, after what feels like forever, Zoso takes center stage. With Zoso distracted on stage, this will be their best chance to search the premise for Inko and the other hostages. Alright, let's go. Leading them under the bleachers, as the audience laughs away at Zoso's act. From there they sneak their way under the tent sheet and find themselves among the empty food stalls and carnival games. This is so cool. Emily quietly cheers. Ochaco suddenly remembers something. Hey Emilie. Yeah. You're not going to tell your mom about this, are you? Emily stares up at her babysitter as if expecting something. Ochaco sighs in defeat, digging into her pocket, before handing the little girl some cash. Emily happily accepts, making a gesture of locking her lips and throwing away the key. Ochaco, however, greatly dislikes the taste of being blackmailed by a 6-year-old. The trio snake through the thankfully empty stalls, checking each one for any sign of hostages. As Ochaco crawls around a stall, she quickly jumps back before she's spotted by Thumbskull. The trio sneak a peek. The freaks look like they're patrolling the circus grounds. They're probably keeping an eye out for any intruders. They probably think Izuku or Ripjaws are going to try and sneak back in. Looks like they're going to have to be more careful. If they get drawn into a fight, they might lose their chance to rescue Izuku's mom. As they quietly sneak behind a carnival tent, Izuku is too busy keeping his eye on the freaks that he fails to notice the wire strung tightly off the ground, and he trips right over it, slamming into several boxes that clatter against the ground. The freaks spin around and smile when they spot the very intruder they were ordered to find. Ha 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 ha. Look who it is, boys. Frightwig smiles wickedly. Looks like someone wants to see the show without buying a ticket. Izuku gulps. Oops. Get out of here, Deku. Without waiting, Ochaco charges the freaks. I've got them. The freaks are definitely surprised by the sudden appearance of another kid. Stupid girl, shouts Thumbskull. Get out of our way, growls Acid Breath.
Na.
Ochaco states with a smirk as she raises her fists for a fight. With the freaks occupied, Izuku grabs MLE and takes off. MLE, come on. Frightwig spots Izuku fleeing the scene. One of her hair tendrils lash out and swing her up and over the stalls. She twirls in the air and leaps from stall top to stall top, chasing after Izuku and Emily. With a flip, Frightwig whips her hair at Izuku's back. The hero course student acts quickly, shoving Emily away as he jumps back, allowing the tendril to whip between them. Frightwig lands between the two, effectively separating them from each other. She leers down at Izuku with a sadistic smirk. I think I'll convince the boss to let me keep you. You'd make a good laborer. She whips her hair. Or at least a nice little plaything. The way she licks her lips makes Izuku very uncomfortable. Frightwig chuckles at the sight of Izuku's nervous expression. She is so going to enjoy this. A little blue blur spins around her feet, as if a mini tornado decided to target her, making her stumble and throwing her back into a stack of boxes filled with soda. A little Kinoceleran laughs at the sight of a grown woman being humiliated by a 6-year-old. Emily scolds Izuku. What is she doing? She should be running away, not running into danger. That's his thing. Emily doesn't see the issue. What? It's fine. Besides, I'm way faster than her. She'll never hit me. Frightwig growls. Why, you little dash? Before she can even get back up, Emily speeds over and whacks her with her tail before running back to Izuku. Izuku blinks as Frightwig rubs her head. Okay. Just don't let her catch you. And run back to Uraraka when it gets bad. Emily grin. Okay. Izuku runs off to a nearby mirror maze that's located next to the main circus tent. If there's any place they could hide hostages, it might just be in there. He must be on the right track because Frightwig isn't gonna let him just stroll in. Oh, no you don't. She whips her hair out at Izuku, but Emily spins around her feet again and throws the woman off balance. As Frightwig lands onto the ground, Emily smiles and blows a raspberry before running away as a little blue blur. Get back here, you little shit. Frightwig uselessly chases after what she assumes is a little girl with a mutation-type quirk. Meanwhile, a weightless Ochaco jumps atop a small tent to get away from Thumbskull's fists. She then leaps away to another tent as the one she was on melts away from Acid Breath's breath. Ochaco releases her quirk as she slides down the side of the tent and takes off running, and just in time too as Thumbskull charges right through, missing her by just a hair. Hold still. Ha! You really are a clown, laughs Ochaco as she sprints away. Because that was funny. Thumbskull growls as Acid Breath chases after her. Ochaco ducks behind a row of carnival games as Acid Breath runs on by. She crawls low against the ground until she comes upon a strength test game with an oversized wooden mallet. She smirks mischievously at the sight of the potential weapon. Acid Breath continues to scan through the various carny games, but he just can't seem to find her. Looking for someone? Acid Breath frowns, peering around for the annoying girl, but she's nowhere in sight. Yoo-hoo! A grinning Ochaco jumps down from her perch with a weightless giant mallet in her hands. Acid Breath looks up, opening his mouth to ready an attack. Ochaco swings the huge mallet down on to Acid Breath. The mallet smashes right into the side of the freak's head. A few of his teeth fly out, as his entire body spins in the air before he crashes onto the ground. Ochaco presses her fingertips against the huge mallet, and then heaves it onto her shoulder and smiles at Acid Breath's still form. And then there was one. Rah! Thumbskull crashes through a food stall. He takes a few swings at Ochaco, but she twists her body in order to move herself out of the way. She holds out her mallet and swings around. Hopefully with this momentum she can take out the hug lug with one hit. She swings around and bam, the mallet collides with Thumbskull's skull. Gah! Thumbskull yelps as the mallet collides into his face. He keels over as he holds his head. With his guard down, Ochaco presses her fingers onto the huge freak's shoulder and a pink glow emanates out. Ochaco then swings her mallet like a golf club right into Thumbskull's chin, and because of the zero gravity he gets launched into the air, spinning uncontrollably. When he gets high enough, Ochaco releases her quirk and watches as Thumbskull plummets downward, landing right into a dunk tank of all things. Ochaco picks up the mallet, admiring how effective of a weapon it turned out to be. Maybe I should hold on to this, just in case. Meanwhile, Emily continues to zigzag her way from stall to stall, from hiding spot to hiding spot as Frightwig lashes out and misses her every single time. Hold still, you little brat. Emily pops her head out of a barrel and teehees the annoyed freak. Rah! Frightwig lashes out all of her tendrils. Emily smirks as the hair appears to be moving in slow motion, at least to her. She grabs a strand and runs straight for Frightwig. She then spins around her while still holding onto the strand of hair. Whoa! What are you Frightwig falls over as Emily finishes wrapping her up in her own hair. Whoa-woo! That was fun! Cheers Emily. Emily! Ochaco comes running, dragging her large mallet behind her. Are you okay? Yup. Ochaco releases a relieved sigh. Oh, thank goodness. Emily holds her hand out, waiting for Ochaco to hand something over. The older girl raises an eyebrow. What? Emily clenches her hand before opening it again. Ochaco lets out an exasperated sigh as she digs out her wallet and hands over some more cash to the 6-year-old. Hopefully this will ensure that she keeps quiet about all this and doesn't tell her mom that she fought a villain. But she can't be too upset. Now they've given themselves a better chance of saving the hostages and helping Deku, wherever he is. ####. Izuku bumps his head first into another mirror. This is really starting to get irritating. He's been running into nothing but dead ends, and he's so turned around he can't even find the exit. It doesn't help that this place is so dark and devoid of life, but Izuku just can't shake the feeling that he's being watched. All he can do is keep going with only his reflections to keep him company. The reflection that follows him from mirror to mirror, copying his every move. At least until his reflections are replaced by images of a disturbed clown. Ha! Izuku gasps as he reels back in fright as the reflections of Zoso smile gleefully at him through the glass mirrors. "Well, hello again, son," shouts the disturbed clowns. "I knew from when I first saw you that you'd be a barrel full of laughs." The reflections of the mad clown run off, leaving behind the very confused and startled boy. Izuku chases after them. There just might be a chance that they'll lead him to the exit, or at least the hostages. He'll just have to be ready to fight off the clown in order to get out. Or he would if he doesn't hit another dead end. "Hey, Mr. Serious." Zoso's floating head appears in the mirror in front of Izuku's face. "How about a smile?" His grin somehow stretches past what's capable of a human. Izuku backs away in horror as each mirror surrounding him displays a towering Zoso of their own. "What is this? I'm a clown kid. Haven't you ever heard of magic?" As to prove his point, the reflections are somehow able to reach out of the mirrors. "Now, why don't you give me a hand?" Before Izuku can finish processing what's happening, the many cold dead hands grab at him and begin to pull him, throwing him around between reflection to reflection, all the while laughing in his face. After being flung around so fast and hard, Izuku takes a tumble, landing hard on his rear. Before he can reach for the Omnitrix, the reflections reach out and prop him up before restraining his arms. "So, what's your story? Why are you being so persistent?" "Let go!" screams Izuku as he struggles to free himself, but the Zoso reflections are much stronger than they look. "And give me back my mom." "Oh, so that's it, isn't it?" An oddly colored version of Zoso steps out of his mirror, standing before Izuku with a mad grin and a gleam of mischievousness in his eye. "You want your dear old mommy back? Ha 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 ha." Zoso strolls forward, swaying side to side. "You know what? I'll take you to your mommy." He grabs Izuku's head, pulling him by his hair so they can be at eye level. "And when I do, I want to see you smile with joy." Zoso's devilish smile stretches cartoonishly wide before he gives a hard shove. Izuku yelps as he falls backward, except he doesn't land on the ground. Instead, he's plummeting into an endless void of darkness. "Ah!" screams Izuku. What the hell is going on? Is this Zoso's quirk at work? It has to be. Oof! His gut landed right on a trapeze of all things. Izuku groans as he adjusts himself, but his hand slips. Whoa! Thankfully, he's able to securely grip the trapeze, although now he's just dangling there helplessly. Ha 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 ha! Izuku peers up to find Zoso standing atop of the trapeze. The clown smiles down at Izuku. "You better hold on." He grins madly as he makes hand scissors, and with one snip, he cuts the rope with his fingers alone. Yah! Izuku screams in terror as he falls towards a fiery ring below. The fiery ring morphs and shifts, becoming a large flaming image of Zoso's grinning face. The flaming clown opens his maw as if gulping Izuku up with one flaming bite. Izuku shields his eyes as he continues to spiral in the air until he crashes onto something thin and sticky. Izuku peeks his eyes open and finds himself bound to a giant eerie green spider web, and a giant spider is crawling towards him. The spider lurks above him, but what's most disturbing about the creepy crawly is that its head is actually Zoso's, only it's upside down, amplifying the scare factor. Come on, kid. You really got to learn to loosen up. Crack a smile. Laugh a little. The mutated spider presses his sharp pincers against Izuku's neck. It's what keeps me going. His grin somehow widens before he rears his sharp pincers back and slashes downward. Izuku shuts his eyes expecting the worst, but instead the spider cuts his own web and Izuku plummets down even further. Thankfully he lands on what he believes is solid ground as an uproar of laughter echoes around him. Izuku groans, taking in his surroundings. Somehow, he ended up in the middle of the circus tent and during the show no less because the audience are still seated, laughing away at what they think is a performance. What's wrong with them? Can't they see what's going on here? A bright spotlight shines down on Zoso, who's laughing down at Izuku's prone form. What a performance, kid. You're really killing him. Ha 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 ha. The audience laugh along with Zoso. The clown's eerie blue orbs glow as the audience laughs, leading Izuku to assume that whatever's going on it has to do with him. Izuku crawls away from the terrifying clown. He needs to get away and form a real plan. He needs to find his mom. He needs to stop this psychotic clown. Zoso kicks his feet and he begins to float in the air, following Izuku without having to take a step. Now don't tell me you have stage fright. Izuku glares up at the clown and immediately begins to laugh. Ha ha ha. He clasps his hands over his mouth to stop himself from laughing, but he just can't seem to stop. He shakes his head violently and finally he's able to rid himself of his giggling fit. What just happened? Ha 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 ha. You know, you're a lot of fun. Zoso soars into the air, holding his arms out for the continuously laughing audience. Tell me, do you know what I'm after? Izuku glares up at the clown again, only to enter another fit of laughter. With a shake of his head, he's able to stop. I don't know, money maybe. Ha ha ha. Ah, wrong. Zoso slips down to Izuku. I want what any clown worth his floppy shoes wants, to make people laugh. He towers over Izuku, and all his features become cartoonishly monstrous with a large head, sharp fingers, and crooked teeth. Then drain their positive energy like a sponge in a pool party. He deflates back to his normal size. Is that so wrong? He asks innocently enough. Izuku is able to speak, but he doesn't peer up at the clown as he speaks. There's more to it, isn't there? After all, neither the heroes nor the actual audience are reacting. They've been laughing nonstop. That can't be healthy for them. Oh, you really are a sharp one, aren't you? Zoso twirls and flies up into the air and the spotlights follow his every move. But yes, it's my quirk. Cyclown. Isn't that right, folks? The audience laughs even harder, so much so that some of them are coughing and choking from the lack of oxygen intake. Cyclown allows me to drain the positive energy of others through their own laughter. With a pop, he comes cartoonishly monstrous again. But that's not all it can do. With a snap of his fingers, the upper half of the circus tent lights up. Izuku looks up and spots a broken trapeze dangling over a hoop of fire, which is positioned over a slashed-up safety net. Izuku puts two and two together. The clown somehow messed with his sense of perception. Can he make illusions? Zoso flies around among the stage props. What do you think I do with all this positive energy? I make it my own to bend the laws of physics to my will. He rockets down and whispers the following into Izuku's ear. But between you and me, my favorite trick is to make mirages. Ha ha ha! He soars back into the air, throwing his hand out as bright sparkling lights spark in front of the audience. Izuku glares up at the clown only to spontaneously laugh again. He throws his head down as he tries to catch his breath. Cyclown? That explains why no one can stop laughing. And it explains so much more. Like that hatchet from earlier was definitely real. He must have messed with the object's elasticity. And those reflections were just mirages, and so were the other terrifying imagery I had to go through. Zoso glides over the audience. Soon I will have stockpiled enough power, and I will be strong enough to do whatever I please. He'll be able to collapse buildings with a little love tap, make money erupt out of bank vaults, and most importantly, not even All Might will be able to touch me. Izuku finally jumps back up to his feet. I'm going to stop you, ha 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 ha. He covers his mouth and looks away to catch his breath. Zoso smirks down at the boy. Oh really? Allow me to give you a full demonstration of my power. A new spotlight snaps on. Look up, will ya? Izuku does look up, and his heart drops at what he finds. His mother is all tied up in a thin rope, dangling high up in the air as an almost lifeless corpse. The only sign that she's still alive is that every now and then she lets out a weak wheeze that is supposed to be a laugh. Mom! Oh, so that is your mommy. Zoso flies up and examines Inko's features. I can see the resemblance. But it surprises me that you care about her. What? The crazy clown lowers back down to Izuku's level. Do you know how we pick our hostages? Because you're a sick freak? Snaps Izuku. Ha ha ha. Nope. Zoso is pleasantly surprised by the kid's foul language. We pick out those that we assumed had come alone. This way no one would be looking for them for some time, giving me the opportunity to completely drain them of their energy. He whispers this next part. And their lives.
No.
Mom. He didn't mean to leave her alone. He just wanted to be the hero. But what does it matter if she gets killed? Is this what Mr. Aizawa meant? That if he acts recklessly, he'd put himself and his loved ones in danger? It must be, and he failed to learn his lesson. Because Izuku did leave her behind, and now she may just lose her life because of him, her own son. But if he got them into this mess, then he'll be the one to get them out. Not if I can stop it. Izuku grips his Omnitrix, the faceplate pops up, and he raises up his right hand. It's hero time. He slams his hand down onto the alien device and it immediately gets to work. Izuku can feel his body shifting, becoming smaller and smaller as a staticky surge of energy sparks within him. Buzz shock bzzz. The megawatt glares up at the tall villain. You're going down, clown. Ha 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 bzzz. He enters another laughing fit, even so that doesn't stop him from launching out sparks of electricity. The sparks harmlessly bounce off the grinning madman. I told you, kid. I can bend the laws of physics to my will. Well, depending on how much energy he has stored up anyway. Ha 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 bzzz. Buzzshock keeps it up out of frustration. He floats upward as he continually fires off bolt after bolt of electricity. Zoso, however, is completely unaffected, even going as far to seem bored, yawning into his hand. Buzzshock keeps it up until he has to stop and try in vain to regain his breath after laughing for so long. My turn. Zoso pulls out the same hatchet from before out of his pocket. Buzzshock grimaces in fright as Zoso takes a swing at him. Fortunately, the little alien is far too small and fast for the clown to land a hit. Stay still now. I only want to ask you a question. He takes another swing at the little nuisance. He of course misses. With an opening to strike, the giggling Nosedenian fires off another bolt of sparks. The shock is strong enough to break Zoso's hold and the hatchet goes spiraling through the air, landing within the bleachers. Thankfully, without burying itself into someone's head. With his weapon gone, the psychotic clown takes a deep breath and then blows out a hurricane wind that blows Buzzshock away. Buzzshock harmlessly bounces off the side of the tent. He then zips downward, taking cover behind the laughing audience. Zoso flies over, trying to locate the little nuisance. Sorry, kid. I sell the tricks. I don't buy them. He floats over the audience, trying to see if he can spot the transforming hero wannabe. Meanwhile, said hero wannabe is small enough that he can run along the bleachers without standing out. And he's making a beeline for the immobilized and laughing pro heroes. Come on, guys, bzzz. This isn't funny anymore, bzzz. He floats up and knocks his little fist against Kamui Wood's helmet, but he gets no reaction. The hero just continues laughing away in pain. I'm sorry about this, bzzz. Buzzshock sticks his finger out and releases a tiny static shock into the hero's side. The hero jolts up a bit in his seat, but he doesn't stop laughing. What the bzzz? Buzzshock lowers himself back down and observes the other two heroes. They seem to be in the exact same state, laughing, unmoving, and unable to take their eyes off Zoso. It's almost creepy to watch as their eyes shift from one end to another as Zoso zips around the tent. Wait. His quirk, Cyclown bzzz. There's even more to it, bzzz. Isn't there, bzzz? That's it. A quirk like his has to have a major drawback. It's almost a staple when it comes to quirks. And Zoso's is that his victims have to be watching him in order for his quirk to take effect. And judging by everyone's reactions bzzz, the longer they watch him the further they fall into his spell bzzz. They're essentially in a trance of some kind, continuously laughing until their bodies eventually give out. But how can I use that to my advantage bzzz? Something shiny peeks out from the corner of his eye. Looking over, Buzzshock spots Zomboso's hatchet embedded into the bleachers, with most of its blades sticking out. An idea begins to form in the morphed Izuku's head as he eyes the sharp blade. Maybe I can... bzzz. He approaches the hatchet, rubbing his hand against its sharp edge. Oh boy bzzz. He gulps as his idea continues to form. With a deep breath and a grimace, Buzzshock looks away as he sticks his arm out shakily. And with a terrified wince he thrusts his arm up and into the blade. Surprisingly, there's very little pain. Who knew losing a limb could feel like a pinch? Buzzshock watches on in intrigue as his chopped-off arm floats into the air and green electricity sparks out as a second Buzzshock begins to take shape. The duplicate blinks at the original, who is just amazed at how well his plan worked. The original morphed Izuku grins wickedly. Are you thinking what I'm thinking bzzz? His duplicate grins right back. I'm pretty sure I am bzzz. ####. Zomboso is starting to get impatient. This isn't funny anymore. Did the kid run off? His mom is still here, so he's not going to leave. Ha 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 bzzz. Oh, there you are. Zomboso spins around and floats on over towards the stands. There he spots a lone Buzzshock laughing his head off at the sight of the clown. Ha 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 bzzz. Zomboso smiles at the sight. See? Now isn't that better? Ha 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 bzzz. The clown licks his lips. Ooh, that is some good eating. Oh, he so does enjoy the taste of laughter and the vitality of his audience. Ha 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 bzzz. Ha 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 bzzz. Ha 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 bzzz. Those are 3 different laughs all coming from behind him. Zomboso spins around and is very surprised to find 3 more Buzzshocks floating in the air, all of which are laughing at him. Ha 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 ha. Man, you're a freak too, kid. He smiles as the Buzzshocks laugh even louder. Who knew you could multiply too? And transform? Oh, I wonder what else you can do. He leers up at the 3 little nuisances. Too bad I'll never get to find out. Ha 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 bzzz. 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 More laughter rings out. Zomboso grins widely as he takes a look, but what he sees makes him a bit nervous. There's an entire swarm of Buzzshock, all of whom are laughing gleefully as they float and zip about in the air, surrounding him in a ball of sparking green lights. What's happening? What's going on? The clown is starting to panic, mainly because this kid is up to something fishy. He pulls out a soda siphon bottle and fires off a blast of highly carbonated liquid out at the Buzzshocks. He successfully blasts a portion of them away, but they are quickly replaced by even more Buzzshock, as if they're continually multiplying from within the bleachers. Which they are. A number of megawatts are running about the depths of the bleachers, using anything sharp-edged that they can come across as a means to make even more friends to combat the killer clown. Zomboso's soda siphon runs dry, so he tosses it at Buzzshock, but they easily swat the item away. The laughing swarm now begins to encircle around the very nervous clown. Ha 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 bzzz. Ha 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 bzzz. Ha 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 bzzz. Stop it. Stop it, what are you doing? It's starting to become too much for him. There's too much laughter for him to take all at once. It's as if someone is shoving gallons of food down his throat. Ha 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 bzzz. Ha 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 bzzz. Ha 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 bzzz. Stop laughing. I said stop laughing. Ha 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 bzzz. Ha 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 bzzz. Ha 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 bzzz. It's too much. All those smiling, laughing, faces, all mocking him.
No.
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 Zomboso grabs at his head as flashes of terror appear in his mind. All the while the swarming mass of light continues to envelop him and laugh in his face. Don't laugh at me. He desperately swats at the laughing terror as the feeling of being stuffed becomes too much. Stop it! Stop it! Stop laughing at me! Ha 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 bzzz. 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 It's all too much for the sad clown as his entire body begins to inflate like a balloon. And like a balloon, he pops, releasing a loud bang as a large puff of smoke, confetti, and wind whips around, scattering the large swarm and ruffling the circus tent. Zoso plummets and flops to the ground. His blue eerie spheres are cracked. The upper half of his top hat is ripped away, and his eyes spin around in a daze. Blue eerie silhouettes leak out of the clown in mass. The blue silhouettes float back to their respective bodies, revitalizing them all. Even the heroes snap out of their trance, looking around in confusion. Meanwhile, Zoso lets out a weak, pathetic wheeze as he becomes terrifyingly skinny. A lone Buzzshock smiles down at the defeated clown. Look like I got the last laugh. Creep bzzz. Zoso glares up at the little menace. Green sparks begin to discharge around the little guy's body. Oh, one more thing. He points upward. Zoso looks up, and if he wasn't already pale-skinned then, the color would have drained from his face as the swarm of sparking Buzzshocks grins menacingly down at him. A tear escapes the sad clown's eye as he waves a tiny white flag between his fingers. Mercy! Izuku isn't sure if it's the Nosodinian DNA or his own vindictiveness, but he grins wickedly, and the smiling swarm descends upon the helpless clown, who lets out an ear-piercing scream as thousands of volts are released upon him. The Buzzshock eventually disperse, revealing a charred and paralyzed Zoso. While the original Buzzshock admires his handiwork, another group of Buzzshocks are lowering down his revitalized mom. Mom bzzz. Buzzshock zips over to her just as his duplicates gently lay her on the ground. She's unconscious, probably from laughing for so long. He tries to hug her even in his diminutive state. I'm so sorry, Mom bzzz. He sniffs as he shuts his eyes closed. I shouldn't have left you alone like that. I'm so sorry. Inko's hand moves and caresses the small alien's back. You have nothing to be sorry about. Buzzshock opens his eyes and sees his mother smiling down at him. Tears well up in his eyes before he leaps into her arms. Mom! Inko caresses her shrunken son, hugging him like she used to when he was a toddler. She doesn't speak a word, instead she savors the moment, happy to be with her loving son once again. ####. Well, that was fun, states Ochaco with a smile as she flops down on the bench. Maybe for you it was, retorts Izuku. After saving the day, the heroes were finally able to do their parts. They arrested the freaks, found the other hostages, and led the remaining audiences away to safety. Then again, it wasn't a complete loss. Izuku smiles down at his notebook, admiring the 3 new autographs that he was able to snag. After saving the day, the admittedly shamed and embarrassed heroes offered to make it up to Izuku for not taking him seriously. Izuku's never been one for rewards. However, he's not above missing a chance to add to his hero fanatic collection in some way. Hence, he asked them each for autographs, which they were all too happy to comply with. Not to mention, they're not going to write Izuku up for interfering in hero work, mainly because it would involve admitting that they got their own asses saved by a kid. But Izuku's not going to press them. He's just happy to have his mom back. And so here they are. Izuku, Inko, Ochaco, and MLE watch as the police haul the dazed Zoso away. Zoso wobbles around, unable to keep his balance with his arms bound by the restraint jacket. So many smiles. Stop laughing. Stop laughing at me. Shut it. The officers shove him inside the transport vehicle along with his captured and equally humiliated freaks. Izuku turns to Ochaco and MLE as they eat away at some cotton candy. So, what happened after I left? Ochaco swallows her bite and shrugs. Oh, nothing much. We stopped the bad guys and then searched for the hostages. She takes another bite out of the cotton candy. Was searching the snack bar part of the search? Izuku asks snarky. Ochaco chokes on her candy and Emily laughs at her reaction. Also, what's with the hammer? Ochaco peers over at her brand new hammer as it sits beside her.
Souvenir.
She states matter-of-factually. Izuku shrugs, deciding not to dwell on it any further. Izuku. The greenette turns to his mother. Yes, Mom? Her eyes cast downward. I'm so sorry, honey. Today was meant to be fun. To let you unwind and relax. So much for that idea. Mom. Just because it didn't turn out the way she wanted doesn't mean it's her fault. Mom, I had a great time. Minus the killer clown part. But I still had fun. He grabs her hand, letting her know that he's here and that he's not at all upset with her. Mom, I'm glad I was able to spend the day with you. I've always enjoyed our time together and I can't blame you for this. You just wanted to show me a good time. And I thank you for that. He wraps his arms around her. I'm just glad to have you back. Safe and sound. Inko sniffs as tears leak from her eyes and she returns the gesture. Oh, I love you, Izuku, my baby. Izuku chuckles. I love you too, Mom. While the Midoriyas hug it out, Ochaco watches with a bright smile. She so loves touching moments such as these. Inko releases her son. I'm also so proud of you. You are? Izuku shyly asks. Of course. I got to see my baby be a hero today. Inko smiles just as brightly as the sun. And I couldn't be prouder. Izuku can't help but smile. Hearing that his mother is proud of him is probably one of the greatest rewards he could receive. Literally nothing can ruin this moment. Emily tugs on Izuku's hoodie. Izuku smiles down at the little girl. What is it, Emily? Emily innocently smiles up at the hero course student. Wanna see what I found? Sure. He'll humor her. Emily smiles before turning around and putting on some sort of mask before spinning around, showing off her smiling clown mask. Eek! The three girls blink in astonishment from Izuku's reaction. Is he? To test the theory, Emily leans in closer with her clown mask. Eek! Oh. Ochaco sweat drops as Izuku remains frozen in fear. Oh boy. I hope this doesn't come back to bite him one day. This is probably the worst time to develop a new phobia. After all, they only got 5 days left until the sports festival. Hopefully, her friend can snap out of this before then. Izuku Midoriya sits down as he ties up his signature red shoes. His mother stands by nervously. Izuku, please be careful and don't get hurt. I won't. Izuku grabs his bag and pushes himself up. I'll record the whole festival in HD. Izuku chuckles and smiles at her, appreciating the sentiment. Inko gives her son a worried yet excited smile. Do your best, son. Izuku nods before turning to the door. Okay, I'm off. That's right. He's off to UA's sports festival. ####. Hordes of media outlets and reports are swarming UA's main gate as fireworks go off above and stalls of food, games, and shops line UA's campus. A young woman can't stand waiting around until she's allowed to enter. This security line is huge. What's the deal? Her cameraman answers. A bunch of villains did just break in. Of course, the school's being stricter this year. Some people think they shouldn't be holding the festival, considering what happened. The reporter grins with a predatory-like smile. Perfect. Nothing brings ratings up like a little controversy. Plus, everybody will tune in to see Class 1A. She declares excitedly. She's right on the nose about that fact. Most of the spectators here today are going to attend the first year's competition. Usually they'd all be lining up for the third years because they have the most experience with their quirks, and thus it's usually a better show. But the draw of witnessing the very students that fought off real villains without any proper experience is too difficult of a notion to pass up. As for the controversy, UA, or rather Nizu, has a plan for that. Part of it was to call upon a number of pro-heroes to help patrol the school grounds as the competition plays out. Speaking of which, Empty Lady eyes the takoyaki greedily. I'll take one order to go, please. The vendor perks up at the sight of her. Whoa, Empty Lady, is it really you? It is, and she's accompanied by Kamui Woods and Death Arms, all of which are wearing security passes to help establish their roles here today. Empty Lady ignores the vendor's question as drool drips from the corner of her mouth. And hold the salt, will you? Of course. He immediately begins prepping her order. That's gonna be 1,074.78 yen. She gaps, not expecting that response at all. It looks like she needs to use a secret technique that only a few can hope to pull off. She wiggles her hips and presses her arm against her chest as she emanates an alluring charm. Oh no, my money is in another costume. Her technique worked. So hot. The vendor hands over the takoyaki. This is on the house. Aren't you a dear? Asks Empty Lady with just as much passion. Meanwhile, her companions watch on in disapproval. Have you no sense of shame? After she snags her takoyaki, the three continue with their patrol. Kamui Woods eyes each vendor and bystander, making sure they are clear of any suspicious activity. I was hoping I'd get to do some scouting while I was here. Death Arms peers back at the shorter hero. Yeah. Too bad we're stuck working security this time. Empty Lady sticks one of the takoyaki into her mouth. Looks like they called in pro heroes from all over to guard this thing. Quite a show. ####. Ah, man. Mina Ashido pulls down on her gym uniform shirt. I was totally hoping I could wear my costume. Masahiro Ojiro is stretching his arms nearby. At least everyone'll be in uniforms. That'll help keep things fair. Right? Currently, the students of Class 1A are hanging out in their designated waiting area, awaiting the signal to begin heading out to the stadium. So in the meantime, they're trying to psych themselves up while calming their own nerves. Rikido Sato nervously wrings his hands together over the table. I wonder what they have in store for us in the first round. Fumikage Tokoyami is seated nearby. No matter what they've prepared, we must persevere. Mizo Shoji nods his head. Right? The taller, multi-limbed student turns to a shaking Izuku as the boy frantically goes over his note cards. Are you okay? Izuku is too busy to look up. And no! He has to make sure his speech is a good one. It's only going to be broadcasted worldwide. Oh no, wait, it's going to be broadcasted across the whole universe. Sure, no pressure or whatever. The waiting room's door slides open as Tenya Ida, the class president, bursts into the room. Everyone get your game faces on. We're entering the arena soon. Ochaco Uraraka takes a deep, calming breath from her seat. Tsuyu Azui and Toru Hagakure are sitting next to her, but they're busy dealing with their own stomach butterflies. Uraraka calls out a cold, indifferent tone. Ochaco turns in her seat. Oh, Todoroki. What's up? Izuku and the rest of the class attention is drawn to Shoto Todoroki as he peers down at the shorter girl. The dual-haired teen, however, could care less about everyone else listening in on what he has to say. During the battle training, you beat me all on your own. Oh, that's right, she did do that, didn't she? Man, that was scary. But what's he getting at? I underestimated you, and I can promise that it will never happen again. The cold, indifferent youth peers down at his left fist. Twice now you've forced me into wielding those cursed flames. He glares up at her, making her wince under his dark, hateful gaze. I will defeat you only with my ice and prove that I am more capable than you. Ochaco doesn't know what to say. She thinks back, and yeah, during the battle training it was sort of lucky that she won. In retrospect, she shouldn't have won like she did. Hell, it actually ended in a draw. Then there was the USJ incident where she begged him to use his flames. But he refused. Why though?
Todo.
Not only that, you've got All Might in your corner, helping you out. That instantly silences her as she stiffens up in fear that her secret's been found out. From the corner of her eye she sees both Izuku's and Bakugo's ears perk up. I'm not here to pry about what's going on between you two. His cold, dual-colored eyes pierce into All Might's successors. But know that I will beat you. Ochaco is more than taken back by the bold statement. Where did all this hostility even come from? Todoroki turns and lays his eyes on the nervously observing Greenette. The same goes for you. Ha! The Omnitrix wielder is greatly startled by the sudden change in attention. He can sense the rest of the class now has their eyes on him. Todoroki's eyes shift away as if he doesn't want to admit this next part aloud. You are by far the most unpredictable and arguably the most powerful of everyone in this very room. The dual-haired teen lets out a deep, heavy sigh, releasing a cold breath of air. I don't understand you. Not at all. There's so many things about you that don't add up or make sense. You have such a mysterious and powerful quirk. You're strategic, and that makes you dangerous. But also, you're keeping secrets. Izuku's breath halts for a minute. What is Todoroki getting at? And by secrets, does he suspect something? Maybe. Did Tetrax reveal too much? According to Uraraka, he didn't. Todoroki, however, isn't finished yet. During the attack on the U.S.J, you were by far the most useful among us. Specifically how Midoriya was able to fight off the villains all on his own, and then single-handedly took out Nu and even Shigaraki all with minimal effort. He even led them to their victory against the League of Villains. Whereas, his ice was useless against Tetrax, Nomu, and there's no doubt that the other villains would have been able to escape his ice. So he gave in and used that bastard's quirk to fight. And it was maddening. He needs to get stronger. He needs to prove that he can be a hero without that bastard's influence. For all intents and purposes, you are the one to beat today. Midoriya isn't he? His strategic mind and large arsenal of powers makes him the top contender here today. And like I told Uraraka, I will beat you too. Todoroki. Izuku really isn't sure how he's supposed to respond. He's never been threatened or somewhat complimented at the same time before. Yet now Todoroki's made it clear that he will be gunning for him. And what's worse, he's now just realizing how silent the rest of the class is, as if they too have just started to realize the truth. Out of everyone in this very room, Midoriya is the top contender for the #1 spot. Bakugo scowls. He loathes that assumption. Denki Kaminari gasps from his seat. What's with all these declarations of war lately? First it was the dude from General Studies, then that loud guy from Class 1B, and now there's infighting in his own class too. Eijiro Kirishima gets up looking really concerned. Yeah, what's the big deal? He grabs Todoroki's shoulder to try and calm him down. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? And right before we get started. Todoroki bats his hand away, irritated. We're not here to be each other's friends. He turns and marches away. Don't forget, this isn't a team effort. Ochaco can't leave things as they are. Todoroki. The teen in question stops in his tracks. He's willing to hear his opponent out if she desires to speak her own mind. It's only fair. You're right. About everything. Izuku is stunned, but he doesn't interrupt. Between the two of us, you're the most capable with your quirk. She inhales, readying herself for what she's about to admit. And I have to agree, if we had a real fight back at the battle training, you definitely would have won. The only reason Todoroki considers it a loss was because she surprised and overpowered him at the time. But now things are different. This challenge will be about skills, power, and their own wits, all things that Todoroki has in spades compared to her. But I've grown and improved so much since then. Sure, it's been slow, but she's ready to take the next step in becoming a true wielder of one for all. So I'm not going to just lay down and let you take victory. I have things worth fighting for, and I am going to make them come true. She glares right up at her challenger. I'm going to show the world what I got. For the sake of her dream, she will achieve victory. Her determined eyes leer towards Izuku, letting him know that this goes for him as well. After all, it's like Todoroki, he said. He's the one to beat, and if that's what she has to do to win, then so be it. Izuku is a bit taken back by being directed as such, but he understands what she's trying to say. Todoroki huffs. Fine. Let's see what you got then. Bakugo leers at the two, offended that he wasn't even considered a threat by either of them. Izuku falls into a sullen silence. Can he say the same thing? Can he show the world, the universe, what he's got? ####. Hey you. Present mix image pops up onto the giant flat screens surrounding the interior of the stadium. The massive crowd of spectators roar in excitement as Present Mike begins to start things off. Make some noise, all you rabid sports fans. Get those cameras prepped. Media hordes. Present Mike waves his arms about, even jumping out of his seat as pure excitement takes hold. This year we're bringing you some of the hottest performances in UA's sports festival history, guaranteed. Sitting beside Present Mike is a mummified Shota Aizawa, who ducks down just in time to avoid an accidental slap from his co-host. Present Mike didn't even notice what he almost did. I've only got one question before we start this show. Are you ready? The crowd cheers in response as Present Mike's booming voice plays over the sound system. Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the main stage. Present Mike's voice echoes down the dark, narrow passageway. As the students of Class 1A march their way forward ready to take on their next big steps to becoming pro-heroes. Ochaco can almost hear All Might's declaration echoing in her head. That she must think of this as her debut, to introduce herself to the world, and proudly say, I am here. Present Mike's voice screams through the speakers as the entirety of Class 1A steps out onto the field. This first group are no strangers to the spotlight. You know them for withstanding a villain attack. They're the dazzling students lighting up your TVs with solid gold skills. The crowd is in a complete frenzy as they cheer and roar. That's right. It's the hero course students of Class 1A. Class 1A gaze up at the massive stadium. They are completely caught off guard by the sight. There are far more people than they expected. It's almost as if all of Japan is here, and all to watch them compete for the glory. Ochaco suddenly gets hit by a wave of nervousness. Oh wow, I didn't know there'd be so many people. Izuku considers if he should have told Uraraka about how Nizu will be broadcasting all of this into the cosmos, but maybe it would be best to tell her after the competition. No need to scare her even more before they start. Ida awes at the sight of the screaming audience. I hope we're still able to give our best performances even though all these eyes are watching us. Izuku chuckles nervously. More than you know. I suppose it's just another aspect of being a hero we all have to learn to get used to. Kirishima gives a tense grin as they all march forward. Present Mike sure did talk us up a lot. Kinda makes me nervous. He looks to the ash blonde that's been uncharacteristically quiet all morning. How you feelin', man? I'm not worried. Bakugo grins darkly. Makes me want to win this thing even more. Present Mike continues to introduce the rest of the first-year classes. They haven't been getting nearly as much screen time, but this next group is still chock full of talent. Welcome, Hero Course Class 1B. A group of 20 Hero Course students march out from a separate gateway. From within their group is that loud punk with silver hair who came to check out their class along with the rest of the school. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Over 60 students march out of the same gateway together. Leading the large herd of students is the indigo-haired boy who made it clear to Class 1A that the entirety of first years will be gunning for their hero course spots. He stands tall and ready to take his place in said hero course. Support classes F, G, and H. Mei Hatsum is among this group, and she looks absolutely thrilled to be here. And finally, the business classes I, J, and K. The final of the first-year students walk onto the field. Give it up for all of UA's first-year contestants. The audience members cheer loudly for the students. They can't wait for this competition to get started. However, not everyone is happy to be there, namely those in the general studies courses. I get the feeling we're just here to make the hero students look better. I can't wait for this to be over. The indigo-haired teen ignores his classmates as he moves forward. Hey, where's that crystal guy? I thought he was part of Class 1A. Maybe he got scared off. That chick with the ponytail is hot. Shut it. The feminine and wildly thrilled voice of the chief umpire calls out to the students as they approach the main stage. Now the introductory speech. Everyone quiets down as Midnight struts her stuff across the stage, making sure to flaunt her rather risque costume. Kirishima has a light blush on his face, as do a number of his fellow classmates. Someone should talk to Ms. Midnight about what she's wearing. Kaminari nods. Yeah, that costume should come with a warning. Tokoyami, hard to tell if he's affected by Midnight's charm, frowns. Is that really appropriate apparel for a high school game? Minoru Mineta certainly doesn't think so. Silence, everyone. Midnight whips her flogger-style whip. And for the student pledge we have Izuku Midoriya. Class 1A is surprised to hear that one of their shyest classmates has to give the student pledge. Izuku nervously and stiffly approaches the stage much like a robot trying to mimic human movements. Bakugo glares at Izuku's back. He's almost tempted to beat up the nerd. Not just for hogging the attention but for stealing the top spot from under him. Ochaco is surprised. Deku didn't say anything about this. Huh. I didn't know Deku was our first-year rep? Hantashiro leans in close. Well, I guess that Broccoli Head did finish first in the entrance exam. Not that surprising though, after everything they've seen him do. A girl from the general course sighs in annoyance. Only for the hero course exams. She points out. Ochaco nods. Oh right. Zero frowns. That girl obviously hates us. Kaminari grumbles. Yeah, and we've got Bakugo to thank for them not liking our class. Bakugo growls. Shut up. They don't matter anyway. Izuku makes it the microphone. He digs into his pocket for his note cards. But his hands are shaking so badly, he drops the note cards, scattering them across the stage. He desperately drops down to gather them up and tries his best to ignore the laughs and chuckles coming from Class 1B and the general course students. This guy is the student rep? How embarrassing. Ha! I thought Class 1A was supposed to be better than us. OW. Be nice. Ha! He looks like he's going to wet himself. Their hurtful comments are not at all helping as Izuku frantically tries to put his note cards back in order. But it's no use. Midnight tries to calm him down by placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. It at least slows down his shaking. Izuku nervously looks back to his own classmates and several of them offer up kind, encouraging smiles and gestures of good luck. Izuku peers down at his mess of note cards before tucking them away back into his pocket. He then takes a look at the audience. Wow, there's so many of them, but yet this is less than a fraction of the beings actually watching him right now. You know, for someone who's about to give a speech to an audience that stretches across the universe, Izuku is surprisingly calm, maybe because of how surreal the situation is. But maybe he shouldn't focus on who is watching, but rather who he will be competing against. Yes, he needs to focus here at this moment, in this place, on these people. Otherwise, he will never achieve his goals. So with a calming breath, Izuku approaches the microphone, leaning in. He takes another deep breath before beginning. Powerless. Useless. Weak. Immediately, it's like the entire galaxy has silenced itself. Those were all things people used to say to me. What hurt the most was when they said that I could never be a hero. Izuku scans the audience and he spots Toshinori Yagi among his fellow teachers in the stands. But I've been given a chance and I've been working hard to not let this chance go to waste. And ever since, I've been through so much and so much has changed in my life. And every day I'm reminded of that. He has powers now, he has friends, people that willingly support him, and now his entire worldview has been expanded far more than he could have ever conceived on his own. And now here I am ready to take on the next big challenge in my life. Izuku grips the microphone off its stand before turning away to face his fellow competitors. I've been made aware that many of you today are seeking to carve out your destinies. You want to defeat my classmates and I. He eyes Class 1B. You want to become the very best there is. His eyes drift towards his own class, namely to Ochaco and Bakugo. And you want to become heroes yourselves. He scans for the indigo-haired teen. Well, if you want any of your dreams to come true, then you better be willing to work for it. To fight for it. He turns back to the spectators. No matter your background, abilities, or even where you may come from, then you must fight tooth and nail for your dreams and uphold what you believe in. That is the undisputed truth. Hopefully there are those out in the world, or rather worlds, watching that will be inspired to do what's right. To become part of something bigger than themselves. Someone said something today that I never expected. They said I was the most capable one out of Class 1A. His eyes leer back at the very person who called him out. And I believe them. As of now, I stand at the top of all the other first years. He spins around and raises a hand to his competition. So, if any of you want to succeed, then I'm the one to beat today. The galactic-wide silence stretches on until suddenly cheers erupt from the audience. As for the student themselves, many of those in the hero course look like they're ready to go. Even Bakugo looks excited. but that may be because Deku just essentially painted a giant-ass target on his back. Ochaco is especially excited, admiring Izuku's sudden resolve. As for Todoroki, he is a bit less than pleased to have his own words thrown back at him. But if Midoriya wants them all to fight to achieve the very top, then so be it. Izuku hands the microphone back to Midnight as he confidently strides back down the stage. Those in general studies back away as if afraid of what he's capable of. Unbeknownst to anyone here is what Izuku is really feeling. Oh my god! That was so scary. He's having an internal panic attack. Thankfully his own expression doesn't hint to it. What was I thinking? Why did I do that? Why didn't I stick to my script? Ida claps Izuku on the back. Well done, Midoriya. That was a fine speech. Kirishima grins widely.
No kidding.
Ah, I'm so pumped. Kyokujiro, the ever-observant, states the obvious. I hope you know what you're doing, Midoriya, because now everyone's going to be going after you. Eh? Is his only response. ####. From within the teacher's personal viewing room, 13 just can't seem to stop grinning from underneath their helmet. Sheesh, kid. That was great. I can't wait to see how you pull this off. Snipe chuckles from beside them. Ha! That took some real balls to say. Vlad King adds in from behind.
No kidding.
He essentially just challenged the entire first-year student body. He may regret that. His own students will see to that. Toshinori is unusually silent as his colleague chatter away. I guess he hasn't truly forgiven me. He had no real idea what that Midoriya boy went through before they met. But now it just hurts to think about. Useless, powerless, weak, and then being told he couldn't be a hero. Is that how the boy felt when he reached out to him? When he, the #1 hero, rejected his dream. Toshinori eyes the young boy as his classmates surround him. Young Midoriya, you truly are something else, aren't you? Despite everything, you truly want to become a hero. ####. Midnight sees no point in dragging this out any further. Without further ado, it's time for us to get started. She whips her flogger. This is where you begin feeling the pain. The first fateful game of the festival. A giant holographic screen appears behind her. An image of a large slot appears and begins rolling. What could it be? The students hold their breath as the slot machine continues to spin and spin until it finally comes to a sudden stop.
Dada.
Midnight sings as the first challenge is presented. Izuku's brow furrows. So, it's gonna be an obstacle course. Midnight goes on to explain the rules. All 11 classes will participate in this treacherous contest. The track is 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. She raises her flogger. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least not in this game. She licks lips as she eyes the little darlings. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. The audience is in an uproar, but whether because the competition is going to start or from Midnight's innuendo is unclear. Now then, take your places, contestants. The students immediately turn and gather around a large red archway that leads into a narrow passage leading to the outside of the stadium. Atop the archway, there are 3 glowing lights that will be used to signal the starting countdown. Ochaco readies herself among the sea of students. All might. She thinks back to her mentor's very words of what she is to achieve today. You must introduce yourself to the world and proudly say, I am here. She eyes her fellow friends and classmates. Each one of them have their own dreams and goals, and all of them are aiming for the #1 spot. I may not be able to fully use one for all, but that will change. I'll make sure of it. One of the lights shut off. Izuku grips the Omnitrix, ready to activate in a moment's notice. There's so much I have to live up to and for. He will become a hero, and he will live up to the expectations of those supporting him. From his mom, to his mentor, even Tetrax, and to those out in the universe that may one day depend on him. The second light dims. Both Izuku and Ochaco are ready to start. I have to go beyond. Last light shuts off just as the umpire, Midnight, shouts, Begin! A stampede of students charge forward, all clambering through the narrow hallway. Izuku races forward. activating the source of his powers, and disappears under a flash of green light. Ochaco doesn't bother to look at what he turns into. Instead, she has to focus on herself. As she takes off with her classmates, she can hear Present Mic's voice over the speakers. And we're off to a racing start. How about some color commentary?
Mumiman.
Aizawa sighs. How did you talk me into this? What should we be paying attention to in the early stages of the race? The doorway. Her homeroom teacher states it like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Hey, you're trampling me. Eek. Something tiny ran over my foot. This is too narrow. Students are shoving and pushing their way through the far too small hallway. They are jammed together like a school of sardines trying to fit through a single pipe. Ochaco tries to elbow and shove her way through, but the sea of students is too much. I get it. The teachers are testing us. They want to see how we make it through. Ochaco grips her arms and activates her quirk, and with a hard shove she floats up into the air until she's above the sea of students. She kicks off the wall to the opposite end, and just in two as the hallway suddenly becomes as cold as a blizzard and ice floods the interior, freezing the entire hallway. Todoroki takes off running and claims the lead right from the start. Apologies. He froze almost every student in place, effectively taking many of them out of the running. Ochaco continues to float forward as she watches others who made it past Todoroki's initial act of sabotage. Kirishima leaps forward. Here I come. Momo Yaoyorozu pole vaults herself over the frozen ice and contestants. Nice trick. Todoroki. Bakugo is like a mad dog as he flies through the air. I won't let you get away so easily. He thrusts his hands back as he releases a blast, pushing himself forward. You icy hot bastard. Ochaco makes it out of the hallway, releasing her quirk just as Ojiro, Mina, and Tokoyami pass her by. As she lands, her feet slip and slide across the ice, but she soon regains her balance. I wonder what happened to Deku? I figured he'd be in the lead by now. He could have breezed through all of this as XLR8, or fly over everything as Terraspin. Even Feedback is athletic enough to make it through. Ah! She recognizes that scream. Ochaco reels around and spots something completely unexpected. A terrified gray matter is slipping and sliding across the ice while also trying to avoid being stepped on by other contestants that also avoided the ice. Deku! Gray matter spins around when he hears his name, but a nearby student slips and accidentally kicks the Galvan forward. Ah! Gray matter slides across the ice, screaming his head off as feet stomp around him. Acting fast, Ochaco scoops him up while also trying to keep moving. Why aren't you XLR8? You think I wanted this? The Omnitrix decided to mess with him at the last second. It's not his fault the blasted thing has a sense of irony to it. Meanwhile, the indigo-haired teen watches Class 1A take the lead as a group of dazed students carry him across the ice. So they are good at using their powers. Ha! He smirks. The current lead, Todoroki, peers back at the stampede of students who managed to avoid his attack. I didn't expect so many people to dodge that, especially those from other classes. He's surprised to see how quickly Mineta is catching up to him. His shorter classmate is using his sticky balls as a means to bounce across the ice. Gray matter watches from Ochaco's shoulder as Mineta readies to attack Todoroki from behind, but it doesn't go as well as he thinks as a robot bursts out and dunks on the unsuspecting Mineta. Are you okay? Shouts Gray matter as a one-point mecha blocks their way. Targets acquired. Terminate them. Ochaco comes to a halt as more robots appear before the students. It's those robots from the entrance exam. Present Mic's voice rings out. Ooh, enemies have shown up out of nowhere. He must be watching from all the camera robots posted in and around the track. I bet we're in for a treat here. A test of strength and cunning. Todoroki gazes up at huge robotic behemoths. It's a robo-inferno. An entire army of robots from the entrance exam are blocking the way. You have the 1-pointers to 3-pointers, but the ones that stand out are the number of giant 0-point mechas towering over them. Kaminari skids to a halt along with many others. Are those the 0-point villains from the practical test? Todoroki eyes the behemoths. So, this is what the other students face in their entrance exams. Yaoyorozu is in just the same amount of disbelief. Where's the school even get the funding for these things? That is an honestly good question. Too bad nobody has an answer. One of the Goliath robots stretches its arm down at Todoroki to squash him like a bug. Todoroki stomps his foot to the ground as ice encases his arm. They obviously went through a lot of trouble, but I wish they'd prepared something a little more difficult. He presses his hand against the ground and ice floods out around him. He glares up at the 0-point mecha as its giant hand looms over him. Especially since my dear old man is watching. He waves his hand upward and a blizzard of ice pushes the metallic monstrosity back. The dual-haired teen releases a cold breath of air and takes off, not admiring how his own ice has frozen the entire giant in place. As he runs past the bots, his competitors finally snap out of their astonishment after witnessing such a grand display of power. Dude! He stopped the robot. Look! Between its legs. We can get through. Careful now, states Todoroki. I froze it while it was off its balance. Pieces of the robot break apart as the towering mass begins to fall forward. On purpose. He doesn't bother to look back as the frozen 0-point mecha collapses onto the ground and possibly onto some students. Present Mike shouts out gleefully from the commentator's booth. That's Todoroki from Class 1A pulling ahead to an early lead with a devastating display. Amazing. He's one we should watch. It almost seems unfair. Thoughts? Aizawa's voice cuts in. His attack was both offensive and defensive. No wonder he was let in on recommendations. Todoroki keeps going as his teachers sing his praises. He'd never even fought those robo-infernos before, but they didn't stand a chance against his chart-topping moves. Meanwhile, more robots appear from within the dust cloud in the aftermath of Todoroki's wake. Ochaco scowls in frustration. I need to catch up. She better keep her wits about her, otherwise the other obstacles are going to catch her. Gray matter glares at the fallen behemoth. Come on, Izuku. Think. What do I do? He can't rely on Ochaco for long. He needs to prove himself. The little alien peers at his hand and a brilliant idea comes to mind, making him smile. Meanwhile, other students are panicking with fear after witnessing the robot collapse on top of a few individuals. Their concern is unfounded as something, or rather someone, breaks through the frozen metal husk. I'm alive! Screams Kirishima as his hardened skin pushes back the metal. Kirishima from Class 1A. What a hardcore debut for this rookie. Kirishima growls at Todoroki's moving form. Todoroki, I can't believe you pulled something like that. Geez, anyone but me would have been killed. A different voice echoes from within the metal husk. Class 1A really is full of jerks. The same guy from Class 1B breaks through the robot. I'll smash that ice guy when I get my hands on him. His entire skin has turned to steel which shines in the sunlight. Whoa! Tetsu from Class 1B was also stuck underneath. What are the odds? Tetsu has long, messy gray hair. His eyes are each lined with a very thick, jagged, tan-colored substance. Like Kirishima, he has rows of sharp, pointed fangs as teeth. You know, anyone other than me would have been killed. Kirishima takes off running as a trail of tears leaks from his eyes. Our quirks are basically the same. How am I supposed to stand out now? Tetsu runs off after him. You damn copycat. Others make their own way over the hulking metal monsters, such as Bakugo. With a booming explosion, the Mad Bomber blasts his way up and over a 0-point mecha. No way I'm letting Todoroki beat me. With expert aerial acrobatics, he evades a massive punch from the robot before soaring past the Goliath's head. Class 1. As Bakugo is rocketing over the obstacles. Clever. It is rather surprising to see him purposefully avoiding a fight, but perhaps he's just keeping his eye on the true prize. Tokoyami and Shiro follow along behind him, each using their respective quirks to scale over the metal menace. ####. The massive audience cheers from within the stadium as they watch the students from the giant screens. Snipe watches as Bakugo flies away from the first obstacle. Looks like all the pack leaders are from Class 1A. Vlad King huffs. For now at least. 13 peers over at their colleague. Maybe, but you have to admit that Class 1 is really doing well today. But where is Midoriya? He hasn't appeared on screen once. And neither has Uraraka for that matter. Toshinori adds in his own thoughts. It's not that 1B and the other students are doing poorly. It's just. Aizawa's voice takes over from the commentator's booth. Class 1 has learned not to hesitate. The entire stadium watches as Ida kick-stomps a robot, followed by Jiro jamming her earphone jacks into a pair of bots and blasting them with a high-pitched frequency. Even Kaminari takes down a 1-point mecha. Aizawa continues with his explanation. They've seen what the real world is like. They've felt the fear of facing villains. Shoji grapples a 1-point mecha and with immense strength he flips it onto its back. Yet they fight on, trying to overcome that fear. Ojiro spins through the air before slamming his tail into a bot, hitting its head clean off. They've grown, all of them, and they know that they have to act quickly if they want to stay alive. ####. I need to try and use one for all, otherwise I'm never going to win this. Ochaco dodges and attacks several 1-point mechas as gray matter hangs on for dear life. She presses her hands against the 2 bots before pushing them upward. But that doesn't mean I'm helpless. She grins as the robots fly up. She releases her quirk and the bots come crashing down onto the dirt. Before she can run off, gray matter hops off her shoulder. What are you doing? We have to keep going. Gray matter lands atop one of the bots.
No.
This is a competition. He turns so he can face his friend. Todoroki was right, we are not friends today. Today we are rivals. What? Uraraka. We each have our own goals. We can't rely on each other. All we can do is use our own skills if we want to make it as heroes. But she's silenced by a wave of a hand. She hates to admit it, but he's right. She can't be worried about his problems right now. She needs to focus on her own. Today everyone is a rival. Gray matter offers up a grin. You keep going. I'll catch up. That's a promise. Ochaco hesitates but gives in. You may regret that decision. Because I'm going to win. She turns away and takes off to regain lost time. Gray matter smiles and turns to bots as members of Class 1B and other contestants run on by. Now. He cracks his fingers, prepping them for what's to come. Let's get to work. In the meantime, Ochaco finally arrives at the end of the first obstacle. Now she just has to be on the lookout for the next one. From behind her, several of the 0-point mecha's heads implode as projectiles are fired into them. A piece of cake, declares Yaoyorozu as she leaves behind the large cannon she built. Ochaco gazes back in amazement, glad that she's far enough away from the collapsing giants. Wow! She beat a 0-pointer that easily. No wonder she got in on recommendations. But just because she was let in on recommendations doesn't mean the rest of the competitors are slackers either. Ochaco spots a girl from Class 1B using her vine-like hair to move across the track. At the sight of the skillful competition, Ochaco speeds up. She can almost sense that All Might is watching her, pushing her forward as he cheers her on. Now that there's no more ice or robots in the way, she can really let her agility shine through. With the legs that climbed up a mountain for months, she blitzes her way forward with such a fast speed that could make Ida jealous. Present Mike screams through the speakers. For those of you who thought the first obstacle was easy, let's see how you feel about the second one. Second one. Ochaco soon catches up to the midway point, and in front of her she sees that she's caught up to Tsuyu and Mina. She picks up her pace, hoping to pass them by. As she does, she leaps forward to claim the lead. That was a mistake. Ah! She screams out at the deep dark trench below her. Tsuyu's sticky pink tongue lashes out, wraps around her waist, and pulls her in before she falls to a usable doom. Ochaco keels over onto the ground. Oh, thank you. Tsuyu smiles down at her. I guess you should have looked before you leaped. Mina perks up. Was that a pun? Don't tell Midoriya. As Mina chuckles at Tsuyu's response, Ochaco takes another look at the trench. If they take a spill, they're out. If they want to pass this test, they'll have to get creative. It's the fall. The fall is a vast dark pit filled with tall stone pillars that are all connected by tightropes. Ochaco backpedals away from the edge. When did they even have time to build something like this? Tsuyu steps past the gravity manipulator and then squats down. Mina eyes the frog girl. What are you doing? Karo. Tsuyu jumps out and lands onto a tightrope with no issues. Karo. She starts moving forward, one hand and foot moving at a time. This is my moment. Easy peasy. She's fast.
Ovis Mina.
A thrilled cackle echoes from behind Ochaco and Mina. Yes, finally. Mei Hatsume's goggles sheen in the light. This is my chance to show off what I can do. All across her form, she's wearing an assortment of support items and gear from metallic shoes, strange devices hooked to her belt, and of course her steampunk-like goggles. My support items are gonna steal the spotlight from these wannabe heroes. Everyone, she throws hands out in dramatic fashion. Observe what my brilliant gadgets can do. Ochaco instantly recognizes her. Hey, you're Hatsume. That's right. Now who are you? What? You mean you don't know? After all, Hatsume is supposed to be the one creating her support gear. Nope. Hatsume states flatly without a care if she sounds rude. Ochaco sighs, not enjoying how self-absorbed this strange girl is. Mina, however, is upset about a clear injustice. Hey, how come you got to bring all that stuff? Hatsume smiles eagerly, more than happy to explain why she has the gear that she does. Students in the hero course get all kinds of combat training for their quirks. Her smile turns devilishly mischievous for a moment. In order to keep things fair and give us a fighting chance, we're allowed to bring whatever gadgets and costumes we want into the games, so long as we developed them ourselves. She then steps forward. So, sit back and enjoy the show. Her wire arrows fire out and pierce into one of the pillars. For those of us in the support course, this is the perfect obstacle to show off our ingenious ideas and creations to any companies that may want to recruit us. Her hover saws fire and launch her forward. Ha 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 ha. She jumps into the trench without a care in the world. I hope employers are watching. As she descends down, she presses a button and the wire reels her up and onto the side of the pillar. My super cute little babies are sure to make a splash. Her hover saws shoot her upward as she cackles in delight. He ha ha ha. He ha ha ha. Talk about annoying, grumbles the pink-skinned teen. Ochaco glares. She can't let the support course student get ahead of her. I won't lose. She runs forward, pressing her hands against her face and jumps forward, allowing zero gravity to do its thing. Ugh, this is so unfair. Mina runs forward too. Other students run up to take on the next obstacle. One of them happens to be the indigo-haired boy with bags under his eyes. Interesting. He smirks creepily, watching the students of Class 1 make their way across. Heh, Present Mike comments. In the world of heroes, it can be hard to get popular without a flashy quirk, right? Eraserhead. I don't know what you're talking about, idiot. Present Mike is lucky that Aizawa can't move his arms right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to strangle him with his scarf. Ochaco lands atop the first pillar. She looks ahead to see how much further she has to go, and she spots Todoroki skating over a frozen tightrope to make it to the opposite end of the obstacle. Bakugo appears to be in hot pursuit of their dual-haired classmate as he flies over the fall. She observes the situation and notices how ridiculous Ida looks as he T-poses his way on a tightrope, using his engines to push himself forward. He looks so silly. She spit-takes. She slaps her cheeks and shakes her head. Don't get distracted. I have a sports festival to win. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The stadium is full of chatter as the screens display the skillfulness of each student, especially of those in the lead. Many of the pro heroes in attendance take notice of them especially. The dude in first place is so far ahead. Not even that kid who gave the speech is anywhere to be seen. His quirk is really powerful, but it's his natural athletic talent and keen judgment keeping him in first place. I'm not surprised. Don't you know who his father is? The flame hero, Endeavor. Wait, for real? That guy's second only to All Might himself. Everyone'll be fighting to have him as a sidekick for sure. Toshinori can hear them all talking above him, and he has to agree, But this sports festival is only just beginning. Anything can happen. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Ochaco makes it across the fall as Shoji glides over to the end and Yuga Aoyama launches himself over with his naval laser. The leader's pulling distance between him and the students stuck at the fall, shouts Present Mike. It hasn't been announced how many competitors will make it through to the next round, so there's no time to relax. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Inko gitters around on the couch, unable to pry her eyes off the television. Come on, Izuku. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Emily bounces off her family's couch, cheering at the top of her lungs. Go Oken. Go. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. At the same time, a crowd of aliens gaze up at the holographic screen displayed over Mr. Bauman's bar. This year's first years really are something. No kidding. No wonder they were able to hold off villains all on their own. Hey, what happened to that kid with the something? Omnitrix. Mr. Bauman corrects. Information spreads fast through the alien community of Japan, namely because it is rather small. But even so, with 13 coming by every now and again, it was only a matter of time before the aliens of Earth found out. So, the pro-hero just came out with it so none of them would be thrown for a loop. Isn't that girl with the pink cheeks a plumber, too? Nah, she's more of a cadet. A rodent-like being throws his head back in annoyance. Gah, why are we even watching this? It's just hero propaganda. Mr. Bauman tosses a can at the big-mouthed rodent. Shut it, Arjit. You can leave if you don't want to watch. Arjit glowers but keeps his mouth shut. Mr. Bauman goes back to watching the screen along with his otherworldly customers. Come on, Izuku. Where's that fighting spirit of yours? Hashtag hashtag hashtag. A panting Todoroki arrives at the third and final obstacle of the obstacle race. Present Mick's voice booms out to introduce it. And now we're finally approaching the last obstacle. Everyone had better tread carefully. You're stepping onto a minefield. The final obstacle is a minefield that stretches far into the distance. Looking closely, little mounds of dirt protrude upward. Clearly that is where the bombs are hidden. Only issue is the ground is absolutely littered with them. If you look carefully, you can see where those little bombs are buried. So, keep your eyes on the ground, folks. He adds in the next part for liability's sake. By the way, those landmines were designed for the games. So, they might be loud and flashy, but they're not all that powerful. Just enough to make you wet your pants. Aizawa retorts dryly. Get a hold of yourself. Ochaco's head snaps up after hearing Present Mick's announcement. No way. Did Todoroki already make it to the final obstacle? She needs to move it. Move it, Ochaco. You can do it. You can still win this. Maybe. As she runs, she passes by some more students, even those from Class 1B. She just needs to call upon one for all if she wants to achieve victory. But the question is, how? How can she utilize its power without disabling herself, or at least with the minimal amount of damage to her body? As Ochaco nears the third obstacle, other students are making their own way across, but with so many hidden bombs, they only end up getting blown up by booming pink smoke. With so many bombs everywhere, Todoroki has been reduced to a fast walk instead of a run. Very clever. Those in the lead are actually at a disadvantage here. He keeps his balance despite the explosions in the background. Guess it makes for good entertainment. A different kind of explosion roars out from behind him. Todoroki turns around and sees a wickedly grinning Bakugo flying at him at full speed. Ah, it's over. Bastard! He screams out as one final blast pushes him past Todoroki. Your declaration of war was to the wrong person. He thrusts his hand out, but Todoroki dodges his fiery palm. Just like that, a new student takes the lead, shouts Present Mike. They can hear the audience from there. They are in a complete uproar now that Bakugo has caught up to the leader. The media here is going crazy. There's nothing they love more than an upset. And judging from Present Mick's voice, he loves it too. While those two duke it out, other students take advantage of the situation to catch up, such as those in the hero course classes. Hey, hey, hey! The rest of the competitors are catching up, too. Present Mike returns his attention back to the leaders. And what's this? Todoroki deflects Bakugo's hand as they keep moving while also avoiding landmines. Can our two leaders fight each other and stay in front of the competition? Todoroki grabs Bakugo's arm, partly freezing it, but the blonde shakes him off before he can do too much damage. Back at the start of the minefield, Ochaco has just arrived. Darn, they're so far ahead. She can see the two of them fighting it out. She can assume that Bakugo's ego must have reached its limit and now he's trying to regain some sense of dominance. But his blunder will be her salvation. She just needs to use it. She needs to use one for all. But how? She could power up her legs with it, but then what? Launch herself forward and hope it's strong enough to get her all the way to the finish line? Unlikely, but what if it wasn't her entire leg? With a new brilliant idea, Ochaco sets herself up. First, she uses zero gravity on herself, making her weightless, and then she gets into a running stance, lowering herself so she can take off. While traversing the start of the minefield, Jiro notices Ochaco's running stance. What's Uraraka doing? She doesn't have time to see and keeps going, using her stretching earphone jacks to help locate the bombs. Focus. Just focus. All Might's successor inhales and then exhales, calming her mind as she focuses on the task at hand. Focus on one point. She focuses on that feeling of protecting, of saving others that All Might told her to call upon. Her entire body lights up in a dazzling pink aura as one for all courses through her. Her entire body stiffens. If she moves, there's no doubt she'd damage her body. Now she can't move, so she focuses even more, and the light flows down to her legs. Ochaco can feel the immense amount of power flowing through her entire body as one for all streams through her leg, and then her foot lights as one for all concentrates within her toe. And that's all she needs as she takes off like a bullet. She soars over the landmines as a powerful whirlwind trails behind her. Burst Comet! Explosions boom out behind her as she rockets past her fellow classmates and competitors. The roaring explosion draws Bakugo's and Todoroki's attention, and they are more than surprised to see Ochaco racing towards them. Ochaco is nothing but a blur flying just a foot above the minefield. Only her zero gravity to protect her from an exploding fate, as explosions roar behind her in her wake. She can almost hear All Might screaming, "Yes!" all the way from the stands, but the pain and swelling of her toe as well as the whipping wind in her face prevent her from hearing him or even present mixed commentary. Wow! How is she doing that? Whatever the case, Class 1, as Ochaco Uraraka is now vying for the top spot. She's quickly clearing the minefield. At this rate, she will catch up to the leaders in no time. Damn it, Roundface! Uraraka! Bakugo thrusts his arm back and releases a thundering explosion right into the girl's path. He is not about to let someone else take the lead. Ochaco's eyes widen in terror as she flies uncontrollably right to the fiery eruption. Release! Gravity's pull returns and drags her down, and she tumbles across the ground until a landmine bursts into a cloud of pink smoke, thrusting her up into the air. Despite ending up in an explosion either way, she keeps her composure as she's launched into the air again and right over the two boys before falling back towards the ground. She quickly uses zero gravity to soften her descent. And just in time too, because Todoroki launches a sheet of ice across the ground in an attempt to freeze her in place. Unfortunately for him, he essentially created a slippery landing pad for the gravity girl. "Get out of the way!" shouts Bakugo as he runs forward. He throws his hand as bursts flare out. Out of reflex, Ochaco grabs Bakugo's arm, turns her boy and pulls him up and over her shoulder, slamming him into the ground and onto a landmine that blasts both of them, and the nearby charging Todoroki away. The three leads are able to regain their balance and keep moving forward while also avoiding attacks from each other. Bakugo tries to blast them away, but they evade or brush off his palms. Ochaco does her best to ignore the pain in her foot while also trying to land a hand on them. But Todoroki encases his skin in ice to repel the effect of her zero gravity. Wah! It's now a three-way brawl for the Fini Dash. Present Mike goes quiet as someone notified him about something. Whatever it is, it must be big if it were to distract him from the three-way brawl for the finish. Hang on! Hang on! Hang on! Ochaco is just able to slap away Todoroki's hand after he grabbed her shoulder and encased it in ice. She vaguely wonders what Present Mike is talking about, but she has to focus on the here and now. What's this? It's Izuku Midoriya, and he's quickly approaching from the rear. What? Cry out the three clashing leaders. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Yeah, baby. Gray Matter shouts gleefully from within his newly decked-out mecha as he races through the obstacle course at high speed. After leaving Uraraka, he got to work on hijacking a one-point mecha, while taking some parts from a second-down one-point mecha. His decked-out mecha uses a one-point mecha as the main frame. It's leaning backwards with a second tire hitched to its back for double the speed. The bot's arms are positioned backwards at its sides with its Gatling guns towards its rear to act as thrusters. And finally, its robotic head is atop its belly acting as a cockpit for the little alien to drive. It took him some time, of course, but definitely well worth it because he's already made it to the fall. Gray Matter steps on the gas, and with a pull of some wires his high-speed vehicle springs upward as it leaps over the gorge, bouncing from pillar to pillar. Gray Matter feels a bit guilty as he jumps around, but he's moving far too quickly for other students to move out of the way in time. Look out! Coming through!
Sorry.
Ooh, that had to hurt. He instantly arrives at the other side. The tires spin wildly before racing forward with a screech kicking up dirt in its wake. Gray Matter tugs on more wires, making the vehicle race even faster, and soon he's coming upon the minefield. Knowing he can't slow down now, he kicks it into high gear for one last burst of speed that rockets him straight into the minefield and past his competition. Explosions trail behind the metallic vehicle, which is durable enough to withstand the blasts. The same could not be said for the students that are unfortunate to be in his direct path. Meanwhile, the three racing leads are in complete and utter awe as Gray Matter races across the entirety of the minefield. They only have present mix announcement to clarify who it is that's catching up to them. Class 1. As Izuku Midoriya just went from dead last to suddenly being in pursuit for first place. Oh, what a day! What a lovely day! Shouts Gray Matter as he plows right past Ochaco, Bakugo, and Todoroki. Strike that! The lead is his! The audience roars out at the thrilling development, so much so that they shake the stadium. The vehicle's thrusters give out, slowing its pace, but Gray Matter still keeps the lead. Ha 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 ha! Ingenious! Yes, this worked out so much better than he had thought. This is what it means to use what you got. And what Gray Matter has is an advanced intellect and a lot of spare parts to work with. Now I'm about to win a race of speed and athletics with pure brain power. He better not get too comfortable because the three leads immediately take off after him. Deku! Bakugo rockets after him with a crazed look in his eye. What the hell do you think you're doing, huh? Todoroki generates an ice path in front of him as he sprints forward. This ice path will end up helping others. But there's no time to worry about them. He's actually somewhat worried now. He was too complacent thinking nobody would catch up to him, and now he's paying the price. Ochaco runs as fast as she can, while still avoiding bombs. Sheesh, Deku. You show off. Look at this plot twist, shouts Present Mike. Those three aren't fighting anymore. They're chasing Midoriya. That's what having a common enemy will do in this competition. This fight is still far from over, though. That's right, anything can still happen. Ochaco scowls. She's falling behind the others and fast. I can't lose. Come on, Ochaco. Her toe is still swollen, but her adrenaline is pushing back her pain. She needs to use one for all. There are no other options. I need to focus. Focus on that feeling of protecting, of saving, of... And then it hits her. No, that's not all. I need to allow one for all to flow, while maintaining focus. But most importantly, I have to stop thinking and just do it. As her resolve shines through, her magnificent pink aura illuminates around her. And with a final kick off the ground, Ochaco charges forward with such a force of speed and power that she zooms past Bakugo and Todoroki, leaving them to deal with the bombs going off behind her. Move it, Deku! Gray Matter reels around, his eyes popping open just as Ochaco plows right through his mecha, shattering it in a burst of scrapes and wires. She flies forward, losing focus on one for all. She is not at all sorry as she rolls across the ground, and then slides to her feet. She never stops moving, sprinting forward as fast as her legs can carry her, happily noting that her legs are okay. She had done it. For a minute there she had control of a portion of one for all's power. President Mike is going crazy over the new development. In a stunning move, Uraraka has blasted past her classmates from 1A, even demolishing Midoriya's super cool mecha. Ochaco sprints as fast as she can even as something weighs her arm down. She has no time to worry about it. She has to keep going and win this, especially as Bakugo and Todoroki are fast approaching. With their more reliable quirks, they are quickly closing the gap. Eraserhead, your students are amazing. What the heck are you teaching them? Aizawa's muffled voice speaks with a hint of pride. This has nothing to do with me. The three main leads keep on going, moving as fast as their natural abilities can take them through the narrow passageway. Each of them is powered by their own drive to succeed. Ochaco can see the light at the end of the tunnel. She's almost there. President Mike laughs out. There you have it. Eraserhead is a terrible teacher. I'm what? Shouts Aizawa. Bakugo's blast echoes behind Ochaco as if he's only an inch behind her. President Mike continues to comment. Who would have imagined at the beginning of this race that the climax would be a non-stop mega mix of surprises? Ochaco can feel the cold touch of Todoroki's ice on her heels. So, with one last push with the support of her loved ones, and for the sake of her dreams spurring her, Ochaco calls upon one for all one last time. Burst Comet! And just as Bakugo and Todoroki are about to pass her by, she blasts right past them like a pink-colored comet had fired down from the stars, and all to claim victory over the obstacle course. All Might's successor surges into the stadium to the sound of resounding cheers and screams. A tired yet thrilled smile adorns her face as she swings her arm forward just before the finish line. But that's when she notices it. Perched upon her shoulder, Gray Matter smirks at her with a mischievous yet proud look in his eyes. It takes a second for her to realize that he latched onto her when she blasted straight through his mecha. But that means, how unprecedented! Ochaco Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya are our champions. How it should have ended, Hishi. Back just before the race began, the final light shuts off just as Midnight shouts. Begin! A stampede of students charge forward, all clambering through the narrow hallway. Izuku races forward, activating the source of his powers, and disappears under a flash of green light and is replaced by the one and only XLR-8. The Kinoceleran weaves in and out, around the sea of slow-moving students, even running along the vertical wall at a high speed to avoid the flow of stampeding contestants. XLR-8 bursts out of the doorway far before Todoroki could attempt to freeze anyone in place. XLR-8 is but a blur as he speeds past the Robo-Inferno. He's so fast the robots couldn't even register that he ran right past them. Even the fall is of no consequence as XLR-8 easily skates across the tightropes, zigzagging between pillars before he's on the other side. He turns around briefly to admire how deep the gorge really is before taking off again. In less than a minute he's already at the minefield, but even unaware of the dangers ahead of him, he keeps on going, taking advantage of the Kinoceleran's natural speed. He blazes a trail right through the minefield, moving so quickly that the bombs blow up far too late to do anything. Even the sonic blast of the bomb can't reach him as he's already running straight through the passageway and swirls around to a stop after bursting through the finish line and into the stadium to the sound of a stunned audience. What the hell? Cries an astonished President Mike. Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A finished the entire course in less than a minute. That's got to be some kind of UA record right there. XLR-8 looks towards the start of the race and he can actually still see the last flow of students trying to get through. Huh, what do you know? He honestly thought it would have taken him a lot longer than this. Even the obstacles weren't that bad. Sure, they look scary, but it was no big deal. Aizawa deadpants. This is why I said we should have included more obstacles. Like a maze or some sort of giant obstacle for the students to climb over. Even an obstacle that made them stop to solve a puzzle could have at least slowed down the boy a bit. XLR-8 sheepishly chuckles. Yeah. Sorry, I was too excited. And lucky thing too that the Omnitrix gave him the right alien he needed. Could you imagine if he became someone like Gray Matter or Ditto? He certainly doesn't want to think about it. XLR-8 looks over at the equally stunned Midnight. So, now what do I do? Midnight snaps out of her daze. Oh, She tries to regain her composure by whipping her flogger. You can run the course again. Oops. She was so out of it she said the worst thing possible. XLR8 grins as his visor closes down over his face. Okay. He zips away to the archway and begins to lap the other students before most of them are even through the robo-inferno. Meanwhile, Toshinori pales in his seat. Just what is this kid? 13 is shaking their head. Damn it, Midoriya. I know I said to make a splash, but don't humiliate your classmates in the process. 2. Before long, XLR8 speeds back into the stadium from the opposite end. Can I go again? Nearly the entire arena and possibly the entire galaxy cries out all at once. No! Burst comet. Ochaco Uraraka rockets into the stadium to the resounding roar of the stadium along with a little gray frog latched onto her shoulder. How unprecedented! Ochaco Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya are our champions. Screams present mic over the intercoms. The audience goes crazy over the results as fireworks boom in the sky and confetti showers down. None of them could have guessed how the obstacle courses ended the way it did. Hashtag. Inko Midoriya is moved to tears after seeing her son take the win. So much so that she slips right off the family couch. Oh, my baby Izuku. Hashtag. Way. 2. Go. Oken. MLE is so hyped up that she's running about her family's living room like a chibi tornado. Her mother, on the other hand. Emily settled down this instant. Just by running around her daughter has already broken a vase and papers were thrown into the air. Hashtag. Whoa woo. Mr. Bauman's otherworldly customers cheer as Izuku and Ochaco's images play over the screen. Way to go! That was amazing. Those two really know how to play with suspense, don't they? Meh, it's all just for show. Shut it, Arjit. Mr. Bauman himself cannot stop smiling. Whoa woo. Way to go, Izuku. I knew you had it in you. He finally notices how the aliens are eyeing him like he grew a second head. Which isn't even that strange for some of these aliens. Mr. Booman coughs into his fist while fixing his apron. I mean, if he does well, then he can become a pro faster. And he can pay me back for all the damages he caused sooner. Why does it feel like he threw the last part in as an excuse? Hashtag. From outside the stadium, Death Arms turns around to see what the big fuss is all about. And on the flat screen he watches as a little frog transforms into Izuku Midoriya. Hey, it's those kids. Kamui Woods turns to see what his partner is talking about. Peering up at the screen he sees pictures of Ochaco and Izuku being announced as the winners. Oh yeah, they were the ones that took down that creepy clown. Should have figured they were hero course students. And that must mean they are part of the famous Class 1A. Wow, that might explain why they were able to take on the freaks in Zomboso. Death Arms smirks. I guess those two will be the ones to watch.
No kidding.
Maybe he should try and scout them, assuming they'll accept. Meanwhile, Empty Lady isn't even bothering to pay attention as she poses for a small group of cameramen nearby. Hashtag. Tamura Shigaraki slouches forward in his seat, scratching at his neck in irritation, as he keeps his eyes on the screen. It's those brats again. New, or Henzuichi, sits in the dark corner behind Shigaraki. He snarls at the image of his once-upon-a-time friend. Hashtag. Ochaco is panting very heavily, her foot is numb, and her heart is pounding. Meanwhile, Izuku stands nearby ready to provide any assistance. Ochaco eventually throws her head up and takes in the cheering crowd, as does Izuku. The entire stadium is alive with cheers and praise after witnessing such a thrilling start to the sports festival. The first-place winners scan the audience until their eyes locate the teacher's booth. From within they can see all the teachers, specifically All Might and 13, giving standing ovations. Izuku and Ochaco smile up at the mentors who are more than thrilled to return the gestures with their own gleaming smiles of pride. Izuku and Ochaco share a look with each other and smile, laughing while savoring the taste of victory even if it was a tie. Toshinori Yagi watches as his successor dries her eyes before tears of joy have a chance to leak out. This sports festival's a competition where everyone aims for the top. Even though that means defeating your friends and classmates. And for professional heroes, popularity plays a huge part in their careers. So they have to want to be the best. It's a bloodthirsty world. He peers up at the screen that's replaying Ochaco's burst comet that allowed her to rocket past Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya's mecha. He looks back down at his grinning successor. At your core, you want to help others. That's why I chose you, young Uraraka. But in all honesty, I also thought your kindness could be your weakness. He smiles and claps his hands together. Turns out I was worried over nothing. You are a fighter. ####. As the audience somewhat begins to settle down, Katsuki Bakugo is off by himself, panting hard after such a grueling race. He grips his arm tightly as his entire body shakes with rage and shock. Deku? No way. Not again. First the entrance exam, then the battle trail, and now this. How can this be? He's supposed to be the strongest, the best of the best. Not Deku. Not him. Meanwhile, steam evaporates from Todoroki's body as he too tries to catch his breath. He really pushed himself in the end there, but it wasn't enough. And he can't accept that. His ice has to be enough, otherwise what is he doing with himself? Todoroki eyes the two first-place winners as Present Mix's voice drowns out his thoughts. The contestants are pouring in one after the other. Let's hear some applause for all our competitors as we prepare the results. Uraraka, that was amazing, shouts Izuku. The way she took the lead like she did was incredible. He just can't stop grinning when he thinks about it. Me amazing? Ochaco grins back at Deku. What about you? That robot thing was so cool.
I'm jealous.
No kidding, while she was booking it all the way across, Deku just had to sit back and freaking drive through the obstacle course. Although, her cheeks puff out, making them round as she pouts. Weren't you the one that said we couldn't help each other? That we were rivals today? Izuku at least has the decency to be embarrassed. Hee, yes, sorry about that. But to be fair, you did destroy my mech. Touché. She has to give him that one, she did do that. As the audience continues to go crazy over the result, Ochaco takes a moment to reflect. To be honest, I got lucky. I was able to use one for all properly for a few moments back there. But, does that mean I have control over it, or was I just lucky? She balls her fist. Either way, I will control All Might's quirk. Izuku holds up the Omnitrix, admiring its glistening metal texture in the sunlight. I'm so glad I was able to think on my feet back there. But this just proves that anything can happen. He watches as more of his classmates sprint into the stadium. My real abilities will be tested after this. Whatever comes next, I need to be able to adapt. ####. A panting Momo Yaoyorozu finally arrives into the stadium as something on her back weighs her down. How could this happen? She's a recommended student. She should have been further in the lead than this. A creepy maniacally laugh rings out behind her, where Minoru Mineta is gleefully perched to her back, using his sticky balls as a means to hold on. Two birds with one stone. I'm a genius. You are the worst. Eventually, all the other students finally finish the obstacle course, giving those with minor injuries enough time to get patched up before the announcement for the next event. Recovery Girl just wrapped up Ochaco's toe to hold back the swelling for now. Thankfully, Ochaco's shoe was tight enough not to let the swelling to get too bad, so she'll be able to participate in the next event without much hindrance. Midnight strides upon the stage as the sea of students crowd around to await the results. The first game for the first years is finally over, and what a game it was. Now, let's take a quick look at the standings, shall we? First, Ochaco Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya. Second, Shoto Todoroki. Third, Katsuki Bakugo. Fourth, Ibara Shiozaki. Fifth, Juzo Hananuki. Sixth, Tenya Ida. Seventh, Fumikage Tokoyami. Eighth, Hantashiro. Ninth, Eijiro Kirishima. 10th, Tetsu. 11th, Mashireo Ojiro. 12th, Yosetsu Aways. 13th, Tyu Ajui. 14th, Mizo Shoji. 15th, Rikido Sato. 16th, Momo Yaoyorozu. 17th, Minoru Mineta. 18th, Mina Ashido. 19th, Koji Koda. 20th, Kyokujiro. 21st, Hitoshi Shinso. 22nd, Sun Kaibara. 23rd, Kozai Tsuburba. 24th, Denki Kaminari. 25th, Kajiro Bondo. 26th, Reiko Yanagi. 27th, Itsuka Kendo. 28th, Jiroda Shishida. 29th, Shirhai Kurwaro. 30th, Yui Kodai. 31st, Hiryu Rin. 32nd, Nairenjiki Shoda. 33rd, Kinoko Komori. 34th, Tagaru Kamakiri. 35th, Nito Minoma. 36th, Pony Tsunotori. 37th, Toru Hagakure. 38th, Setsuna Tokage. 39th, Manga Fukudashi. 40th, Mei Hatsum. 41st, Yuga Aoyama. Midnight continues with her announcement. Only the top 42 contestants will advance to the next round. However, because there is a tie for first place, the cutoff is the 41st place. But don't be too let down if you didn't make the cut. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine. She licks the sides of her lips, suggesting something else entirely. Now the real fun is about to begin. The chance to fully move yourselves into the limelight. Give it your best. She has no idea how true some of the contestants are going to take that advice, such as the humiliated and infuriated Bakugo and Todoroki. Midnight whips her flogger to activate the holographic slot machine behind her. The image spins and spins and spins as if building up tension before revealing the next event. Let's see what we have in store for you next. Continues Midnight. Will your wildest fantasies come to life? What could it be? The waiting is torture. Izuku gulps, the anticipation is torture. Prepare yourselves for this. The slot machine comes to a halt, revealing the next event. Cavalry battle. Denki Kaminari frowns at the announcement. Cavalry battles? I'm terrible at those. He whines. Tsuyu rubs her chin. It's not an individual event. That's odd. She figured there would be no cooperating with each other today. I wonder how they'll split us up. The chief umpire overhears her comments. Allow me to explain. She turns to the screen and an image of 13 present Mike and Snipe stand together, linking their hands, while All Might stands atop of them, their palms. The participants will form teams of 2 to 4 people as they see fit. She peers back at the students. In theory, it's basically the same as a regular playground game. But there is one difference. The students stand at attention, wondering what that difference is. Each player has been assigned a point value based on the results from the obstacle course. Rikido Sato nods in understanding. I get it, a point-based system like the entrance exams. That seems pretty simple. Ochaco adds in her own thoughts. So, that means each team will have a different point value based on which students are on it. Mina Ashido finger guns at the gravity wielder. Aha! Midnight whips her flogger angrily against the stage, startling the girls. Maybe you should shut up and let me explain things to you. On the screen, a set of points appear next to each student's name and ranking. Now then, with the attention back on her, the umpire continues with her explanation. The point assignments go up by increments of 5, starting from the bottom. For example, 41st place is worth 5 points and 40th is worth 10. Izuku and Ochaco eye the ranking curiously. So if their math is correct, then they should have something like 205 points. But they are about to be made aware of just how naive they both truly are. And the point value assigned to the first place contestant is 10 million. For the 2 first place winners, it feels like their hearts have gone silent along with the rest of the universe, even as their brains shut off temporarily. And then the reality of the entire situation comes rushing back into them like a humongous tidal wave. 10 million? Midnight cuts in amongst their inner chaos. Because we have 2 winners for first place, we will be dividing the points up between them, making each of them worth 5 million points each. That in no way makes either of them feel any better. The other contestants instantly turn to their newly established targets. The indigo-haired teen smirks. Really? A dark smile is plastered onto Mei Hatsum's features. In other words, if you take down their team, Everyone eyes the two winners like they're lost sheep amongst a lion's den. You'll win the cavalry game and take the lead yourself. That's right. Midnight smirks down at the glorious and exciting sight of youth being motivated like this. It's survival of the fittest with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Both Ochaco and Izuku step a little closer as the hungry eyes of their classmates and competition emanate with bloodlust. The prey's hearts pound against their chests as anticipation for what's to come grows. Izuku's mind flashes back to all the times his old classmates and especially how Bakugo used to claim that he, Izuku Midoriya, would never be able to hang with the best of the best, that he was just a quirkless wannabe. Oh, how the tables have turned. Things have changed so much since junior high, but I'm still a target. Izuku's fists clench. Fine. It's like I said before, I'm the one to beat. Meanwhile, Toshinori, the #1 hero himself, gazes down at the two students. Now you both know the burden of being the best. Ochaco eyes the 5 million points displayed next to her name on the screen, as a combination of thrilling excitement and drowning dread swirl within her. So what they say is true. It's hard being at the top. Right, All Might? First years. Midnight swings her arm towards the screen. These are the rules you will abide by. The previous image of the teachers as a cavalry team pops onto the screen. The game itself will last 15 minutes. Individual point values will be added together to reach your team total. Everyone will know how much you're worth thanks to your headbands. They are beginning to see where this is going. Swipe as many headbands as you can to raise your team's score. A few of the contestants smirk as if they've already formed a plan for this event. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up. So, the more you steal, the harder it'll be to manage them. Essentially take too much and they could suffocate themselves with headbands. And another thing, even if your headband gets stolen or your team falls down, you can keep playing until time's up. Yaoyorozu considers the challenge. It's anyone's game then. Sato agrees. And since there are 42 contestants, there'll be 10 or 12 teams fighting on the field the entire time. Sounds hard. Interjects a rather worried Yuga Aoyama. Mina considers something else. So, if you lose your headband at the beginning, you have more time to make up a plan. Tsuyu isn't too sure about that.
Idunu, Mina.
Maybe we should wait and see how the teams turn out before we start strategizing. Midnight poses atop the stage, swinging her flogger around like a whip. This is going to be rough. You may use your quirks as much as you like, but there are still rules. Make a team fall on purpose and I'll slap you with a red card. You'll be disqualified. Bakugo scoffs in the background. Looks like there goes his main strategy. A timer for 15 minutes pops onto the screen. Now you've got 15 minutes to build your teams. I recommend you get started. And with that, Midnight leaves them to it. Izuku cups his chin in thought as his classmates begin to look for others that they'd work well with. It doesn't matter how many points my teammates have since I've got so many. I just need to make sure I pick the right people. But who? ####. While the students begin to form teams, Kamui Woods, MT Lady, and Death Arms are all seated in the staff break room. For all the pro heroes guarding this event can take a seat and watch a bit of the sports festival. Death Arms rolls his cigarette between his fingers. The sports festival isn't really about seeing how prepared they are at being heroes. It's more about simulating the competition they'll face if they go pro. He sticks the smoke back into his lips. Ha! MT Lady sits up in her seat. What are you talking about? Death Arms breathes out a large puff of smoke before replying. We both know this country is overrun with agencies right now. If you want to put food on the table, you've got to be willing to step on top of other heroes. That was the whole point of the first round. MT Lady covers her mouth and tries to wave away the puff of smoke. That's such a sad way of looking at our jobs. Kamui Woods is instantly there to call her out. Seriously, you've never had a problem stealing the spotlight. Death Arms puffs out more smoke. But on the other hand, even if you're battling each other for popularity, there are plenty of cases where you have to work together. She actually understood that. Ha! You're right. It's just like this cavalry battle. Every point you score is not just for you, but for your teammates as well. Plus, you have to think about how quirks work together and who you're compatible with. Kamui Woods twists the bottle cap off his water. It's kind of like coordinating with your sidekick or doing quirk training with other agencies. He lifts the bottle up to his mouth but is stopped by his own mask. He wears the thing so often he forgets that he's even wearing it at times. The more muscular of the three shrugs. I'm sure at least some of the kids are thinking about all this. If they become pros, it'll be their way of life. MT Lady leans back. They've still got a long road ahead of him. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The students are still trying to form teams and many of Class 1A have their sights on a select few on who to join. Sato jabs a thumb towards himself. You should team with me. Mina cuts in. No, you definitely want me by your side. Aoyama stands nearby while trying to keep his guts from spilling out. I don't want to beg. But please. These are only the few of Class 1A that are gathered around Bakugo, begging to be on his team. Unfortunately for them, Bakugo is at a complete loss here. Wait. Remind me what your quirks are again. And your names. Now that hurts. Mina is absolutely appalled. You're kidding. We're your classmates. How does he not know everyone's names by now? Sato offers up a theory on why. Can you really be that self-centered? The answer, he can. Toshinori watches on as the kids figure out teams. He's a hothead, but he came in third and he has 195 points. And considering how versatile his quirk is, I'm not surprised people are trying to join up with him. Bakugo. Ijiro Kirishima shoves his way past Toru Hagakure and Sato. I was gonna try Todoroki, but he already picked a group. So hey, we should team up. Hey, shitty hair. Greets Bakugo with a bored tone. My name is Kirishima, snaps the redhead. And my hair's not that different from yours. That's a good point, and so is this next part. Come on. You want to be the rider, right? So you're gonna need a strong front horse who won't be hurt by your blasts. To prove his point, Kirishima hardens up his arm. That'd be me. It's not a suggestion. But Bakugo still isn't convinced. I need someone with guts. Perfect. My quirk was made for this. I got you covered, man. This is his final point. Let's go charging into battle together. That instantly strikes a chord with the elitist, and Kirishima knows he's got him now. 10 million. Bring it. That's a promise. Bakugo growls as a fiery grin forms on his face. Hell yeah. They'll definitely take the top spot. At the same time, teams are still forming. Shoji. Mineta bawls until the taller classmates finally notices the crying excuse for a decent human being. None of the girls want to team up with me. Please, be my partner. Shoji instantly begins walking away, intending on finding someone else. I'm super tiny, so I can't be a horse. But for some reason, no one wants me to climb on top of them, so I can be a rider. He may have just answered his own question. With your huge body and those tentacles, you could cover me completely. So, no one will take my headband. Mizo Shoji actually stops. That's actually a sound strategy. Right? Please. Shoji quickly grows a mouth out of one of his extra limbs and smiles. Good idea. Let's go. Izuku watches on as other teams are starting to take shape as well. Todoroki speaks to Yaoyorozu and Mina shows off her quirk to Bakugo. Everyone's sticking to the people in their homeroom class so far. It's too much of a gamble to partner with someone if you don't know what their quirk can do. I need to find a team of my own and fast. There's just one problem. He's been completely isolated by everyone else. Everyone's totally avoiding me since I'm worth so much. And it doesn't help that he painted a target on himself during the student pledge either. Basically, anyone on his team is going to have a rough time no matter their strategy. Speaking strategy, it would be better if a team could focus on stealing headbands than trying to keep their own. So of course no one is going to seek him out as a teammate. But there is someone that he can trust and rely on that may be willing to join his team. And from what he can tell, she's having just as much of a difficult time finding a team. Hey, Uraraka, why you want to be on a team? The co-winner responds. Eninu thanks. The co-winner responds. Great, well we can. What? Did he hear her right? Did she say no? She did, but not because she doesn't want to, but because she feels like she shouldn't be. I'm sorry, Deku, but I want to win this. No, she needs to win this in order to realize her own dream and why she accepted All Might's quirk in the first place. To become a hero that keeps everyone safe and make them feel happy with just her presence. But she totally believes that she needs to prove her resolve by winning the sports festival through her own efforts. To prove to herself and All Might that she was the right choice to inherit his power. Ochaco speaks with all seriousness. Deku. The greenette waits for her to speak. I want you to give it your all. Because I'm going to beat you. He doesn't expect that. I want to win this, Deku. Even though it was a tie, I want to make it clear who's the best out of our class. I want to win this. And even though you are my friend, I think I'm starting to rely on you too much. She relied on him to save her during the mutant attack on the mall. He inspired her when she was kidnapped. She relied on him for a plan during the USJ incident. And even during the obstacle course, she was willing and ready to work with him almost immediately. She needs to show that she can be a hero, a champion, all on her own. And this where she can begin to do that. I'm going to win and show the world that I am here. Izuku understands. He gets it because of the glimmer of determination in Ochaco's eyes. Okay. Ochaco nods in appreciation. Good. And besides, you were the one that said we aren't friends today, but rivals. Izuku keels over as the feeling of rejection stabs him. It really hurts to have your own words thrown back at you, doesn't it? Why, yeah. I did say that. He shakes himself off as he gets back onto his feet. He offers up a determined grin. Just remember you asked, ordered me to go all out. So, don't expect any mercy from me. Ochaco grins right back. I won't. It's official, these two friends are now competing for the #1 spot. And if that means taking the other out of the running, then so be it. Good luck, Uraraka. You too, Deku. And with that, the challengers turn their backs to each other and march away to find their own separate teams. And even though it somewhat hurts to challenge each other like this, there's still a thrill of competition pumping through their veins that just keeps driving them forward. Izuku spots Ida and quickly approaches him. Ida. Ida turns to face his shorter classmate. Izuku smiles up at him and gestures for him to lean in close. Ida goes ahead and decides to hear Izuku out. Listen, I think the two of us would be a good match for this cavalry battle. Ida doesn't say a word. His face remains calm and stern, so Izuku assumes he can continue with his plan. I don't know if you remember from the quirk apprehension test, but I have a transformation XLR8 that grants me super speed. So, you can be our initial horse using your speed to evade everyone. And then when there's only 10 minutes left, I'll transform, and we'll switch so I'm the horse. Together there'll be no chance of anyone catching us. So, what do you think? Ida remains silent, but Izuku can't tell whether he's considering the plan or ignoring him. I know it's not much, but it's the only evasive plan I could think of this fast. Ida finally reacts. A good strategy, but I'm sorry. I'm afraid I must refuse your offer. Huh? Gasps Izuku. It feels like a heavy, unshackled weight is pulling down on Ida, but he remains standing, refusing to buckle under the pressure. Since this all started, I've been losing to you, even though it was just one event. Please don't take this as an insult. You're a great friend, but if I continue to follow you, I'll never get stronger. Izuku gasps. It's just like Uraraka, like Todoroki and even Bakugo too. And Ida understands this as well. Todoroki has already challenged both you and Uraraka already, but he's not the only one who sees the two of you as rivals. Ida turns away and begins marching to his own team that have been patiently waiting for him on the sidelines. Midoriya, I have something to prove too, that he has what it takes to be like his brother and be a hero. Ida, Izuku can't hold it against him. So it's already begun. Everyone's an enemy. I'm at the top and they'll all be coming for me. Izuku gulps. I can't rely on anyone either. Not this time. That may sound cool on paper, but the reality is still that he needs teammates if he even wants to participate in this event. So, Izuku strides past the other competitors with purpose, looking for anyone that's still in need of a teammate or two. He sees Ojiro with his back to him, maybe he'll be on his team. Hey Ojiro, be on my team. No time for politeness. He'll imitate Bakugo's manners if he must. He needs a team and fast. The tailed teen doesn't respond. In fact, he hardly acknowledges Izuku's presence.
Ojiro.
Izuku grabs the teen's shoulder while also peering up at him, and he can instantly tell that something is wrong. Ojiro's eyes are shadowed over as if in a trance. Hey Ojiro! He shakes the teen's shoulder. It must work because Ojiro's eyes blink and return back to normal. Oh, what happened? I was asking if you'd join my team. What? Ojiro actually looks scared. He's already back away from Izuku's personal space.
Sorry, man.
Ouch, now that hurt. He's been rejected 3 times in the span of 5 minutes. Is this how Mineta feels? Ooh, what am I going to do? TCH. Someone scoffs annoyingly. Izuku finally takes notice that Ojiro was actually with someone else. That scary guy with messy indigo hair. Hi. Izuku offers up a meek wave. The teen leers at Izuku before turning away, deciding to find someone else to snag onto his team. As the teen begins to move away, Izuku realizes something. He must be responsible for Ojiro's lack of response. Was it his quirk? Maybe he was manipulating Ojiro, or at least he stunned him for time. A quirk like that may work. Wait! Izuku throws himself at the teen, latching onto his legs. Please join my team, he begs. Let go of me, snaps the teen. But I can really use a quirk like yours on my team. The teen freezes in place. What did you say? Izuku blinks up. He wasn't actually expecting the teen to stop and hear him out. I said that I could use someone with a quirk like yours. The teen actually looks nervous for some reason, like he's just been found out. He quickly looks around to make sure no one is listening in before hauling Izuku up by his collar. He's surprisingly a lot stronger than he appears to be. And what exactly do you know about my quirk? It's less of a question and more like a demand. Izuku's going to play along with this. If this works out, he may actually have a teammate. From what I can tell, you were able to put Ojiro in some kind of trance. With a quirk like that, we could stop the competition in their tracks before they can get anywhere near us. The teen is actually a bit astonished by Izuku's reply. He releases the greenette before turning his back on him. You can't rely on my quirk like that. His voice almost sounds sorrowful. And Izuku recognizes that sorrow, because it's the same kind he'd always have to deal with growing up. Why not? The teen glares at Izuku. He doesn't appreciate his nosiness. Leave me alone already. Okay, now this is ridiculous. Izuku's brows furrow as he steps up and grabs the teen's shoulder.
No.
Excuse me? There's an underlined threat in the teen's voice. I said no. Not until you join my team. Come on, man, he's desperate. People have already started to form teams of 3 or 4. The teen will humor him. Fine. Then tell me why I should join the team of the biggest target here? Okay, that's a fair point. Well, my quirk is very versatile. The teen's eyes flash with irritation. TCH, typical. W what? Your kind is all the same, born lucky, and you think the world owes you for it. Spats the teen. I'm going to get through this sports festival with my own quirk and show everyone that I can be a hero. Izuku finally gets it. This guy is just like him. His quirk is weak. It's not flashy or powerful. In this society, those with no or weak quirks are often put down, especially if they desire to become heroes. Izuku recalls what this guy had to say back to his class from a few weeks ago, that he wanted to be in the hero course too, but he couldn't. And now he knows why. Whatever his quirk is, it can't be used on machines. But guess what? They won't be fighting machines during this event. I don't know your quirk or your life for that matter. The teen was really getting thrown off by Izuku's lack of an outburst. But I understand. He better not be surprised that the teen's reaction is less than friendly. No, you don't, he growls. How can you possibly understand? Izuku rubs his arm, the same arm that's attached to the Omnitrix. Did you listen to my speech? At the start of the festival. He did listen, and he remembers what Izuku had to say, that people put down his dream too. That bugged the teen greatly. How could the number 1 student of the hero course be told that he should give up on his heroic dreams? He didn't see the guy actually use his quirk during the obstacle course, but he did see the crazy decked-out mecha race on by. Maybe this guy's quirk is more unique than he gives credit for. Maybe it's unreliable and he worked to make it work for him? Something he wishes he could do. The teen frowns. Yeah, I did. Then you know what I've been through. Because you've been through the same thing. You're going through the same thing. Izuku grips the Omnitrix. You see, I'm kind of a late bloomer, and I mean late. The teen's eyes widen in shock as it finally dawns on him. They really are alike, aren't they? And I believe that together we can win this event and move on to the final event. We can win this. The indigo-haired teen is really getting thrown for a loop here. Just what's with this guy? Why are you so hooked on getting me on your team? You don't know my quirk or me. Sure, you may understand how I feel, but why do you think I'll be a good fit? What makes you think we can win this? Izuku doesn't even have to think about his response. Because guys like us don't know when to give up. That strikes a chord within the teen's heart. This guy, Izuku Midoriya, really does understand, doesn't he? He takes a deep sigh, accepting the inevitable. Fine. Izuku blinks in confusion. Excuse me? I said fine. I'll join your team. Really? The teen looks away, rubbing the back of his head in annoyance. Yeah, fine. But you know everyone is going to be after us. Izuku smiles. Not to worry. I already have a plan to deal with them. There's just one more thing they need to take care of. Oh. My name is Izuku Midoriya, by the way. I know. It's hard not to know the name of the guy that snagged first place. Izuku smiles sheepishly. Oh, all right. The teen eyes him. He doesn't understand how someone like Izuku could exist. Someone that's somehow both determined and a nervous wreck should be impossible, but here it is in front of him. And there's something to admire about that. Shinso. Izuku's head snaps up. Ha! Shinso. My name is Hitoshi Shinso. The teen looks away. He might actually be embarrassed. Izuku smiles in appreciation. Nice to meet you, Shinso. Now are you ready to win? Shinso considers it and offers up his own smirk. Yeah. Looks like Izuku's finally got a teammate now, if only they can get 2 more. Do you have room for 2 more? Karo. Izuku and Shinso turn to take a look at what may be their newest teammates. ####. Would someone please join my team? Cries Ochaco as she wanders around from contestant to contestant. Each one of them has a similar response.
Sorry.
I'm already part of a team. Maybe if you give me your number. I don't want to be a target. Nope. It's been the same, nothing but rejection. Is this how Mineta feels? Maybe she should have accepted Deku's offer. No. It's good that she didn't, and she's going to stand by her decision. She'll find a team no matter what it takes. She just needs to pump up the charm and use those persuasion skills that she never developed. After all, it's not like a teammate is just going to willingly come to her. A mad giggling encroaches on Ochaco from behind. Oh, perfect, you're still alone. And you're the star. Ochaco curiously turns around to see who's talking about her. Hatsum rockets forward, nearly smashing her face against Ochaco's. Team up with me? Person in first place. How rude. Hatsum smiles as she removes her steampunk-like goggles, revealing her yellow cross-sectioned eyes. The name's May Hatsum of the support course. Ochaco's head slouches downward as she deadpants. I know who you are. Hatsum is thrilled by the news. Really? Am I that famous already?
No, snaps Ochaco.
We've already met. Twice, in fact. I don't remember ya. She's not even ashamed to admit that. Ugh. Ochaco facepalms. You know. You're building the support item to help me fly. She can almost see the gears turning in the odd girl's head. Oh right. You were the one that made the horrible design of a gadget. Is that how you remember me? Hatsum brushes off her outburst. Anyway, I want to use your current fame to my personal advantage. That's so straightforward. Hatsum practically zips forward in a blink of an eye, as if getting closer to Ochaco physically will make her agree, while chatting away at super lightning speed. If I team up with you, then I'll be in the spotlight. Part of the team that everyone is keeping their eyes on. She zooms closer, making Ochaco step back in fright even more. That means my super cute little babies will inevitably be seen by the big CEOs who are tuning into the sports festival. She zips forward again, so close that Ochaco can actually see the veins in her eyes. And following that line of reasoning, this is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited. Ochaco scrambles backwards. Could you slow down a minute? This girl is a complete riddle to her. A very confusing riddle. Did you bring babies here, or dash? Hatsum isn't done yet. Plus, you will definitely benefit from. She continues to ramble on as Ochaco is forced to hear her out. Oh, she doesn't actually care about my opinion. From seemingly out of nowhere, Hatsum pulls out a massive chest and opens it up, revealing a trunk load of gadgets and machines. As you know, the support course specializes in creating equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks and enhance their skills. Hatsum digs through the trunk, showing off each invention of hers, cackling with far too much enthusiasm. He ha ha ha, I packed a ton of powerful babies to bring with me. So, I'm sure you'll find something you like floating around my arsenal. Ochaco scans the trunk and a peculiar item stands out to her. Hatsum catches on that she's got Ochaco's interest now. Oh, I see one's caught your eye. Hatsum pulls out a jetpack. Is that support item for me?
Ah, Nupa.
I have something else in mind for you. Hatsum hoists up the jetpack and smirks. But since we're on a team, I'll let you use it if you want to. I never officially agreed. Ochaco shouldn't really complain though now that she can actually form a team, but still, it'd be better if they could somehow get 2 more people. Excuse me, you're Ochaco Urarika, correct? Ochaco blinks up and finds 2 strangers approaching her. Yeah, I am. Why do you ask? If it's not a burden, we would like to join your team, if you will allow it. Ochaco is not about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Of course. Welcome to the team. ####. The teams have officially formed, but with time still left on the clock, many of them are huddled away from each other so they can each come up with strategies. Such teams include those that are composed of Class 1B. Almost everyone in the audience is foaming at the mouth for Class 1A. Why is that? The blonde student of Class 1B does not expect an answer from his teammates. They're so full of themselves. Just like Tetsu said earlier. Why are they stars? The blonde says wickedly as he eyes his 3 teammates. The only difference between us and them is that they fought a couple of villains. Just because we're Class 1B doesn't mean we're second-rate or can't win this whole thing. So, let's step it up and show those jerks what we can do. Are you with me? They are. But they're not the only ones with a set goal in mind. I chose the 3 of you because I believe we'll make the most stable formation possible. Todoroki's team remains silent as he addresses them. Kaminari's our left wing. He can use his quirk to keep enemies at bay. Todoroki turns to his next teammate. Yaoyorozu, you'll take the right wing. Focus on insulation and defense. And finally, he turns to the last member. Ida, you'll take the front. We'll rely on you for mobility and physical defense. Ida likes this strategy, but he wants to clear something up about the plan. And you'll be attacking and creating diversions of ice and fire. Is that right? Not quite. Todoroki isn't offended by the question, but he looks away towards a particular part of the stands. When I'm in battle, his fists clench up tightly as he spots the target of his fury. I never use my left side. It's clear that there will be no changing his mind on the matter. He needs to prove that only his ice, only his mother's quirk, will be enough for him to become a hero. Kaminari decides to keep the ball rolling. So, are we going to go after Midoriya first, or what? Todoroki pries his eyes away from whatever had his attention.
No.
We'll save him for last. Ha! How come? Yaoyorozu offers up an answer. Think about it. Midoriya's quirk, one-man army, may be able to use multiple quirks, but he can only do so one at a time. And for only 10 minutes at a time. Adds in Ida. Kaminari smiles. Oh, I get ya. Todoroki nods. Right? We'll let him tire himself out, and when he's reached his time limit, we'll go after him. It'll be easy pickings to take it from him, and if his team strategy works out like he thinks, then they'll definitely win this event hands down. All too soon the 15 minutes are up and a siren signals that the cavalry battle is about to begin. Oh goody! Midnight stretches her arms excitedly as she smiles down at the curiously formed teams. It's time to get this party started. President Mike cuts in. After 15 minutes to pick teammates and talk strategy. 12 cavalry teams are preparing to go head-to-head. Aizawa leans forward examining said teams. I see some unexpected student combinations. President Mike takes over again to get the crowd pumping. Come on. Everyone get your hands in the air. It's time for an arena-thumping UA Battle Royal. Izuku tightens his 5,360-point headband. Let me hear ya scream. The crowd cheers as the competitors line up around the field. The number 1 target peers down at his teammates. You ready? At his front, Shinso eyes Izuku before smirking. Yeah. Izuku nods and turns to the horse on his left. Azui. Tsu blinks up at the boy. I told you to call me Tsu? Jiro's earphone jacks stand at attention. I'm good. Izuku inhales before declaring with as much enthusiasm as possible. Let's do this. He is so grateful that they both willingly sought him out to join his team. And it makes sense why. Tsu knows what Izuku is capable of. She's seen him act on his feet in dire situations before. So, she's fairly certain in his capabilities here and now. As for Jiro, it's more or less the same reasons. That and she just sort of took pity on the boy, especially after hearing what he went through during the student pledge. So, she just feels like she should help him out as if to help him get back at those who were wrong about him. Plus, she was all in after hearing Izuku threw together a rather solid plan. Okay, all you first years, I hope you're happy with your chosen teams, shouts the boisterous commentator. Ochaco grips her own headband tightly because if she loses it, then she loses a total of 5,257 points. She then adjusts the clips of Hatsum's jetpack before shifting her attention down at her valued teammates. Are you ready, Hatsum? From the right wing, Hatsum chuckles in response. And what about you too? Itsuka Kendo and Ibara Shiozaki offer up confident grins from the front and left respectively. We're good to go, cheers Kendo. Itsuka Kendo has a similar muscular build to Ochaco. She has teal eyes and long, ginger hair that she wears tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Ibara nods. Our victory will be assured. Ibara Shiozaki has green, thorn-covered vines for hair that rests just above her waist. She carries a certain air of calmness and reason around her that just seems to make her seem more pleasant to the eye and to be around. Let's get this party started, declares President Mike. One final countdown before the game starts. Every single team ready themselves, and nearly each one of them has their eyes trailed on the same targets. 3. Get M. Bakugo cracks his knuckles from atop Kirishima, Tokoyami, and Mina. 2. They're ours, states Todoroki from atop his team. 1. Izuku gulps as he places his hand over the Omnitrix, and at the same time from the opposite side of the field Ochaco grips her teammate's shoulders. Midnight cracks her flogger-like whip. Begin! Almost every single team takes off and right to 2 targets worth over 5 million points. At the exact same time Izuku disappears in a flashlight, his teammates nearly topple down as more weight pulls them down as Terraspin appears above them with the headband strings waving behind his head. Whoa! Izuku Midoriya has just transformed himself into a teenage mutant ninja turtle.
Sorat.
President Mike is really geeking out here. He loved that franchise as a kid, so seeing something similar in the flesh is almost a dream come true. Stop geeking out. Leave it to Aizawa to bring down the moment. Tetsu's team takes the lead during the initial charge. His front horse, Juzo Hananuki, is at a complete loss. Whoa! Did he just transform or something? Is that his quirk? Juzo Hananuki is a pale-skinned young man with mid-length spiked hair of beige color. His most unusual feature is his mouth. He has no lips and as a result his teeth are always on display giving him a skull-like appearance. Tetsu scowls, never pulling his eyes away from the prize. It doesn't matter. If Class 1, as top student's quirk is just to become a turtle, then we're definitely going to put them down to size. They're not the only ones after Midoriya's team. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. No, they all want the entire pie, the 5,360-point pie. With no time to waste, Terraspin jumps up into the air. Let's fly. He immediately begins to hover in place. He then glides down just as Tsuyu wraps her tongue around their teammates and jumps up, allowing Terraspin to catch them in midair. Team Midoriya's members have switched positions, declares Present Mike. What the hell? That turtle guy can fly? Shouts Tetsu. A flying turtle? How does that make any lick of sense? Is that even allowed? Yells Juzo as they keep running. Midnight smirks, licking her lips. Why, of course it is. Changing positions while in the middle of all the intensity keeps things fresh and exciting. Plus, it's not actually against the rules and he never touched the ground, so it's all good. Aizawa is really regretting that he agreed to commentate with these two. Stop making innuendos. You are aware that children are watching this. Terraspin immediately takes off for the sky, leaving behind all the poor suckers who were not blessed with the ability to fly. Everyone hold on tight. Shinso grips the front of Terraspin's shell while also laying down. Tsuyu's natural ability to stick to walls keeps her in place. And Jiro grips Shinso's shirt as a way to hold on. Tetsu's team comes to a halt. Their hair gets whipped around as Terraspin flies right over their heads. Tetsu ducks down until they finally fly high enough away from them. Hey, get back here. Juzo spots something. Where's the headband? Tetsu grabs at his head. Their headband's missing. He peers up and spots one of Jiro's earphone jacks pulling itself back to its owner, with their team's headband wrapped around the end. Damn it! Tetsu is absolutely infuriated. He was so going to show up the Class 1 jerkwads. What's this? Team Midoriya is just full of surprises. Present Mike turns to his co-host. Yeah. How about some insight? Aizawa complies. Midoriya's current form allows him the ability to fly while also generating gusts of wind. Combine that with Jiro's and Ajui's extendable reaches, they make for a dangerous combination. Basically, they can keep themselves far from danger while also playing an active role in stealing more points. Aizawa can only assume that Midoriya is aware that he will eventually have to land and that when they do, there is a chance that they'll lose their 5 million points. So, having more headbands will help ensure that they stay in the game. Jiro snags the headband. It seems Midoriya's plan is working out better than she had thought. This is so cool. Jiro grins down as everyone is now trying to follow them on foot, hoping that eventually Midoriya's team will have to land eventually. And you can keep this up indefinitely? Terraspin sticks his head out and offers a smile. Oh yeah, I can keep this going for a while. Well, at least until his 10 minutes are up. For now, he just wants to observe and keep their own points as safe as they can be. While he has his head out, Tsuyu takes the headband from Jiro and wraps it around as best she can around Terraspin's neck. His neck is so short that it's tucked inside his shell, so it's even more protected than the one wrapped around his head. Don't think you're safe just because you can fly, shouts Zero from below, as he rides Ojiro and Sato. The grinning teen fires off a stream of tape that flies through the air right towards Terraspin. I don't think so. The propelling turtle simply shifts his body and amplifies his air currents, generating a strong enough whirlwind to deflect the tape. Sorry, but taking our points isn't going to be a breeze for you. Tsuyu actually groans. Midoriya, please stop with the puns. Hee. Sorry, I can't help it. Blame my transformations. Zero's team continues to run after them. Ojiro, Sato, right? We got you. Zero positions himself onto Ojiro's tail and Sato places his hand underneath. Together, the two horses use their combined strength to launch Zero right into the air. Midoriya's team is in for a surprise as Zero quickly reaches their height. Those points are mine. Zero fires off twin strands of tape onto the flying turtle's shell and quickly begins to reel himself in. Whoa! Shouts Present Mike. Zero purposely flung himself away from his horses. Is that against the rules? Midnight's voice cuts in through the intercom system. He never touched the ground, so technically it's okay. Terraspin tries to swerve around in the air, but it's not working. If he does anything too dramatic, he might just lose his own teammates. Jiro. Tsuyu's tongue lashes out right for Zero, whacking him across the head, while its natural stickiness snags the headband. While Jiro's earphone jacks rip through his tape. With the tape cleared, Shinso gives the go-ahead. Move it. Shellhead. Call me Terra Spin. The temporarily named Shellhead snaps as he swerves away from Zero. Oh man. The falling teen frowns as he shoots a tape to his muscular teammate, who grabs it and pulls him in, where they catch him. He was trying to take points, not lose his own. Nice try, jeers Jiro as they fly off. Even Tsuyu is smiling, gripping the newly acquired headband in her hand. Midoriya, this plan of yours, it's amazing. Terraspin chuckles. I can't take all the credit. None of this would have worked out if it weren't for all of you. Jiro and Tsuyu grin, but Shinso looks a bit ashamed that he can't really do more but hold on. The morphed Izuku picks up on his sullen silence. And you have an important job too. While we're all busy, you need to be our eyes. That's right, because Giocello and Arios can only see what's directly in front or below them when they use their abilities. So, Shinso needs to be on his guard to watch their sides and their flank. Shinso nods. You got it. Just try not to get shell-shocked when someone else tries to come after us. Terraspin tries to choke back a laugh but fails. Tsuyu shakes her head. There's two of them. Jiro smirks and scans the area. From the other side of the field, she can see that they are not the only ones who've taken to the sky for safety. ####. Meanwhile, at the other side of the stadium, at the exact same time as the match began, Ochaco uses zero gravity on herself, Hatsum, and Ibara as the rest of the opposition make a beeline right for their 5,257-point headband. We got this. The other teams are already charging right for them, hoping to secure what they think will be the key to their victory. They are not even going to offer up mercy to us. How brazen! Ibara frowns. Such is the fate of those that seek those who are persecuted. Kendo readies herself. She'll be the main runner since everyone else is weightless. This is it. Despite the fast approaching enemies, Hatsum is still smiling. Here they come. Ochaco glares as the approaching foes. Then get ready. Before they can enact their plan, a member of Class 1B fires out a glue-like substance from the many holes on his face. He is very large and muscular in stature, possessing very wide shoulders in comparison to his slender waist, and unusually sizable hands. His skin is a yellow straw-like color, and his head is shaped somewhat like a glue dispenser with a lappet on top, along with 7 eye holes on his face. The glue comes flying at them like a gushing wave. Shiozaki! Shouts Kendo. Ibara's vine-like hair quickly embedded themselves into the ground, and before the wave of gunk can strike them, a wall of vines shields them, acting as the perfect barrier, blocking the glue. Would you look at that? Shouts present Mike. Class 1BS Shiozaki has successfully stopped her classmate's attack. Glue drips off of the edges of the vines, slowly seeping through. What is that? Cries Ochaco. Kendo pulls her team behind her. She enlarges her hands to have a better grip over them as she begins to run away. Her agility really is something. This is probably on par with Ochaco's, but Hatsum's hoversole boots might also be helping along with that. Even while running, she is able to offer up an answer. That's Kajiro Bondo's quirk, Semidine, and it's essentially a fast-acting glue, so if we get caught in it, we'll be done for. Really? Shouts Ochaco. Then it was a good thing Ibara and Kendo acted so quickly. Wow. Shiozaki, your quirk is really something, isn't it? Ibara smiles up at the rider. Thank you for the praise. But I'm afraid our battle has only just begun. Ha ha ha! Cackles a shirtless Hagakure as a blushing Aoyama and Koda carry her forward. We'll be taking that headband, Uraraka. By his rider's command, Aoyama fires off a series of laser bolts. Without waiting, Ibara generates another vine shield. Oh! And Shiozaki's vine wall has returned for a second showing. But will it be enough to protect her and her teammates from this onslaught? Ochaco can smell the vines being burned away, and the longer they remain behind the vine wall, the more surrounded they are becoming. Hatsum. Yeah? Replies the engineer. Ochaco gestures to the jetpack. You sure this is going to work? Of course. She's actually offended that Ochaco would think otherwise. Suddenly, before they can do anything else, Mineta's maddening cackle rings out from nowhere. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ochaco spins around, but she doesn't see Mineta. All she sees is a spring shoji racing right towards the. He has his arms up behind him, acting as a tent for his back. She can only assume that Mineta must be inside. This is too easy, declares the purple shorty. It's not a fight. It's more like a massacre. Who the hell is that? Shouts Kendo. Language, snaps Ibara. A shiver runs down Ochaco's spine. It's Shoji and Mineta. Hatsum is actually worried as she peers around at Hagekyure's and Bando's teams charging for them. Hey, we gotta get moving. If they stay, they will be trapped by multiple opponents. And their likelihood of winning will go with them. We have to get out of here, yells the brunette of the group. I won't let you, shouts Mineta. Like a Gatling gun from within a heavily armored vehicle, purple sticky balls shoot out from between Shoji's arms. Bando releases another wave of glue from his eyes. And a flock of birds, under Kota's control, zip past him, Hagekure, and Aoyama. Ochaco glares at the oncoming teams and their attacks. It won't be that easy. She closes her eyes and focuses, and before any of the attacks can land, a sphere of heavenly pink light booms out, pushing back the attacks, before they all stop and float in midair. Oh no! Cries Hagekure. Hagekure's team tries to stop. They recognize that move, but it's too late. They get swallowed up by the pink light, as do the other teams, and begin to float up into the air. Their legs flail about as they try in vain to regain traction. Ha ha ha! There it is. Uraraka's famous zero-gravity field. Just look at that thing, it's like a giant dome of dazzling light. The crowd erupts into cheers. They can't get enough of Uraraka's surprises. They're totally freaking out. Kendo is sort of freaking out as well. Sure, Uraraka said she could manipulate gravity, but she didn't think it was to this extent. Ochaco's voice cuts through the cheering of the crowd. Kendo! Kendo snaps out of it and repositions herself. The hoversalls fire up just as Ochaco fires up the jetpack, and then they are all launched high into the air and away from the danger. Ibara gazes down as they rise into the air, and everything has pink hue to it. What is this heavenly light? From what she can tell, the sphere of light seems to be following Ochaco, and it stretches about a quarter the width of the whole field. If she were to stray too close to the audience, then she'd most likely affect them too. It's part of my zero-gravity quirk. If I focus, I can unleash it over a big area. Kendo shivers with goosebumps. Sheesh. I knew you had some power in you, but this was totally unexpected. As they continue to fly up, Ochaco takes a few seconds to admire the looks of determination and thrill of the teammates that belong to Class 1B. They have no idea how grateful she is that they joined up with her. #flashback #. You want to join my team? Kendo isn't offended by the question. In fact, she was kinda expecting it. Yeah, we do. Not that I'm ungrateful or anything, but why? Ibara claps her hands together as if praying. Your spirit has sung out to us, and we wish to put our faith in your capabilities to lead us into victory. Ochaco looks to Kendo for translation. We saw how you went from 0 to 100, and we think we actually have the best shot at moving on if we join you. Ochaco blushes. Really? Did she really inspire them with just her performance? Guess actions do speak louder than words. But are you sure? Don't you want to be with members of your own class? That's what everyone else is doing. Yeah, we could. Agrees Kendo. Ibara continues the explanation. Although that is strategic, there is something to be said by utilizing the best from both groups. Class 1A is unaware of our quirks, and Class 1B will be intimidated by yours. Kendo nods. So, if we use our differences to work together. She thrusts her fist forward like throwing a punch. Then we'll seriously kick some ass. Ochaco smiles. She really likes this girl. She has that older sister type vibe about her. But if you get on her bad side, then she can kick your ass easily. Well, I see no reason to say no, so welcome to the team. Kendo smiles. Thank you for having us. Ibara is grateful too. We put our faith in you, Ochaco Uraraka. End flashback ##. Ochaco releases her quirks and the jetpack goes silent when she feels like they've reached a good enough height. Hatsum smiles up at Ochaco. So, what do you think of my babies? Aren't they just precious? Cuteness can be manufactured, you know. Ochaco chuckles. She's actually starting to find this odd girl somewhat charming in her own strange way. They're working just fine. Your babies are really something. Hatsum, I can't wait to see what you come up with for my own support item. Ah, thanks. And I promise it'll be one of mine best creations yet. And now they use her gadgets to keep them in the air. For as long as they can, they'll use the jetpack and hoversaws to drift back down to the ground. In the meantime, they can let the other teams duke it out between themselves now that they can't even reach the 5 million points. Heck, it seems like Hagecure's team has lost their own headband somehow after the pull of gravity returned. Yeah! Cheers the humanoid cockatoo. Watch those headbands. You can even ignore the 5 million points and go after other chart toppers. Ochaco can't help but smile with the thrill of a challenge making her heart pump. This competition is really starting to heat up. But she better stay on her guard. There's still quite a bit of this event left. And all it will take is for someone to step in the way of their victory. ###. Terraspin's passengers hold on tightly as their ride bobs and weaves in the air, avoiding a pair of incoming projectiles. After getting away from Ciro's team, another team decided to step up to the plate and challenge them. And it was a girl from Class 1B. The girl, Pony Tsunotori, is short, with a round face and a short equine muzzle. Her face is framed by thick, wavy blonde hair which reaches halfway down her back. Her eyes are very large and round and blue in color. Her calves are notably rounded, shaped similarly to those of a horse, and she has brown hooves for feet. There's also a short horsetail poking out from the end of her tailbone. But what really stands out is the pair of tall, lyre-shaped pale tan horns on her head, which is what she launched at them from the ground level. Midoriya's team isn't doing too hot. Looks like the skies weren't as safe as they first thought. It's almost comical to the main announcer. Class 1 BS Pony Tsunotori is really giving them a hard time, and without having to be anywhere near them. From what the morphed Izuku can tell, Pony's quirk allows her to fire off her horns and control their trajectory. But as of now, she's only controlling 2 of her horns while another pair has already grown back on her head. He doesn't want to think how hard of time he'd be having when she eventually figures out how to control more than 2 at a time. The horns buzz around Team Midoriya while 2 of its more long-range members try to bat them out of the sky, with little to no luck. A horn slips through Jiro's whipping earphone jacks and makes a beeline for her head. Ah! She screams out, holding on tighter to Shino's shirt. With his teammates scream in his ear, Shinso does something unexpected. He leaps forward and catches the flying horn before it can slam into Jiro's face. Shinso growls, "Quick! Get rid of it!" Snapping out of her surprise. Jiro pierces the horn with one of her jacks. She sends a high-pitched frequency through it, shattering the horn into pieces. Both sigh in relief as the horn shatters away in the wind. Shinso leans back onto Terraspin's back. That was close.
No kidding. Breathes Hiro.
Don't get too comfortable, interrupts Terraspin. We still got one more. The last horn zips around them as if looking for an opening. It finds one and zooms in from the rear. Tsuyu lashes out at it as does Jiro, but they both miss as their individual appendages clash. Actually just as fast as before, Shinso waits and kicks the horn away. The horn gets knocked back and caught in Terraspin's spinning arms where it gets chopped up and batted away. Phew! The morphed Izuku is so glad that's over. A resounding boom comes from underneath them, as if to say that his worries are only going to get worse. Terraspin looks down, his eyes widen with fear. Bakugo! A very angry Bakugo is rocketing through the air, propelling himself with dual explosions. Don't think for a second that you're safe. Tsuyu and Jiro lash out at him, but the flying bomber knocks them away with a swing of his arm. And all too soon he's upon them. I've got you! Out of instinct, Terraspin positions his body so that his underbelly faces his childhood friend and tormentor. Bakugo thrusts his arm forward and releases a fiery explosion. The crowd goes wild over the new development. Finally someone is able to challenge Midoriya to a fight. By taking to the sky too, Terraspin groans, as his underbelly feels like it was just thrown onto a patch of hot coal, while his passengers desperately try to hold on for dear life. Tsuyu used her tongue to secure the other two, and Jiro jams her earphone jacks into Terraspin's shell to keep her from falling off. How'd you like that, Deku? God, it feels good to put Deku back in his place. Bakugo throws his arms back and rockets straight for Terraspin. Shinso scowls. This guy is like a mad dog. Jiro can't help but agree. You have no idea. It doesn't help that he's had it out for Midoriya for a while now. Yeah, it's hard to miss all the death glares Bakugo gives to the greenette on a daily basis. Terraspin tries to swerve away quickly, but Bakugo's maneuverability is far more dynamic. Bakugo sets off another explosion that strikes Terraspin from behind. That's smart. Looks like Team Midoriya is in a real pickle here. Looks like Bakugo isn't going to let them go scot-free. Not satisfied yet, Bakugo flies in to give a little more. I want that headband, Deku. Shinso has had enough, he didn't want to use it yet. He was really hoping to save it until the final event where it'll matter the most, but if he wants to even make it to the last event, then he has no other choice. Shinso calls out to Bakugo. Tell me, why are you so hell-bent on Midoriya? Bakugo glares at the indigo-haired teen. Shut it dash. Bakugo's eyes gloss over, much like how Ojiro's were earlier. Shinso smirks as Bakugo goes quiet and his explosions stop altogether. And as expected he immediately begins to plummet back down to the earth. What just happened there? 1 second Bakugo is an unrelenting attack dog, and then the next second he just gives up. Aizawa sighs. There's a little more to it than that. The silent and clearly out of it Bakugo continues to plummet, but the sentient dark shadow zooms in from below and catches the ash blonde. Got ya! Upon impact Bakugo snaps out of his daze, while Dark Shadow carries him back down to his team. Huh? What the hell happened? Don't know, replies Dark Shadow. You were attacking Midoriya and then the next thing we know you're falling. What? Bakugo tries to recall what just happened. He was stupefied for a brief moment back up there. Couldn't have been Deku's goddamned quirk, and the other two can't pull off something like that. So it had to be that fucking extra's fault. His quirk must have made him freeze up somehow. Damn it, with him on Deku's team, he won't be able to get anywhere near the 5 million headband. Dark Shadow carries Bakugo back to his team. Nice catch, guys, praises Kirishima upon Bakugo's return. Dark Shadow drops the bomber onto their hands and gives a big thumbs up. It wasn't a problem. Shut up, snaps an ungrateful Bakugo. I was fine on my own. You really weren't, murmurs Mina. Tokoyami appears to be unaffected by Bakugo's tantrum. Is that so? Next time I will be sure not to interfere. Bakugo growls and glares at the crow-headed teen, not appreciating his sarcasm. Meanwhile, Terraspin flies off and goes just a tad bit higher to ensure that Bakugo isn't going to assault them anytime soon. Jiro looks back as Bakugo is safely returned to his team. What was that? Tsuyu peers down at Shinso, who's gone awfully quiet for some reason. Was that you? Was that your quirk? Shinso eyes her warily, but he doesn't respond as he considers whether or not to divulge the knowledge of his quirk to them. Yeah, it was. He winces, bracing himself for possible scorn. Amazing! Shouts an overly enthusiastic Terraspin with sparkling eyes. So, is your quirk activated through speech? Shinso jolts up. He wasn't expecting them to figure it out that quickly.
Yeah.
So cool. What else can you do? Shinso becomes quiet again. He's hesitant to answer. I rather not say. The other members of his team frown. They can tell that something's bothering him. Like he's worried, not about the competition, but about something more personal.
Man, sais Terraspin.
I love learning about a new quirk. You sure you don't want to share? Sorry, but you'll just have to wait and see. Maybe Shinso can dilute a little. Just know that it only activates when I speak. Jiro grins. Cool. Just don't use it against us. All right? She meant it as a joke, but judging from Shinso's frozen expression, he doesn't feel the same way. Jiro frowns. She didn't want to upset him. Hey, it was a joke. You understand that, right? Yeah, sure. Terraspin can tell that something's eating his teammate, the teammate that he can relate to the most. Quirks are what you make of them, not what others think of them. Shinso and the others remain silent as Terraspin continues. All Might often said that in interviews, and take it from a guy that can turn into monsters. Well, aliens, but still. Quirks are what you make of them, not what others think of them. The team continues to soar in the air for a minute until Shinso finally speaks up. Brainwashing. Huh. Brainwashing is the name of my quirk. I can make others do whatever I want as long as they respond to me verbally. Whoa. Jiro and Tsuyu are completely blown away. Who knew a quirk like that was on their team? Shinso winces, bracing himself for the indefinite hurtful comments and scorn. Good thing he's with someone that's far too sympathetic to others. That's absolutely amazing. He was not expecting that reaction. Terraspin's head pops out so he can try and awe at Shinso himself. You can be an amazing hero with a quirk like that. Shinso's entire demeanor lightens up, but he's still in disbelief as if he's dreaming. Are you serious? Huh. Of course I am. You can stop hostage situations, calm down panicking victims, and even have villains arrest themselves, and all with a few words. How can I not be amazed? Shinso's looks like he's about to cry, like he wants to believe Midoriya's words, but he's not naive. He knows that if he gets his hopes up, he's only going to get burned. Again. Tsuyu nods. That's true, huh? Now I can see why you couldn't get past the entrance exam. What a waste. What? Shinso blinks up at her. Jiro agrees. Your quirk only works on living things, right? Otherwise you'd have scored way higher on the entrance exam if we fought faux villains that were alive and not non-living machines. Are they serious right now? This is not what the brainwashing student was expecting at all. That's right. I was essentially set up to fail from the start. And that's why you need to do well in the sports festival. Adds Terraspin. Shinso leers down at the turtle. Yes, I need to prove myself, and that my quirk can be used for hero work, so that I can be a hero. Terraspin smiles. Then let's make it happen. Pardon. Tsuyu adjusts herself so she can look Shinso in the eye. Don't you get it? You've just become our team's secret weapon. Karo. Jiro nods. She's right. And with our combined powers, we can definitely make it to the next round. Shinso still can't believe what he's hearing, or rather what he's not hearing. Usually when people find out about his quirk, they are usually so quick to say that it's a villain's quirk or that he can use it to do and take whatever he likes. But that was never him, never the purpose of his quirk. And now he's being told by real people he scorned himself, that his quirk is amazing and fitting of a hero. And now they want to work with him to win this whole thing. He smirks. You hero course students are really something, aren't you? Terraspin chuckles. You can say that. Now how about we win this whole thing? Sure, why not? Hashtag. Back in the pro hero break room, the pro heroes are gathered around the television watching Midoriya and his team fly through the air. As expected, everybody is after the first place teams, announces Present Mike. But both teams have taken to the sky for safety, giving them each some much-needed time to breath. Clever, ain't it? Kamui Woods smiles from underneath his helmet. Those two really are something? Damn, if only he and the others cooperated with them, they could have been on good standing when they send them scouting offers. Death Arms grins. Wow, those Class 1A guys are pretty good. Each one of them is unique with their own flashy quirks. Hell, those in the stands are starting to have a hard time about which ones they should watch. Hashtag. The aliens in Mr. Bauman's store are going crazy. Class 1A is really putting on a good show. Amazing! Way to go, Midoriya. Way to go, Uraraka. The rest of their class isn't too bad either. Looks like the experience fighting villains made them level up super fast. Arjit scowls. PSH. They probably just got lucky and now full of themselves for livin'. Nah, they're amazing. Oh boy, I can't wait for the final event. It's going to be epic. Either way, Class 1A is doing an amazing job. Mr. Bauman frowns at the screen. I'm not so sure about that. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Back at the stadium, the event has just reached its halfway point, so President Mike decides that it's as good a time as any to check on the current rankings. Now, who wants to take a look at each team's points so far? So, let's get those rankings thrown up on the screen. Everyone, heroes and civilians alike, stare at their screens with the same assumptions. Class 1A is in the lead. But what they see instead is far from what they could have expected. The audience collectively gasps at the sight. Not even President Mike or Aizawa was expecting this. Hold on here. This is an unexpected turn. As President Mick's voice echoes across the stadium, Bakugo can feel his headband being ripped away from his head. Other than Midoriya and Uraraka, Class 1 is not doing so hot. The member of Class 1B that stole Bakugo's points smirks. Even Bakugo is losing. He currently stands at 0 points. Bakugo gasps, wheels around as a smirking blonde passes them by while on his own team. The blonde smirks at Bakugo's surprised expression. Your class is too small-minded. Think bigger. Mina gasps. He got us. Her gasp is drowned out by Bakugo's own outburst. What did you say? Come back here. The blonde isn't even afraid as his team slows down, allowing him a moment to rub the win in Class 1. As face. Around his neck, he wears not only his own team's headband but also Hagakure's. Midnight said the obstacle course was just the first game and we figured they wouldn't cut that many of us right off the bat. Would they? The blonde, Nido Monoma, smirks back at Bakugo. Monoma has slick blonde hair that's parted to the left. His irises are a periwinkle purple, and his pupils are white. His smirk fits comfortably on his face as if it's part of his signature look, making him look contemptuous. Bakugo isn't sure where this guy is going with his stupid rambling. Assuming they'd keep at least 40 contestants for the next event, all we had to do was make sure we stayed within that group as we ran. And from there they watched how Class 1A used their powers and abilities to clear the way throughout the event. From our spots in the middle ranks, we could fully observe the quirks our rivals had and judge their capabilities. Although Midoriya was the exception to that rule since they didn't really get to see him in action. But he doesn't matter right now. What matters is putting Class 1A in their place, mainly by putting down the one that is the most bloodthirsty for victory. Only a fool would obsess over winning the preliminary rounds. Wouldn't you agree? Bakugo scowls, he gets it now. You planned this as a class? Monoma chuckles. It wasn't totally unanimous. Hell, some of my classmates have completely ignored our little rivalry. But even with those two traitors, the plan is still going over fairly well. Midoriya looked like he was really struggling to get away from Tsunatori's flying horns. But that's just proof that their strategy is working. Because Class 1A has no info on any of their own quirks. And often in long-term battles, those with the most knowledge win the war. It's better than chasing after a temporary frontrunner like a horse with a carrot waving in his face. Okay, showing how smart you are in one thing, but directly insulting Bakugo was just a stupid idea. Monoma is completely oblivious to the spark he just set off as he continues to mock Bakugo. You know, it's funny. Midoriya said he was the one to beat, but in truth it was really Class 1B you had to look out for the whole time. Talk about irony. Huh. Bakugo is really starting to get angry, more than usual somehow. Monoma isn't done yet. He's absolutely enjoying the furious expression on Bakugo's face. Oh, while I have your attention, you're kinda infamous, aren't you? For surviving the attack by a sludge villain. His smirk somehow becomes even more condescending. You'll have to tell me about it sometime. Bakugo is shaking with rage. His eye twitches as he glares daggers at the egotistical jerkwad. It must be strange to always find yourself in the role of the victim. First the sludge victim and then the League of Villains. I thought heroes were supposed to be able to save themselves, not the other way around. And that was the final straw. Kirishima, we have a change of plans. Bakugo's voice is burning with a silent rage that's waiting to show itself at the right time. Kirishima looks back at his rider, and his face is absolutely terrifying as Bakugo radiates an inferno of rage around himself. The others feel it too, becoming slightly concerned with their own safety. Mina and Kirishima whimper in fright as Bakugo's dark and raging aura dances around him. They would have never figured that his anger could get to this point. Bakugo's eyes flash red like he's been possessed by a chaotic demon. Before we take down Deku, we're going to kill every last one of these B-list idiots. Monoma smirks once again, unaware of how much he's going to regret picking a fight with Bakugo. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Ochaco's team lands again onto the field before they take off in a full sprint. They've been keeping with the same strategy. Run for as long as they can and use Ibera's vines to block attacks. And when things begin to get too hairy, they take to the sky to put distance between themselves and the other teams. But because both her team and Deku's have decided to fly around, the other teams have now begun to target each other, seeing the two of them as impossible to catch. Ochaco smiles with relief. Everyone, I think we're going to be okay. She may have spoken too soon as a new team intercepts their path. Kendo hits the brakes, bringing them to a sharp stop. Standing before them is Todoroki's team, and their leader has a very intense and determined look in his eye. Not even present Mick's voice can cut through the intensity. And now we've reached the halfway point of the game. Ochaco glares right back at Todoroki with the same amount of intensity. I guess the fun's not over yet. The crowd's cheers ring out throughout the stadium, but none of their cheers reach the two opposing sides. As the cavalry battle enters its second half, it's still anyone's game. How true as other teams begin to lose their headbands to each other. Class 1B has made an unexpected showing, but who will wear the 5 million points in the end? That's the real question, sports fans. Todoroki and Ochaco continue to square off as they wait for the right moment to strike. Todoroki makes the first move in the form of a declaration. I'll be taking that now. Meanwhile, not too far from their position, Mineta and Shoji spot the two foes squaring off and distracted. This is our chance, cackles Mineta. Shoji, full-on attack mode. Shoji's arms rip away from each other and burst forward like huge bat wings with a multitude of arms and hands at the ends. And with no second to waste, he takes off, sprinting right for the two leads. Mineta shouts, "We'll use all our power to steal the points from those two teams." They are not the only ones with the same idea as other teams charge in from all sides. In the meantime, Kendo steps back a bit wary of the new challengers. He really seems to have it out for ya, Uraraka. What's with that? Ochaco doesn't move her eyes away from her opponent. Bride. Kendo wants to request that she give a little more detail, but it's not really the time for that. Well, we can't stop now. The event's nearly over. Ochaco looks down at Kendo and nods in agreement. In that brief moment when she looks away, Todoroki takes command of the situation. Now Ida. Forward. Right. Ida's engines come to live and hot steam shoots backward, launching Ida's legs forward. The team leader addresses his left horse. Yaoyorozu, be ready to protect us. On it. Immediately Yaoyorozu begins to manifest several items from her bare arm and belly. Todoroki calls out his final teammate. Kaminari dash. Oh, I know what I gotta do, interrupts the grinning blonde. Ochaco grimaces. The situation is getting dire as other teams are beginning to surround them. Careful. They're coming from all sides. Sparks fly off of Kaminari as they race towards the 5 million points. I hope you made something strong, Yaoyorozu. That's the only warning he gives. Todoroki grabs a blanket from the girl while she in turn stabs a rod-like structure into the ground, while they are still in motion. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Kaminari discharges his stored electricity. The bright burning energy dances and foods the surrounding area. Ochaco flinches, as does most of her team, but the ever-calm Ibera thrusts her vines into the ground, and a wall of greenery shields them from Kaminari's attack. But not everyone is as lucky as they are. All the other teams that went charging in, from classes 1A and 1B, are treated to a special kind of shock treatment, making them howl in pain as their bodies freeze up from the powerful jolts. Damn it, Kaminari! Shouts Mineta between all the pain. Soon the electrical boy shuts off his quirk, allowing Todoroki to ditch the insulated sheet. Todoroki's right hand begins to freeze up. It's time to make a move. He grabs the rod-like structure on Yaoyorozu's arm and uses it to direct his ice downward into the ground. The ice flows down the staff over the ground, and all before encasing the other team's feet, effectively locking them in place. Sorry, but there's no other way. The teams struggle to pry themselves out of the ice, but it's just too strong. Present Mike is just as surprised by the move as they are. Will you look at that? He's stopped all those teams cold in their tracks. Aizawa has something to add about that, but only after Kaminari had immobilized the students using his electricity. Aizawa recalls how Todoroki froze many of the students at the beginning of the last event. In the obstacle course, he was surprised by how many people avoided his attack. In other words, he's adapting his strategy. Present Mike gives his friend a thumbs up. Nice commentary. Back down on the field, Todoroki raises his arm up as he passes by the last frozen team. I might as well take these. In his hand are a couple of headbands. Get back here. What, mine too? Damn you, Todoroki. The dual-haired teen ignores them as large icicles burst out of the ground behind him. Ochaco's team backpedals quickly while Ochaco tries to fire off the jetpack, but instead of it starting up, it gives a weak puff before breaking down. The jetpack stopped working. Hatsum is devastated by the news. Baby, guess it needs some upgrades. Kendo tries to use the hoversaws while pushing back on her team, but it's not enough. Ida is just too fast. We can't get away. Allow me to disperse them. Ibara's hair lashes out as one moving appendage right for their pursuers, but she unknowingly aims for Todoroki's right side. No, wait! Ochaco's warning comes too late as Todoroki throws his hand forward and ice rushes through the vines, freezing them in ice. Ibara gaps as the ice encroaches quickly towards her and her team. To Ochaco, it's almost as if everything is in slow motion while her mind works into overdrive. She can't allow his ice to make contact with them. Otherwise, it'll all be over. She needs a pilano, she needs to act. As the ice is nearly upon Ibara, Ochaco throws her arm down as a pink hue surrounds it. With one for all boosting her strength, her arm chops right through Ibara's vine mere inches away from the oncoming ice. With the frozen vines still in his grasp, Todoroki gets pulled down by the sudden weight, slowing his team down slightly. Kendo makes use of the opportunity to put as much distance as she can between them all. Ibara examines her hair with regret. It's up to her shoulders, which is way less than what she had before. She looks up at Ochaco, who's holding her aching and red-colored arm. Dear Uraraka, what did you do just now? Ochaco winces as she braces her delicate arm. It's an aspect of my quirk that gives me a boost of strength and hurts her in the process. She takes note of her injured arm and figures that she still needs to control the output of One for All. It also hits home that she may have gotten lucky during the last stretch of the obstacle course. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Are you for real? Shouts a disbelieving Kendo. I thought your quirk was zero gravity. It is, defends Ochaco. But this is new. I'm still figuring it out. That's true at least. Gah! Her team comes to an abrupt stop. She spins around and sees that they've been backed against the playing field's end. One step backwards and they'll be disqualified. Present Mick's voice cuts through all the tension. Team Uraraka has nowhere left to run. Ochaco scowls about how true that statement is. Not only is the jetpack kaput, but Todoroki has cut them off from the rest of the field. Ice rushes around them from both sides, creating a large jagged glacier, trapping the two teams inside. The circular glacier is so vast that it'll definitely keep other teams out while also creating a miniature stadium for the two teams to fight it out. With little chance to escape, Team Todoroki makes a final run at them. What do we do? Cries Hatsum. Kendo doesn't take her eyes off their opponents. What about your zero-gravity field? Or that move you pulled earlier? Ochaco shakes her head. Zero gravity isn't that reliable. Especially under these circumstances, if she uses it now, she may just push her own team out of bounds. Plus, the hoversaws aren't meant to fly them up but to help them land and move on the ground, so it just adds to the risk. Also, if I use the same move again, I'll just be putting myself out of the game. Ochaco gestures to her red left arm. Kendo swallows her spit with worry. Then what now? She has no idea. They can pray for a miracle, or they can make one. I don't know. But I'm not going to take this lying down. That's right, if she wants to survive against Todoroki, then she needs to take action. Ochaco glares with determination as Todoroki and his team continue to charge forward. And that's when her eyes land on Todoroki's left side. The side that he outright said he would not be using today. All Might's successor gives a sly smirk as an idea pops into her head. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Kirishima, we have a change of plans. Bakugo's voice is burning with a silent rage that's waiting to show itself at the right time. Kirishima looks back at his rider, and his face is absolutely terrifying as Bakugo radiates an inferno of rage around himself. The others feel it too, becoming slightly concerned with their own safety. Mina and Kirishima whimper in fright as Bakugo's dark and raging aura dances around him. They would have never figured that his anger could get to this point. Bakugo's eyes flash red like he's been possessed by a chaotic demon. Before we take down Deku, we're going to kill every last one of these B-list idiots. Monoma smirks once again, unaware of how much he's going to regret picking a fight with Bakugo. Monoma. One of Monoma's teammates actually has some sense of self-preservation. Don't provoke him, man. That's the kind of thing he would do. Yeah, I guess you're right. Monoma throws his hands out to the side with full sarcasm. It's not very heroic of me. He gives a dark smirk back towards his target of ridicule. Besides, you know how these things work. Heroes are always being hounded by moronic villains desperate for some kind of revenge. Bakugo is shaking with rage, so much so that his horses are getting rather concerned. Calm yourself, Bakugo, states the ever-calm Tokoyami. Kirishima very much agrees with that statement. Yeah, you've got to keep a level head or we'll never get our points back. Shut up, shouts Bakugo as he slams his fist against his palm. They flare up as they smash together. I've never been calmer. His voice is deadly calm. Like he knows screaming isn't going to help his case. Can't you tell? Now get after them, Kirishima. There's a maddeningly evil grin on his face that should belong to a villain, not a hero. Please, don't make us regret this. And with that, Team Bakugo takes off after Monoma, who is staying rather composed even with Bakugo screaming his head off. You think you're tough? Bakugo throws his arm forward, fully intending to put this bastard in their place. D. The smirking Monoma calmly shifts his head to the side while brushing his palm against Bakugo's arm as his explosive hand misses, and his team runs on by. Bakugo is absolutely thrown for the loop. How in the hell was he able to dodge that? He snarls, spinning around to try again, but he's in for a surprise when Monoma's palm reaches towards his face, and then, boom! Monoma's hand sets off a rather small explosion right into Bakugo's face. Monoma grins excitedly. Ha! Wow! I see why you like this quirk. As Bakugo reels back from the explosion, Monoma throws his hand down, brushing his fingers against Kirishima's forehead. Bakugo shakes off the attack. My power! Kirishima seems to be in a more state of shock than his leader is. Whoa, weird. That guy has your quirk. Bakugo snarls. No way is he going to be shown up. He swings his arm at Monoma. Damn it! As his hand slams into Monoma, he releases a fiery detonation that envelopes Monoma in smoke and heat. However, there is no sound of pain or scream from within the attack. Instead, Monoma sounds like it wasn't a bother at all. You both have impressive powers. The smoke clears, revealing that the left side of his body has hardened up like a rock. But I think you'll agree mine's better. Now Bakugo is surprised so much so that he actually gasps in shock. Kirishima and the others are just as stunned. Huh? What? Mine too. Mina frowns with worry. His quirk? Is it like Midoriya's? Does he have access to several quirks or something? No, replies Bakugo, gaining his team's attention. That bastard. His quirk. He can copy other powers. Monoma chuckles. Very good. He can copy the quirks of those he touches, but only for 5 minutes or so, and one at a time. So even an idiot could figure it out. Bakugo is really getting tired of this bastard's bullshit, but before he can make a move, Bondo and his team appear, and the big lug spews out a steam of glue between Bakugo's and Monoma's teams. Monoma smiles at his approaching classmates. Nice one. Thanks for the backup, Bondo. Monoma's teammate interrupts. Monoma, if we keep those headbands, we're good. As long as no one gets near us, we'll make our class proud. With that, Team Monoma begins to turn and run off away from Bakugo. Bakugo scowls as Monoma runs away from their fight. He's stopping. It's too sticky. Crap. Looking down, they notice that Kirishima's leg has been ensnared by Bondo's glue. I can't move. Mina presses her foot against the glue and acid begins to pour out from the soles of her shoes, melting away the glue.
No prob.
Steam rises as the glue begins to melt away. Tokoyami observes how far Team Monoma already is. Try to be quick about it. The longer it takes, the longer we sit with 0 points. Monoma must have heard that because he turns around and waves mockingly at Bakugo. Oh, no hard feelings, right? He sets off a pop of Bakugo's explosion. If it makes you feel better, I'll definitely be the one to take out Midoriya. After all, he's the one to beat. He really doesn't know when to shut his trap. Does he? Bakugo grins with a combination of rage and excitement, like he knows exactly how he'll make the fucker pay. This isn't over. I'm still gonna come out on top. And I won't just make it to first place. I'll be the undeniable champion. As they move away from Bakugo and the other teams, Monoma checks out the scoreboard and sees that their team has a total of 1,095 points. Third place. We've done pretty well for ourselves. Sure, if we can take a few more points, but I think we can let the clock run out. Bakugo's voice rings out from behind them. Losers! Get back here! Monoma groans. What's the use of yelling when he can't even catch them? Doesn't he ever give up? Knowing you've been bested is an important part of being a hero. That is bullshit, and Bakugo is going to show this bastard why. Firstly, he blasts himself away from his team, charging in from overhead towards Monoma and his headbands, which are all wrapped around his neck. Kirishima calls after his team leader. Hey, don't just fly off on your own. Monoma is actually surprised and worried now. Suburba, stop him. Monoma's front horse inhales and then blows his breath out, and a glass-like shield appears in midair. Unable to stop, Bakugo slams into the shield, but he quickly grips the sides of it to prevent himself from falling and being disqualified. Tsuburaba grins at the results. All right, cozy-eyed Tsuburaba is nothing too unique compared to those in either class. He has spiky short brown hair and oval-shaped eyes with large pupils. Bakugo pounds his fist against the solid air, but it's not making a dent. Ha ha! Laughs Tsuburaba as their team turns away. You look pretty stupid fighting with air. He should have kept his mouth shut too, because that gives Bakugo the drive to smash right through the air shield like it was glass. The ash blonde grips the headbands. Monoma only has less than a second to react. He grips the headband as Bakugo rips his hand away, taking with him 2 of Monoma headbands. Crap! He snatched some of them. The crowd roars. They are thrilled to see someone like Bakugo display his fighting spirit. Bakugo leaps backward before Monoma can retaliate, and Tokoyami's dark shadow manages to catch the mad bomber. Let go of me, bird stand. Dark shadow smiles. Nah, I want to join in. Ha! Bakugo! Calls Tokoyami as the rest of his team try to catch up. Don't forget, you're not the only one that wants to win this. And that is the fucking truth. Bakugo grins, proud of his choice for minions. Then let's tear these assholes a new one. We're going to be the indisputable champions of the game. Aye aye, replies Dark Shadow. Bakugo's team charges forward with Dark Shadow way ahead of them with a grinning Bakugo in its claws. They're coming, cries Tsuburaba. Team Monoma tries to run as fast as they can while using Monoma's copy and Tsuburaba's solid air to defend from other teams. Not to worry. Monoma grips the 655-point headband as if his life depends on it. If we defend this one to the death and take a few more, we'll be able to move forward. Aizawa smiles from underneath his heavily bandaged face. Now look at this. Class 1 BS strategy was a reasonable one. But there's one thing they never bothered to consider. Bakugo adjusts himself in Dark Shadow's grip. Bird stand. Get me in close. Right. Dark Shadow rushes forward like a black and winding roller coaster. While Bakugo is flown through the air, Toshinori watches the display of pride and determination with sheer amazement. Young Bakugo, you understand something crucial, a truth no one had to teach you. He watches as Dark Shadow pulls Bakugo back like it's going to throw him like a baseball. That there's a difference between those who aim for the top and those who will settle. Dark Shadow throws Bakugo, its arms stretching and pushing Bakugo forward to give him more speed. And that difference matters. Aizawa finishes his thought at the same time. Class 1B didn't take into account Bakugo's overwhelming tenacity. Tsuburaba puts up one of the biggest solid air shields that he can muster, but it's nothing compared to Bakugo's own willpower and rage. The Mad Bomber throws his hand out, unleashing a fiery demise that completely obliterates the pathetic excuse for a shield, snagging his points right off the bastard's neck. Present Mike and the entire stadium cheers. Bakugo is a merciless force. A point hog. That was a shield break heard round that arena. And I can't wait to watch the replay. Dark Shadow grabs Bakugo and carries him back to his team, who are grinning just as widely as their leader is. Now, we're going after Deku. Bakugo looks upward and spots the turtle-looking Deku flying towards the opposite end of the field where Todoroki's ice is. Team Bakugo turns to head right on over there, seeing no point in arguing with Bakugo anymore. However, other teams have already diverted their attention towards them, intercepting and blocking his path. Tokoyami frowns as Dark Shadow snakes around them, acting like a living shield that's ready to deflect any attacks. It appears none of them are going to let us through that easily. Fine then. Bakugo grins excitedly. Then we'll tear right through them too. They'll all be a warm-up for when he destroys Deku. Hashtag. Kendo swallows her spit with worry. Then what now? She has no idea. They can pray for a miracle, or they can make one. I don't know. But I'm not going to take this lying down. That's right, if she wants to survive against Todoroki, then she needs to take action. Ochaco glares with determination as Todoroki and his team continue to charge forward. And that's when her eyes land on Todoroki's left side. The side that he outright said he would not be using today. All Might's successor gives a sly smirk as an idea pops into her head. Even though that in a few short minutes the enemy will be upon them. Or so they think. Incoming! Ida comes to a screeching halt, his feet skidding across the dirt before Terraspin cuts his way between the two teams, drawing a line in the sand with his propelling blades as he flies past them. Terraspin circles around before stopping and leaning back. His team jumps down to the ground with Shinso in front all before Izuku turns back to normal and lands on their linked hands. Izuku smirks. Sorry for cutting in, but I hate feeling left out. Shinso chuckles. Nailed it. He's so glad he recommended that line. Tsuyu just shakes her head in disapproval. Todoroki is astonished to have Izuku willingly throw himself at them, and while he's distracted, Ochaco guides her team to a safer position. Thankfully, Present Mick's booming voice provides the right amount of cover. After Todoroki puts so much thought and effort into getting some alone time with the item of his attention, Midoriya swoops in, interrupting the fun, and is now their third wheel. Present Mike laughs at his own joke. Aizawa deadpants. You've been hanging out with Midnight for too long. But seriously, why'd he bother transforming back now? I thought he'd be flying around the rest of the game. At that moment, Aizawa decides to indulge that very answer. Midoriya's quirk can only last for 10 minutes, and he has to wait another 10 minutes before he can transform back. Now that's inconvenient. Inconvenient for Izuku perhaps, but for Todoroki it's the most convenient thing to happen to him all day. Todoroki's team adjust themselves so that their leader can properly use the right side of his quirk. I wanted to save you for last, but if you're just going to trap yourself, then so be it. He's about to grip the staff, but the look Midoriya's teammate is giving him makes him hesitate. Shinso smirks maniacally. What's the matter? Aren't you going to attack? Todoroki is hesitating, and for good reason. That guy looks so calm, like he wants him to attack. Even Midoriya is smirking like he knows something that Todoroki doesn't. Hell, his team isn't even moving, like they think they'll be safe if he strikes at them. Shinso eggs him on some more. What's the matter? Feel free to attack, we won't even move. Ida doesn't like the look of them either. Todoroki, what do we do? Todoroki scowls before checking on Uraraka. Her and her team have moved away from the edge of the field and have now positioned themselves to Todoroki's left, and away from his ice quirk. Yairozu's eyes switch between the two teams. This isn't good. We're the ones who are trapped. Izuku smirks, happy to hear that their bluff is working. He and his team watched as Class 1B took on Bakugo and their other classmates, and now that they are reaching the end, the others are getting more desperate for points. But in here, they have a better chance of winning and moving on to the next event. Their main plan is for Shinso to act as a red herring by instigating Todoroki, who is far too level-minded to carelessly attack anyone. And that's what they're banking on, that Todoroki will think that Shinso's quirk can somehow counter his ice. Of course, to pull this off, the rest of them have to act as calmly as possible, as if they have nothing to worry about. Tsuyu is unsurprisingly good at that, actually. Besides, this place offers some other benefits. Sure, it puts them with some of the most powerful competitors, but if they lose their points in here, then they will have a better chance of recovering said points than out there, where it will undoubtedly be a feeding frenzy. And this is working out so much better than he could have hoped. Todoroki looks flustered. He wants to go after Izuku, but there's just one issue. That guy. He's from General Studies, right? Todoroki eyes Shinso. Damn it, I have no idea what his quirk is. For all I know, it can counter my ice or any of the others' quirks. And then there's Uraraka to consider. She's staying to my left side. That's her strategy. From this position, if I try to freeze them, I'll hit Ida. Sure, he could redirect himself to go after Uraraka, but he can tell that she's using his own promise to himself as his own weakness. She's trying to keep her team on his left side, the side he promised that he'd never use. Damn her! And if he readjusts himself to go after her, there's nothing to stop Midoriya and his team from attacking him. And the same is true if he goes after Midoriya. Plus, the girl from Class 1B, with the vines, can defend against Kaminari's electricity. And for all I know, that indigo-haired guy can counter it too. He eyes his two opponents. You bastards! Looks like Yaoyorozu was right. Rather than trapping Uraraka in a cage, he ended up trapping himself in a cage with two powerful foes. And so they stay there, each team gauging each other for an opening. Each one of them wants to win this, and they'll do anything to do it. That said, this is not a real 2-on-1 fight. Ochaco and Izuku keep sending each other looks like they know that this truce is extremely temporary. Because the moment anything happens, then it's all out on the table. Today they are both friends and foes. This stalemate continues. Every now and then someone would cautiously make a move to a new position, but the others would mimic the response. By the time 3 minutes pass, everyone is walking on eggshells, waiting for the inevitable bomb to go off. It's then Ida decides that now is the time to take some drastic measures. After all, he has something to prove too. Everyone, we have less than 120 seconds. I'm gonna do something that'll make me useless to you. This takes Todoroki and the others by surprise. What are you gonna do? Ida props his leg forward as his engines buzz at the ready. Make sure you get that headband. His engines buzz even louder as Ida leans forward. Brace yourselves. Hold on tight. That's their last warning as blue flames roar out of Ida's engines, supercharging them and heating up so much that the metal turns red hot. Torque over. Like a missile, Ida rockets forward. Ochaco gasps. Watch the dash. Recupero burst. But it's too late. In a blink of an eye, Ida moved nearly as fast as XLR8, and in that time, Todoroki managed to grab her 5,257 headband. Ida zooms away before curving to the side and then coming to a halt as his engines give out. But he was able to put some distance between his team and Ochaco's, but ended up closer to Izuku's. Present Mike is in absolute amazement. Wow! What just happened? That was one big blur. He's not the only one who's in amazement, so is the crowd, and Ida's own teammates. Holy smokes, folks! Why didn't he show off that super speed in the preliminaries? Todoroki is still wide-eyed over the whole rush of the moment, as he wraps Uraraka's headband backwards around his neck, adding it to his collection. Ida, what was that? Ida is trying to catch his breath. When he's good, does he reply? Forced my torque and RPM into overdrive, which gave me explosive power. The ends of his engines are releasing streams of smoke as he speaks. Unfortunately, the recoil stalls my engines for a while. It's a secret move I've been saving. No one in the class knew about it. And it worked out, because both Ochaco and Izuku are at complete losses here. Izuku only assumed he'd ever see XLR8 move that fast, and Ochaco would have never guessed that he'd move so fast that they'd never get the chance to react. Ida leers over at them both, before grinning with satisfaction. I told you, I have something to prove too. The crowd loves this new upset. One of the main leaders of the game has finally been toppled after holding on to one of the top spots for so long. Insanity! The entire game was just turned completely on its head. Todoroki's team has 5 million points and Uraraka's team is suddenly left with nothing at all. We have to get them, screams Ochaco. But his ice, points out Ibera. Her hair has grown back to its normal length. Let's go. Ochaco shakes her head in frustration. She can't lose. Not here. We'll get our points back. I know it. Kendo scowls at Todoroki. Okay, we'll put our trust in you. She charges forward, the hoversalls giving her a much-needed boost. Izuku has a similar idea. Let's go. Right. His team doesn't even hesitate. Izuku has been a great leader for them so far. They are not going to question him now. Izuku is determined to take Todoroki's headband. If we manage to take his points, then we can eliminate him from the competition here and now. And possibly Uraraka too. Izuku and Ochaco are upon Todoroki in mere seconds. The dual quirk user glares at his main opposition, the two top contenders for Class 1A and possibly UA. He can feel their determination emanating from their very souls. As a result, he doesn't even hesitate or register what he does next to defend himself. He thrusts his left arm forward, igniting with flames, as to use it as a means to drive off his attackers. Ochaco throws her hand out just as One for All flows through it, giving it its signature pink hue. She didn't even think about it until her fingers were mere inches away from the dancing flames. Ochaco swings her arm to the side, extinguishing Todoroki's flames and throwing his arm away, leaving him wide open to attack. Todoroki internally gasps, not because of Ochaco's attack, but because of his own. My left side. What am I doing? He should really be paying attention to the real issue of the matter. Ochaco briefly examines her hand, how it's not injured. Normally she'd be thrilled, but now is not the time. Izuku is upon Todoroki as well, and noticed how Todoroki has turned the bands around to hide their point value. Ochaco realizes this too, but they have no choice. Both latch onto a different headband, praying that it's the 5 million points. I got it! They both cry out as their teams race on by. Izuku grins before checking the headband. What? 1. It's not it. Sure isn't it's instead 205 points. He wheels around and judging from Ochaco's devastated reaction, she didn't get the 5 million points either. Yaoyorozu clears it up for them. We mixed the headbands up. There's no way we'd leave the prize on top. You both underestimate us. The two scowl. Ida checks on their leader, who's grimacing while glaring at his left arm for having a mind of its own. Todoroki, better watch yourself. That was too close. Oh no, shouts Present Mike. Neither Team Midoriya nor Team Uraraka got the points after all that. Is this the end for Team Uraraka? Ochaco gazes at the scoreboard and sees that she only has 125 points. The game is almost over. Ochaco glares at Todoroki. It's not over, we still have a chance. Right? Of course. We're with you. Team Uraraka charges, fully intending to take what is rightfully theirs. They will be moving on. Screw it. Izuku screams and desperately slams down on the Omnitrix, hoping in vain that it'll work despite the lack of recharge time. To his surprise and to those of his team, Izuku disappears behind a flash of green light. They all nearly topple over as Izuku's weight miraculously becomes heavier than what it was. Todoroki gasps as Ochaco's team pounces at them while he throws the rubber sheet over them. Kaminari! Kaminari unleashes his electrifying quirk, but black tendrils with golden plugs wrap around Todoroki, binding his arms in place while also absorbing the electricity. What? It's over, Todoroki! Shouts feedback. And it is. With nothing to interfere, Ochaco's team charges forward to claim victory. The side of the ice wall is blasted away as Bakugo leaps onto the scene. Deku! Feedback gasps, but Shinso reacts quickly enough. Stay back. Will ya? Shut dash Bakugo falls silent, but Dark Shadow, who was following along, grabs him before he collapses. Ochaco thrusts her hand out at Todoroki. Meanwhile, Ibara's vines lash out in all directions, giving them the look of Amazonian warriors out to make a kill through the jungle. "You won't win," cries Todoroki as he unleashes his ice. The ice courses down Feedback's tendril, but with the boost from Kaminari, he lets electricity to flow through his veins and act as a heater to slow the frozen attack. While trying to hold up her team leader, Tsuyu lashes her tongue out towards the two clashing teams. Bakugo, after snapping out of it, notices how everyone is directed on Todoroki and quickly assumes that he has the most points. "Damn it! Ice hot!" He blasts himself right towards the teen. And that is the current state of things as Ochaco just barely touches a headband, when Present Mic's voice somehow cuts through all the action. "Time's up!" Everyone freezes in place. Even Bakugo somehow defies physics as he just plops unceremoniously to the ground below. The crowd screams loudly after such a battle. And with that, the second round is officially over. Ochaco scowls in frustration. She couldn't get the last headband. And no! Meanwhile, Bakugo's team run up to check on their leader. "Bakugo!" Kirishima makes it first. "Are you okay, man?" Bakugo's only response is to press his face harder against the ground, screaming his lungs off, while pounding his hand against the field like a child having a tantrum. Todoroki jumps down off his team as Feedback releases him. "Damn it!" He lost again to both of them. Team Midoriya sighs in relief as they can finally let the much heavier and taller teammate down. Shinso frowns. "Shit. How many transformations do you have?" 11 and counting. Replies a grinning Feedback with a thumbs up to boost their ego. Jiro scowls up at Feedback. "You could have warned us before transforming, you know." "I didn't think that would work." "Huh." Tsuyu frowns before she realizes something major. "That's right, your recharge time is 10 minutes, but that was way less than that." Jiro finally registers it too. "Yeah. Then how were you able to use your quirk again so quickly?" Feedback looks down, rubbing his neck as he thinks about it. "I honestly have no idea." He eyes the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. Was it the lifeguard mode again?" "Couldn't be, it only does that when I'm in danger." "Was it something else? Or just a fluke?" Feedback shakes his head. "No matter, what matters is that we came in first." "Yeah, they did. That makes 2 events in a row where he came in first. Guess he really is the one to beat." It is irresponsible to assume that victory could come so easily. Team Midoriya looks over at Ibara, who unlike the rest of her team doesn't look like she finds their defeat all that devastating. Ochaco chokes back a sob. "Shiozaki, why do you say that? HM? Oh my mistake. I guess I should reveal this." One of Ibara's vines stretches out and at the end sits a headband. A headband with 5,360 points. Everyone screams out all at once. "What?" During the last skirmish, when she threw her hair out, a few of them stretched over and took Team Midoriya's headband while they were all distracted. Feedback plants his palm against his head and sure enough his headband is gone. "No way!" he gasps. He falls to his knees. "Did we lose?" "Nope, Karo." They all turn to the poker-faced Tsuyu. Shiozaki isn't the only one who had a similar idea. She sticks out her tongue cheekily as she holds up Todoroki's own headband worth 600 points. Shinso blinks. "Wait, if you have that, then that means..." Present Mic will happily reveal the answer. "Now, let's take a look at who our top teams are." The scoreboard displays said teams. In first place we have the team that faced off against death and then spat in its face. It's Team Uraraka. That's right. Ochaco and her team were able to pull away with a total of 5,485 points. Ochaco and Kendo inhale and then leap into the air, throwing their arms up in celebration. "Yeah!" Ibara smiles at them, enjoying their display of joy, while Hatsum is not paying attention as she tries to fix the damaged jetpack. In second place, we have Team Todoroki. They have 5,00257 points and from just one headband. Yaoyorozu sighs. Although they didn't exactly claim victory, they did somewhat win and will be moving on. We ended in second place, but it was too close for comfort. Ida clenches his fist in shame.
"I'm sorry.
I let everyone down, didn't I?" Perhaps he used his special move far too soon. That's not true. His teammate offers him a kind and appreciative smile. You're the reason we won. Thank goodness for that special move of yours. While she comforts him, Kaminari is wandering around in the background. He has a stupefied expression on his face while thrusting dual thumbs up at everyone. His brain was fried during the last attack. Even though feedback was absorbing his power, he didn't realize it and kept it up until he fired his own brain. In third place, we have one of the front runners who managed to cling onto victory at the last second. Team Midoriya. Feedback and the others stare up at the scoreboard where their team is displayed next to a point count of 1,760 points. Not as impressive as 5 million, but it's enough to get them through, and that's all any of them could have asked for. We did it! Shouts Feedback. Shinso looks like he's in complete disbelief, but grins excitedly at the board. Soon he will have his chance to shine. Jiro smiles and gives Tsuyu an appreciative shoulder pat. Way to go back there. Thanks, but I had a lot of help. Tsuyu looks at Feedback. Isn't that right, Midoriya? Feedback flashes her a giant grin. Jiro tilts her head to the side. So, how come we've never seen this guy before? He seems pretty useful. He can absorb electricity and has appendages similar to her own. Is he copying her? Feedback examines his current physique. Oh, Feedback. Yeah, I don't always get to use him, but when I do, I promise it'll be one heck of a show. Assume the Omnitrix would give him the conductoid. Present Mike finishes off the rankings. And finally bringing up the rear, it's Team Bakugo. This team sits at 1,095 points, enough to pass. Mina shakes her hands, as if shaking off her stress. Ugh, we were so close to snagging first place. They really weren't. If they had a few more seconds, who knows if Bakugo would have been able to do something about it. Tokoyami hums. Perhaps, but it is not best to dwell on things. We are moving on to the final round, and we should be grateful for that. Kirishima sheepishly smiles. He is not convinced. I don't think our leader would agree with you. He watches as Bakugo sits up on the ground. He's shaking, but not from pain. Like at all. Bakugo screams with fury. He lost. He fucking lost not only to Deku but to the other bastards. 2. For a second event in a row. With the guidance of the same exact winners of the last event, these 4 valiant teams will advance on to the final round. From the stands, All Might and 13 release size that neither knew they were holding. Meanwhile, a very quiet and somber Todoroki is eyeing Izuku and Ochaco. He may have gotten second place, but in technicality he actually lost to the 2 of them. He then draws his eyes to his offending left arm. I said I'd never use this to attack. I even made a point of it earlier. But as soon as I was overwhelmed, I broke my own promise. He clenches his left fist, digging his nails into his palm. At this rate he'll win and I'll end up exactly who he wants me to be. He cannot allow that to pass, no matter what. Up in the stadium, the crowd disperses for snacks, restrooms, and other needs. Now, let's take an hour lunch break before we start the afternoon festivities. See you soon. Present Mike turns to his co-host, forgetting to shut off his mic. Hey Eraserhead, let's grab some food. They can hear Aizawa plopping to the ground in his sleeping bag. I'm taking a nap. Phew. Huffs Present Mike. Back on the field, the students begin to make their way to the exits. Way to go, Deku. You're moving on. Cheers Ochaco. Sure, they're rivals today, but that doesn't mean they can't cheer each other on too. And so are you, shouts Feedback. And way to snag first place. Thanks, but I had a pretty great team on my side. I hear ya. Feedback flashes a smile and points at his own team. The same goes for me. Shinso smirks back at him. Thanks, but I only joined because I pitied you. What? Feedback can't believe this. Dude, I thought we bonded. We had a moment together. We made puns. Tsuyu passes by with an annoyed frown. She definitely could have lived without those puns. Shinso chuckles at his face. I'm just messing with ya. But I have to admit. He eyes the taller being with a healthy amount of respect. Thank you for giving me a chance. Feedback understands. He's thanking him for sympathizing with his dreams. Anytime, and good luck in the final round. You too, but if we face. Shinso jabs a finger at his chest. Then don't expect me to hold back. Hee hee. I wouldn't dream of it. Shinso smirks one last time before leaving to get some food. While other students pass on by, Ochaco leans up to the conductoid. So, quick question. Why are you feedback? Feedback leans in close before whispering. I don't know. It was some kind of quick recharge or something, but I don't know what caused it. Was it the lifeguard mode? You mentioned it a few times here and there. Maybe, but I'm not so sure, HM. While the two ponder and make their way through the exit, someone interrupts their wandering minds.
Hey, sorry, Kendo here.
Feedback spins around and finds Ochaco's teammate waving up at him alongside Ibara. Oh, hello. Ochaco beams. Kendo. Ibara. She leaps forward, grabbing both of their hands. Thanks again for joining my team. You were both so amazing and I couldn't have done it without either of you. They smile and Ibara returns the hand-holding gesture. We should be thanking you. We put our faith in you, and you didn't let us down. You are strong-willed, and I wish you the best during the next challenge. Aw, thanks. Kendo raises her hand. I have a question to ask. Okay, shoot. Kendo actually addresses Feedback. What is your quirk exactly? Feedback is a bit taken back, not expecting the question, but after everything he did it makes sense as people would have questions. It's called one-man army. I can transform my body into different forms that grant me different abilities. Ochaco chips into the conversation. Like how his turtle form allows him to fly. In the distance, Tetsu's yells rigs out. That still doesn't make sense. Feedback moves on, ignoring the loud member of Class 1B. Yeah, and I have more forms, each with their own power sets and skills. And weaknesses, but no need to tell anyone about them. Kendo and Ibara gasp, even other students of their class who were listening in gasp in surprise.
Ah, man.
How can someone like you exist? Whines Tsuburaba. Zoso frowns. I know, right? He never even got to use his quirk just because Midoriya could fly. Ibara strokes her chin. It's almost like Monoma's quirk, like a demon summoned from hell. Monoma literally pushes himself into the discussion, with a desperate grin on his face as if trying to pretend his loss to Bakugo isn't eating away at him from the inside. There's no way. No one can have a quirk like mine. Is this serious? Can this plain-faced kid really have a quirk like that? There's no way, it's got to be a trick. Well, with power like that, you wouldn't mind sharing it, would you? He desperately reaches his hand out to touch Feedback's arm. I bet it's just an illusion or something. No way Class 1A has someone like you. I bet you cheated. I'm sure of it. He rushes forward. Ha 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 ack. He collapses onto the floor with a thud and a bump on his head. Kendo sighs as she lowers her hand after delivering a swift chop to the back of her classmate's head. Sorry about him. He's just compensating for his loss. In the background, Bakugo is grinning, finding the display rather amusing. Meanwhile, both Feedback and Ochaco are stunned. How could Kendo of all people consciously hurt her own classmate like that? She was so composed. Has she done this before? Kendo enlarges her hand and picks up the unconscious yet hauntingly still grinning Monoma. And sorry about him. And thanks for answering my question. She shakes her head with a smile. I guess it goes to show you that there are all sorts of quirks out there, huh? Ochaco grins. You have no idea. Seriously, she has no idea. Kendo gives a final wave before running off to catch up to the rest of her classmates. Ibara strides alongside her. Anyway, take care, you two. And if we face off in the next event, then let's make it a good one. Ochaco waves after her. You got it. Meanwhile, other teams and students are having similar interactions. Tsuyu walks up to Mina.
Mina, congrats.
Both of them are moving on. The pink girl doesn't feel the same way. Thanks, but Bakugo only asked me to join because I could melt Todoroki's ice. That or hurt Midoriya somehow. Her frown then changes to a smile. But I heard you did real well. I was told you snagged the winning headband for your team. I did. Zero is walking alongside Jiro. I can't believe you guys stole my headband. That was just cold. Well, you attacked us. Seems only fair. Nearby Ochaco and Izuku have caught up to Ida. Ida, you were holding out on us, exclaims Ochaco as she runs in place. A poor imitation of Ida's special move. Ida waves his hand. Rest assured it wasn't my intention to deceive any of you. I was just being strategic. In that moment, a stupefied Kaminari joins the conversation. But all he can contribute is a stupid grin, far-off look, and 2 thumbs up. I merely wanted to show that I could compete with you both. The morphed Izuku smiles. And you sure did. That was absolutely amazing. He gives his own thumbs up alongside Kaminari. Midoriya, Uraraka, the ones that were called out turn to face a cold-faced Todoroki. And immediately all their feelings of joy and exhilaration are gone and replaced with a sense of dread. It's almost as if Todoroki is emulating the use of the cold side of his quirk to affect their own psyches. Ochaco decides to break the ice first. What's up, Todoroki? He doesn't respond not right away, but when he does, he has one simple demand. Come with me. I need to speak with the 2 of you. ####. Meanwhile, within the halls of the stadium, a lone hero roams with flames dancing across his body. This flaming hero is a tall, sturdily built man with a very muscular physique. He has short crimson hair which he wears spiked up around his head, and sharp turquoise eyes. His beard and mustache appear to be made of fire. His hero costume consists of a tight, navy turquoise bodysuit with lines of flames streaming across his chest, upper torso, arms, and most prominently his shoulders. He uses his flames as a makeshift mask around his eyes, and the tall boots he wears appear to be either made of fire themselves or constantly left alight, as only their soles and laces are visible around the flames. He sports white bracers on his lower arms, styled in a cage pattern, and a blue belt with a pouch attached on either side. This man, this pro-hero, marches on with a sense of motivation and pride. He is on a mission and he would rather not be interrupted. But he's not as alone as he would think.
Yo.
The pro-hero stops. He can never mistake that voice. All Might smiles down at his fellow pro-hero. Long time no see. Let's catch up. Endeavor. Endeavor's flames dance upward as if responding to their master's will. All Might. Endeavor turns to leer at the number 1 hero as if his very presence is an insult to the flame hero. And that is going to be everything for today. If you enjoyed, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.